I'm gonna go and check up on Danny, Eliza told Zach. It had been almost 10 minutes now since they entered the cabin. Zach and Maxine were too busy reminiscing about some of their glory days when Hodge made a funny speech during another friend's wedding, or when they went on a camping trip, and no one brought a map and how pissed everyone was, lost in the woods for hours. Eliza knew what Zach was doing. He was trying to distract Maxine from thinking about her late husband, Adam, or what happened at Green Hill. But Eliza felt like a third wheel throughout the conversation, the outsider who would never belong. She was surprised that Zach would be friends with them anyway. They didn't look like his kind of crowd, at least from what she had known about him since they started dating. Zach missed being with them, like getting a taste of nicotine after quitting for a few years, a euphoric burning inside him. Not that Eliza would know. She hadn't touched a cigarette for over 6 years, but she reckoned that must be what it felt like. From what little glean I mustered out of her earlier, she felt like Zach had a foot on the wrong side of the tracks and kept it like a safety net. Eliza wished he had gone all the way and never looked back. Healthier that way, she thought. Better for him. Better for her. Most of all, it's better for Danny. She never liked his mother. I went rigid when Eliza asked Maxine if they had met earlier. However, the demon quickly shut it down by saying she made workout and health videos on YouTube that often circulated around TikTok and Facebook by her thousands of followers. The demon even pulled a vague memory from Maxine when she was invited to an event called Voices of Tomorrow in San Francisco a few months back. Fortunately, Eliza dropped it at that, nodding as if she should know that by now. She didn't strike me as the athletic type or had a TikTok addiction. I wondered if she placed 2 and 2 together, that Maxine was the wanted woman by the police. Her face was beginning to circulate all over social media and the nightly news as a person of interest in the massacre. Like Zach, she wasn't following the news too closely, only that a woman was a suspect. I studied her for a minute, but she never let the facade, if there was any, slip. If Eliza had mentioned it to Maxine, laid everything down on the table, and accused her of being the wanted woman, well, it would be a death sentence for her and Zach. Eliza stood up and left Maxine and Zach to discuss another funny memory with Hodge. She knocked on the bathroom door, echoing laughter from Maxine, and Zach traveled down the hallway. Danny, are you okay in there? Do you need tissue paper? No answer. Strangely, she found the door already unlocked and pushed it open. Even though he was young, Danny was a stickler for privacy. He always locked the bathroom door when he was using it. She couldn't remember if she saw Danny slip past her. But the boy was nowhere to be seen, the door to the dark adjacent bedroom was ajar. Only the lights from the bathroom illuminated a sliver of what's beyond. Danny, get out of there. This is not your house, Eliza whispered through the cracked door. Some part of her wanted to turn back and grab Zach. Danny listened to him more than her, anyway. You better not touch anything in there, she added, pushing the door wider. Eliza reached in, looking for a switch along the wall next to the bathroom door. I learned that she had an intense, irrational fear of the dark. She found the switch, but I quickly ordered Oracle to cut off the lights in that bedroom. Eliza flicked the switch. No lights. She flicked it a few more times, still nothing. Fuck. Fucking cabins. She took her phone from her pocket and used the flash as her flashlight. She pushed the door wider, letting in more light from the bathroom. Danny, are you in here? This is not funny. Danny loved hide and seek. He also loved tag, running around the house, and jumping out of the corners to scare her. It's what little boys do when they're bored. She was in no mood for his games right now. The cabin was creepy enough, and the darkness outside was not helping. Eliza looked behind the door. Maybe Danny hid there? The boy was not there, and she stepped further into the bedroom. If you're going to jump out and scare me again, it won't work, little man. So, quit it. Your dad will be so angry if you do, especially if you break something again. She slowly walked toward the closet across the room. I know where you are hiding, by the way. There's no use drawing this one out. Closer. 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 A creak. Soft and subdued. Eliza gasped and turned her phone to the right, illuminating the bed and the window, looking out into the forest. She was sure the noise came from where the bed was until she realized it was coming from underneath it. She smiled. Of course, Danny thought of hiding there instead, pretending to be the monster underneath the bed. Okay, she said in a sing-song way. Come out, wherever you are. Once she reached the left side of the bed, she quickly dropped to her knees and lifted the hanging duvet out of the way. She aimed her phone's flash underneath. Boo. But her breath caught up inside her throat, and she immediately recoiled away from the bed. A bound and gagged man screamed, muffled by the thick wrap of silver-gray duct tape around his mouth. Tape wrapped his torso and legs like a snake, constricting his movements, and bound his arms behind his back. Their eyes were so bloodshot, and he had a bleeding gash on his forehead, and Eliza knew he was badly hurt. Zach. 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 Eliza screamed, her back against the dresser. She couldn't move, fear taking hold of her. No. She shouldn't have called for him as realization dawned on her where she was. She was in Maxine's house. Did she do this? How could she overpower a grown man like that and bind him in a whimpering state? Another fear took hold. What was she doing with Zach right now? Did she hear the scream? Did she think she had been found out? What if she killed Zach already to silence them? She shook her head. I reckoned that she must be thinking she should have shut her mouth and not alerted the murderess in the living room. But then she heard Zach's footsteps running in the hallway, trying to open the bedroom door, but it wouldn't budge. Eventually, he ran into the bathroom and the connecting door. What the fuck? Why are you screaming? She pointed at what's underneath the bed. She looked behind but didn't find Maxine following them. Your friend fucking tied someone up. What? Down there. Look. While Zach knelt beside the bed, hesitating to take a peek below, Eliza already scrambled back to her feet and slammed the bathroom door shut, locking it. She then dragged the drawer nearby to block the entryway. She did the same thing to the door leading to the hallway by pulling the end table next to the bed. What are you doing? Zach asked, distracted. We can't let her in, Eliza said. Who? Max? She's a nice woman. Not when she has a guy tied up underneath the bed. Zach finally looked underneath, shocked by what he had heard. His mouth hung open. Chris? Is that you? Zach reached in and pulled the man out by his legs. Eliza helped him. You know this guy? Eliza asked. Zach nodded. He's Rebecca's husband. What the fuck was he doing down there? He pried the tape off his mouth, and Chris let out a muffled yelp. Sorry, bud. It's too sticky. Once the tape was out of his mouth, a large glob of saliva poured out of Chris's lips, and he hurled it to the side. We gotta get the fuck out of here. Chris screamed. Where is she? Maxine did this to you? Zach asked, sounding like he couldn't believe it. It's not Max, Chris said, then paused. I don't know what she is, but it's not Max. Like she's, Chris trailed off. Like she's what? Zach pressed him. Like she's possessed. Eliza's heart skipped a beat. She struck me as a superstitious woman, and her hand instinctively grabbed something around her neck, but there was no jewelry there. It dawned on her that whatever she was wearing there before, she must have left it at home. I guessed she was reaching for a religious pendant for whatever religion she believed in. Saint Michael, protect us, she muttered under her breath. Zach and Chris didn't hear her, but I did. Saint Michael, the archangel. The angel who fought Satan, trampling him under his heels. The patron saint to ward off evil, the demonic kind. I looked around the cabin, around my domain. I've never had a religious delver before. For a moment, I thought God was going to part the heavens and let his angels storm my world and kill me. But the dark clouds hang where I last saw them, the divine light far from reach. No gods. Just me. What do you mean? Is Rebecca here, too? Did she do this to you? Zach asked. At least that made sense. Rebecca's a cop, and she's been training for a few years at the local gym since she got the job. That would explain how she could overpower a big man like Chris. Chris shook his head. No. Not her. I don't know where she is. I knew it was her, Eliza muttered. I recognized her from TV. What? Zach asked. The news, Chris answered for her. Maxine was a person of interest after the massacre. I was surprised to find her here. The massacre at Green Hill? You think our Maxine did it? I thought she was one of the survivors. The perpetrator was a guy, didn't they say that? No. Suspect, Chris said, shaking his head. It was all over the news tonight before I drove here. The cops announced it. As if a signal had been lit, Eliza yelped. The cops. We gotta call the cops. She fished out her phone again and dialed 911, but she only made it through 2 rings before the signal was cut short. Anything? Zach asked. Eliza looked at the missing bars on the upper right corner of her screen. The heck? There was a signal when we were driving up here. 3 bars. She tried again just in case, but the same thing happened. Shit. No signal. Wait, what happened to your car? Zach asked Chris. We didn't see it when we drove up here. They must have stashed it somewhere. In truth, Chris stashed half a mile away from the cabin. Whatever his intentions were with Rebecca and Clay Havert, he didn't want his tire tracks left in front of the cabin. Eliza pulled Zach's arm and whispered, Danny. What? Danny. Eliza pointed at the window. There, Danny leered against the glass, smiling from ear to ear. He giggled sharply before waving his hands and dashed back into the shadows. Come and get me. Come and get me. Danny trilled. Eliza gasped, and she and Zach ran toward the window. They saw Danny breaking through the narrow gap between the trees and disappearing from their view. Danny. Get back here. Zach bellowed, but the boy ignored him. Eyes wide with terror, Zach was gripped by an ancient fear that all fathers would have for their children in sudden danger, clouding his mind, clouding his decisions. He ran his hands over his hair, almost tempted to pull at them, his chest heaving as panic set in. He attempted to open the window, but Eliza stopped him. Get out of the way, Elle. I'm going after him. No, Zach. Something's wrong, Eliza, teary-eyed, barely could squeak out the words. This fucking place is freaking me the fuck out. My boy's out there, Elle. Look, stay here. I'm going to go and get Danny, and I'll be quick. I promise. I'll be right back, he said, reassuring her. Are you insane? I'm coming with you. Eliza said, saying it like Zach had no say in the matter. She punched him on the shoulder. And don't you ever say that line. Haven't you watched enough horror movies? This isn't a horror movie, Elle. But fine. You can come with me, but you stay right at my heel, you understand? Don't leave me. Chris writhed on the floor, still bound by the tape, listening to the conversation. I have a gun. Chris paused again. Somewhere. You brought a gun? Zach leaned in. She must have taken it. It's not with me anymore. It could be inside any of the drawers in this room. Or it's already with her, Eliza shuddered. She glanced at the door in the hallway, listening, but she didn't hear any creak on the floorboards signaling that Maxine was approaching the room. For all Eliza knew, Maxine was still sitting in the living room doing fuck all. She wasn't far from the truth. I told Maxine to wait in the living room for a few minutes, letting them settle in on the scenario I presented them, but the demon was already getting bored. Maxine had her palm pressed on her right cheek, elbow propped against the sofa's armrest, sighing like a grounded teenager on a Saturday night. Patience, I said to the demon. The demon shrugged, which could be alluded to take as much time as you need, where I don't have a choice. At some point, Zach and Eliza found the box cutter I had planted inside one of the vanity drawers, just for this occasion. I was hoping that Rebecca would find Chris bound underneath the bed, hoping to elicit some marital drama between her cheating ways and Chris finding out. But some paths require a bit of improvisation. Zach and Eliza used the box cutter to cut Chris out of the tape. No matter. I have plans B, C, D, E, and all the way to fucking Z anyway, I thought. The best thing about being a dungeon was the almost limitless supply in my arsenal to freak people out. At least I didn't have to worry about how to scare elves, dwarves, or orcs. Do they have those people in other worlds? It's not hard to imagine when more than half of the things on the systems market were clearly for more medieval fantasy-inspired worlds. And Earth gets the boring stuff. That didn't mean I couldn't purchase them, but they would look out of place. Alien. Do you have the keys to your car? Chris asked Zach. They crouched behind the bed, thinking Maxine might be outside, watching them through the window. It didn't have any curtains to block her view. Zach patted his left jacket's pocket. Right here, man. And you said your son's out there? You brought Danny here? I was going to drop him off with Jenna's. Chris gulped. Rebecca told me to come here, he said. A lie, of course. He was here to either threaten the lovers with the gun he brought with him or kill them out of jealousy or pride. Maybe Chris was embarrassed that Rebecca cheated on him. He always had that face when he thought he was hot shit, the alpha, when he was strolling through downtown. After all, he's rich, a city council member, and with a well-respected cop wife. Didn't he plan to run for mayor? What's the obvious next step after becoming a city councilor? That's the last I heard about him before, well, this. As for Rebecca's lover, he's safely tucked and gagged in the boathouse, waiting for his time to shine once she arrives. What are you saying? Eliza whispered. That they lured you two here? Why? I don't know, Zach said. But there's no use thinking about that now. We gotta grab Danny and get out of here. Chris nodded. I heard him talking in the bathroom. Even though he's far away, I could tell it was a kid talking. Talking to who? Eliza asked. I don't know. I couldn't hear the other guy at all. Eliza and Zach both shared a look. But, Zach started. We were both talking to Maxine at the same time. In the living room. That's it. That's what I wanted, that deep, succulent orange glow emanating from all the three Delvers' bodies. It's time. The demon nodded and walked toward the bedroom. The loud and deliberate creaking of the floorboards alerted the others that Maxine did not go outside at all. She was still inside the cabin. Guys? Is everything all right in there? Did you find Danny? Maxine called out behind the door leading into the hallway. Eliza's face scrunched up. She was screaming a while ago. Why didn't Maxine run to her aid? One look at Zach told her he was in the same room as their host when he heard her scream. Something was not right. Are you in there? Maxine asked again, wiggling the doorknob. She knocked. Why is my bedroom door locked? Can you please open it? This isn't funny. Her bedroom. I smiled when I saw Zach, and Eliza's eyes widened from the realization. They already suspected that Maxine was behind it, even though Zach couldn't believe his former friend could do such things. Chris whimpered beside them. He wanted to leave the cabin right now. Try the window, Zach whispered to Chris. Maxine's knocking increased. Chris crawled toward the window and tried to open it, but it wouldn't budge. It stuck, he hissed, panicked. Maxine's knocking grew louder and louder. Guys? Are you in there? Open the door. Open the door. Open the fucking door. Zach went over to the window now, helping Chris to open it. But even with the two men's strength, it would not budge. I designed it that way, I thought. No one's escaping through the window on this level. It would be a different matter if they were on the second floor. The second floor had a balcony, and I've allowed delvers to escape through it, though with broken ankles from the significant drop below and no grass or loose soil to cushion them. Running through the woods would become difficult, a death sentence. Hurry up. Eliza squeaked. The knocking stopped, a dead silence choked through the space it left behind. Eliza could still see Maxine's shadow peeking from underneath the doorframe. Did you open my surprise present? Maxine asked as if she didn't just scream her head off, not a second ago. It's like she was just making chit-chat over dinner. Did you open him up? Eliza visibly shuddered. This woman was crazy, she probably thought. She latched on tight to Zach's arm. They've stopped trying the window and huddled next to the bed, afraid that Maxine might shoot through the door with Chris's gun. She doubted she could even open the window herself with her twig-like arms, and lacking years of strength conditioning if these two men couldn't. She's no longer 20. They were trapped. Ah, I wanted to see that look on your faces, Maxine continued, excited. I wanted to see you two get him up and watch all that warm blood spill out of his beautifully ripped abdomen. Don't you drink a lot, Christian Timothy Torres? Your liver will make for a nice souvenir for these soon-to-be newlyweds. Chris stiffened, letting out a shaky breath. Ah, I see. I don't smell any blood in there yet. Did you wait for me, Zach? Did you want me to do it, Eliza? How sweet of you. Well, I am the expert at cutting people up. Leave it to the pros, I guess. Don't worry. I'll make it worth your time. A heavy weight barreled through the door, breaking through the lock instantly. Eliza could hear the clink of metal hitting the wooden floor, the slice of light from the hallway illuminating the dark bedroom. "Shit!" Chris exclaimed and clambered over the bed. Zach followed after him. Eliza desperately wanted him not to leave her from behind the bed, clawing at his arm before he reeled it back and hauled over toward the door. Chris got to it first, putting all his weight on the door while Zach pressed his back against the end table that Eliza put there earlier. He tried to sit on the floor and wedged his feet against the bedpost, bending his knees and hoping that should stop her from getting in. Maxine screamed through the gap. "Let me in. Let me in, piggy fucker." "Fuck you." Chris screamed back at her. I saw an opening. Chris propped his left arm a little too close to the gap than he realized, too busy putting his weight against the door and panicking with each inch he lost. He never expected that a small woman like Maxine could have the strength of 10 people. I could see it in his eyes. He wanted to run. "Chris! Look out!" Eliza yelled. But it was too late. Maxine reached through the gap, grabbed Chris's arm, and yanked it out to the hallway. Chris flailed as the weight he had been pushing back suddenly vanished. Zach didn't know it, though. He still thought that Maxine was still pushing against the door, and with one strong thrust with his legs, he leaned hard against the end table, pressing against the door. An unimaginable scream escaped Chris's throat, pinned through the gap, Maxine still gripping him. Zach scrambled away, confused at first, until he realized what he had done. "Oh, shit. I'm sorry. Like that's going to make it all better," I thought. "She's got my damn arm." Chris hollered. He tried pulling himself off the door, but Maxine held him back. Eliza and Zach ran over to him, the latter pulling at his arm while the woman tugged at the hem of his shirt, almost ripping at it. But Maxine was too strong. The demon turned to me, waiting for orders. For the first time, the demon wanted to know what she should do to the man. She had been quite decisive since I met her, using what she learned in hell to inflict despair on her victims, and I rarely interjected with her job. As she said earlier, leave it to the pros. Yet, she waited for me. I realized what she was thinking. Chris was not part of the cult. He didn't even know that his wife was murdering children for his, and her, success. But what would Rebecca do if she saw her husband broken beyond belief? I could see her aura dropping like flies, her essence close to my reach. I triggered telekinesis, pulling and dragging the device I wanted from the kitchen into the hallway and Maxine's grasp. Power, 8/10. Cut off his arm, I said. Below the elbow. The demon grinned. Chris stopped shouting, jaw hung open when he saw the glint of the blade pass his line of sight. He recognized the device instantly. One of those electrical meat knives, a bone saw, was now in Maxine's hand. A new horror washed through his face. "Get me out. Get me out." Maxine flicked the switch on, and the wire of the device startled Zach and Eliza. And then the blood came. Chris screamed first, before a wide splatter of his blood caked the left side of his face. Some of it went to Eliza, she could feel it enter her mouth and stick to her teeth. Maxine sliced through muscle, fascia, ligaments, and then the bone. One hand gripped hard on Chris's wrist while the other sawed through flesh. The sight of the blood made me dizzy. Not because I had vasovagal syncope, I had grown accustomed to the sight of blood for the past few days, but because of the euphoric fear seeping out of every pore in his body. That's new. More and more, I'm growing as a dungeon, feeling and experiencing new things, and literally tasting fear almost sent a shockwave through my brain. And then there's another feeling. Pain. Fear and pain. Appetizers to their essence. The two major things that battered their resolve into a deep red, and Chris's resolve was hugging the border of it. Fear and pain led to despair and suffering, the two things that feed a deathcore. A fulfilled dungeon is a happy dungeon. Isn't that what Elvis said? Feed the core with suffering, and the system becomes reliable to my whims. How old am I now? 3 days old? What would fear taste like when I am 18, the same age as my former human self? I could feel the knife tearing through Chris's flesh, but instead of screaming maddeningly at the pain, as Chris was doing, it was like eating a good movie theater butter popcorn or drinking a damn good milkshake. It's like sitting at the beach in the summer with a great book in hand, feeling the warm water and sand wrapped around my ankles as the tides reeled back into the sea, a happy day. A good day. More, I told the demon, my breath shaking. Make this one last. It surprised me I said it out loud, but the decision had been made. Maxine did as she was told, taking her time sawing through Chris's arm, and the pain was another jolt down my spine, and I reveled in the violence. My vision dimmed for a moment as the thrill of it washed over me. Chris was not part of the cult, I thought. He was not a criminal like Leo and his goons. In the system's eyes, he was deemed an innocent, and not a target of Elvis and the elders. His pain and suffering shook my domain. It's the same pleasure I experienced during Maxine's murder spree in Green Hill, only 100-fold stronger and much more potent. The innocents who died there fed me right up until sundown. I still had the aftertaste of the old man who shed off 2 essences when he died. He had been the best meal I had since. There was also Eddie, and he came a close second. Would Chris shed 2 essences for me? I swatted the idea away of killing him right now. It's too soon for that. He had other purposes, one that involved a cop and her lover, and the despair she would experience would be glorious. As if the demon could feel my intentions, Maxine pulled hard on Chris's half-dismembered arm and pressed the blade harder through the last bands of muscle and, in one loud squelch, tore off the limb from his elbow. A final spurt of blood splattered through the gap as Zach finally pushed against the end table and shut the door. "Got your arm?" Maxine sang excitedly, waving Chris's arm around. Chris wouldn't stop screaming. He scooted away from the door across the end table and jumped. Eliza shrieked when she saw the bits of flesh still dangling from Chris's crimson stump. Zach turned a much paler shade of white, like he would be sick. But Chris didn't notice the pool of blood, and there was a lot of it, on the floor, and he slipped. He tried to hang on to something, reaching out for the end table with his left arm, until he realized it was the limb with the missing hand. A cross of confusion and shock flickered over his expression for a split second before gravity pulled him under, and the side of his head hit the bedpost. He lay on his back, unmoving. "Chris!" Zach shouted and ran toward him, and he, too, forgot the pool of blood. His right foot sprung outward, and he fell on his back. Eliza was closer to him and checked his pulse. "He's still breathing," she said. Zach got up on his knees and pulled out his belt. He then put it around Chris's left arm to form a makeshift tourniquet. "Rags. Get me some rags." Eliza nodded and started looking through the drawers. They couldn't hear Maxine anymore. She must have walked away somewhere, and the couple had been watching the window in case the woman tried to get in from there. They must be wondering if Maxine was that strong. Could she open the window? Eliza dropped 6 shirts on Chris's chest. "This is all I could find." "This is fine," Zach said, picking one of the shirts and ripping it apart. He tried to stop the bleeding on Chris's arm, but it kept getting soaked with his blood. "Don't worry," I said to them, even though they couldn't hear me. "He'll be fine." I spent 300 crystals for a lesser healing potion to stop the bleeding. Purchasing healing items as a deathcore was mighty expensive and bank-breaking. The good ones alone were the price of 5 kills. After all, my purpose was not to heal, but to slaughter. Potions, especially magical potions, did not exist on Earth, so I weaved the item to make it look like Zach's makeshift tourniquet. Zach and Eliza were piss-poor at detecting arcana, even when it was happening in front of their eyes. Eventually, Chris's bleeding stopped. What would Rebecca do if she found her husband was missing an arm? That should break her resolve. Humans have great empathy for the people they love or the ones they consider important to them. Though she was cheating with another man, she still thought of Chris as someone important in her life. If her resolve doesn't break from this, I will have a tougher job getting rid of her. She had better training with weapons than the other surviving cultists. Rebecca was going to die first. "He's out," Zach said, pressing 2 fingers under Chris's jaw. "How are we going to get out of here?" Eliza cried. "We have to get Danny." Zach's brows furrowed, and he marched toward the vanity, picked up the chair, and smashed it against the window. A tiny spiderweb crack spread from where the chair's leg hit the glass. Zach stepped back and approached the crack, touching it with his hand. "The hell? Who puts tempered glass for a cabin?" Zach muttered. Eliza started praying under her breath, a comfort to her as fear took hold of her body. Her resolve stripped away faster than she could roll the prayers off her tongue. Still, no gods nor angels to protect her. A child's excited giggle broke through her prayer, and she and Zach whirled around to the door. Danny knocked loudly, before running toward the living room. "Danny!" Zach bellowed. "No. Don't go out there." Zach ran toward the door, pushing away the end table, and ignored Eliza's squeaking cries to stop, tears flowing down her cheeks. She was smarter than she let on, though she couldn't warn Zach properly, the words stuck in her tongue, but she knew that Danny was not Danny behind that door. It was something else. Something demonic. Zach managed to push the end table away and open the door, pausing inside the door frame. Now that the door was out of the way, the hallway was empty, and Zach had second thoughts. Eliza crept toward him on tiptoes and peered into the hallway behind his shoulder. "Did you see Danny?" Eliza whispered a small hope that she was wrong. Zach shook his head. He gestured over to the now dimly lit living room where, no doubt, Maxine was waiting. "Oh God," Eliza sighed. "That wasn't Danny." Zach remained silent. "There's a back door," Eliza pointed out. "Should we?" "Yup," was all Zach said. They crept along the hallway, careful not to make a sound. It's pretty obvious that they were outside the room already, given Zach was very loud when he pushed the end table aside and grabbed the doorknob. But Maxine stayed where she was in the living room, waiting. The demon aimed to strip away more layers of the Delver's resolve. Zach and Eliza reached the door. I've never seen a man grab a doorknob and pull it open so fast it almost gave him whiplash. They barely made it 5 steps out of the door when Eliza yelped and pointed at someone, by the tree line. Goliath stood halfway out from behind a tree with his faded white fox mask, holding his giant double-bladed axe on the side. He tilted his head as if curious and almost amused to find the couple out of the cabin. Like they did something wrong. Like they broke the rules. "Fucking hell," Zach whimpered and stopped in his tracks. I could read the gears turning inside his head on how strong and fast he could knock the big man down. Zach was neither big nor small, leaner than average, though I reckoned he must be fast. He might be able to avoid Goliath's axe swings and escape. But then he had Eliza with him, and he didn't have a weapon. "Back. Back," Zach whispered. They scrambled toward the back door and closed it shut. Zach peered through the window and saw Goliath standing where he last saw him, unmoving. "Who was that guy?" Eliza asked. "Must be the guy who knocked out Chris," Zach said. "He's not moving. I think he's playing with us." "I don't care if he's playing with us. Danny is still out there." Eliza's jaw hung open. What if he's got Danny?" "Don't think like that," Zach hissed. He pulled the car keys out of his pocket. "We're gonna get to the car." "What about Danny?" "We're gonna get him, L. Let's get to the car first. There's 2 of them. How are we gonna get past 2 of them? We don't even have weapons." Zach took out the box cutter they used earlier to free Chris and gave it to Eliza. "There's still a considerable amount of the blade left inside, which could shiv someone with it and hit a vital organ." Zach sauntered over to the mud room, catching sight of a ski pole sticking out from behind the open cabinet. He pried it loose, bundled in there by a bunch of jackets, boots, and supplies. With a nod, he moved down the hallway again, and Eliza had no choice but to follow him. They walked past the open bedroom and found that Chris was still lying there in his own pool of blood. His chest rising and falling slowly. Zach gave Eliza a frowning look. They were going to have to leave him. None of them were equipped to protect a fully injured and unconscious man while they had to find Danny. Chris was dead weight. "We're gonna call for help," Zach whispered, trying to reassure her. Eliza bit her bottom lip, maybe she thought that wouldn't happen. If, by some miracle, they managed to escape and get back to Point Hope, Chris would probably be dead already, tortured by Maxine and whoever that big guy was. Guilt warmed her cheeks. She gave Chris a final glance before she and Zach moved toward the living room. They found Maxine sitting cross-legged in the middle of the room, facing the fireplace. The roaring fire cast her still shadow across Zach and Eliza's faces. Zach took another step in, and the floor creaked under his weight. "You are the dancing queen, young and sweet, only 17, Maxine began to sing softly as if singing to a baby. Feel the beat from the tambourine. In her cradled arms was Chris's dismembered limb. Zach and Eliza noticed it. Right away. Without turning around, Maxine smiled and forced Chris's fingers to bend into a fist, leaving his index and middle fingers pointing upward. She parted her lips and took both fingers in her mouth. Letting out an audible moan, she sucked on Chris's fingers, in and out, going as deep as she could for the back of her throat. "Possessed," Eliza whispered. That's what Chris described it, a possession. No normal person would do such a vile thing unless Maxine were experiencing some psychotic break, but she didn't know the woman that well. Eliza's eyes flicked around the room as if searching for a demonic face leering over her. Goosebumps traveled up her arms to the nape of her neck. Zach began to approach her. Maxine straightened her back. See this, Zach? Maxine's sweet, almost Stepford wife voice was gone, replaced by the demonic entity that had puppeteered her for the past few days. Its resonance reverberated angrily across the living room, sending Zach and Eliza frozen where they stood. I can suck your big white cock better than your side piece. Zach raised the ski pole over his right shoulder and slammed it against Maxine's temple. The force sent Maxine hurtling toward the coffee table and smashed her face on the glass surface. Shards bit into her nose and cheeks, splotches of blood remained where the webbed crack was. Maxine collapsed on her back. Is she dead? Eliza asked. Neither one wanted to crouch down and check her pulse, but they didn't see her chest rising or falling. Maxine was as still as stone. I don't think she's getting back up, Zach said. Should we get Chris? We should focus on Danny first. Zach walked toward the front door. He didn't want to say out loud the part when if shit hit the fan, Chris was going to slow them down. He's still out there, he added. He peeked through the front window, and when he didn't see Goliath walking around out there, he and Eliza stepped out onto the front porch. Are you sure it's safe? Eliza whispered, scared that Goliath might hear them. Well, we're not safe either way. Come on. One step, then another. Once they reached the porch's bottom steps and entered the open terrain of the parking lot, their confidence grew even more when nothing terrible happened. No scary arrow coming out of the tree. No one was shooting at them from Chris's missing gun. The big man didn't rush at them from the woods. Eliza breathed a heavy sigh when her hands glided against the hood of their car. Their tires didn't even look like it had been slashed to hinder their escape. Our tires are good, Eliza said. At least from what I can see. That's stupid of them, Zach said instinctively. But hey, it's our luck. Get in. What? What about Danny? I'll go get him. Alone? You gotta keep the car running. What if the big guy targeted me instead? He's got Danny. I think he's gonna be busy watching over him than getting you. He can't be at two places at once. It feels like you're using me as bait. Danny is the bait, L. I'd rather you be in the car behind the wheel once I grab Danny. Then, we'll drive the fuck out of here. Zach pushed the keys into Eliza's hand. This won't take long. I promise. But how are you gonna find Danny in the dark? As if on cue, Danny let out a wail. Daddy. The boy screeched. Help. Daddy. Help. L. Help me. The boy definitely had it in him, I thought. Even I was convinced that Danny was in danger, though I suspected a little bit of the system exerted some influence to make it look believable. Perception was everything. If not, Danny Bird would make for a great Hollywood child star if he would get over the traumatic events tonight, seeing as he would not remember 95% of it. Zach, Eliza called out. She could smell a trap. It didn't sound like Danny was so far away. The boy was maybe 200 feet away. I know, Zach said, face hardening. I see a shed over there. Keep the car running, babe. I'll be right back. Please, Eliza whimpered. Come back to me safe, all right? Both of you. Eliza climbed behind the wheel and started the car. She watched Zach creep toward the shed and disappear inside. For a moment, she thought that something terrible had happened to him inside, maybe Goliath had gotten him, but he saw the door swing open again, and Zach stepped out. He carried a baseball bat and what looked like a nail gun around his waist. Please be safe, Eliza murmured. Using his phone's flash as a flashlight, Zach entered the woods. Danny? Zach called out in the darkness, swaying the bat and his phone's light around. He was smart enough not to use the nail gun. Those barely could pack damage beyond 20 feet. Sure, it would hurt, but rarely would it stop a charging guy like the Goliath. These weren't the power-actuated version, as the air compressor's pressure was too low. They were meant to board nails against wood. Not concrete. It'll do considerable damage once pressed against something, or someone, if Zach was unlucky enough to be near or in a scuffle. But he didn't plan on doing that. He was a baseball star in high school, based on the various Facebook posts from 15 years ago that he posted again on his feed as memories, so he was very comfortable wielding the bat. "Danny? Where are you?" he yelled out again. It was a death sentence, he knew. Calling out into the dark would alert the killer of his location. But he was using Danny as bait anyway, and he didn't care if the bastard knew where he was stomping around. He needed to learn where his son was. The killer would stay closer to his son than him, biding his time until Zach reached the boy, and then that's when the killer would strike. But Zach would be ready for him. He had to be if it meant saving his son's life. "Daddy." It was faint, but he heard it. Zach's heart skipped a beat, and he bolted to where he heard it. "Danny." Danny's cries were getting louder as he headed west. He was cautious where he stepped. For all he knew, the killer might have set up traps, and I watched him check where he was going by aiming the phone's flash on the ground. Whenever he found a sketchy spot, he would stop and assess it for a few seconds, before going around it just to be safe. Goliath didn't set any traps where Danny was, but it was amusing to watch Zach stumble around, paranoid with each step he made. "Danny, where are you?" Zach yelled as he broke through a small clearing. He was sure this must be the place, and he stopped in his tracks, looking around at every dark corner and hoping to catch a glimpse of his son. "Up here. Up here, Daddy." Zach aimed the light upward and illuminated Danny, straddling one of the branches 20 feet above the ground. He didn't know how Danny got up there, and the boy was not known to be a climber. I could see the confusion on his face, but at least he had found his son. "Don't move," he screeched. "Stay right there." I'm slipping," Danny cried. He gave me a glance for affirmation that he was doing a good job. That he was the best pirate that ever lived. He made his father scared out of his wits, and for some odd reason, he found it very funny. Still, he forced down the smile that almost crept up his lips and released a shaky breath. "I'm scared," he said. A damn great actor, I thought again. Throwing caution into the wind, Zach began to climb. "I'm coming," he said. He stopped rationalizing how Danny ended up on top of the tree, but he must have reckoned he was trying to escape the killer, a vestige of a primal instinct ingrained within our human DNA. To escape a predator, elevation is safety, I thought. But Zach didn't have to know that the system placed Danny there. He didn't have to know that Goliath had been watching Eliza from the tree lean while he was out stumbling into the woods. He didn't have to know that his son was springing him the best scare of his life. When Zach reached almost 17 feet, so close to Danny that he could almost touch the boy's left foot, something caught his eye. The bulky protrusion hugging the tree's trunk was not part of the tree at all. Its sinewy limbs detached from it, extending out a pair of claws, the other two javelin-like in shape, stabbing into the bark for leverage. Zach couldn't believe his eyes. It watched between him and Danny, and for the first time, his boy let out a blood-curdling scream he would never forget. "No, no!" Zach roared, reaching outward for Danny's foot. He could sense what the creature would do, and if he could only pull himself up another foot. Claws wrapped around Danny's face and torso, and the creature violently yanked Danny off the branch and into the darkness of the canopy above them, trailed only by Danny's helpless screams. "Danny! Hold on. I'm coming." Zach climbed higher until he heard the unmistakable tearing of flesh and bone, and Danny's screams suddenly snuffed out. The momentary pause of his ascent put all his weight in one flimsy branch. It broke under the strain, and Zach found himself flailing for another foothold as gravity pulled him back to the ground. The air was knocked out of his lungs, he barely had time to breathe and register what had happened when blood and guts rained down on him. He caught a glimpse of a small ball after the bloody waterfall, landing between his legs. It was Danny's head, mouth agape, tongue ripped out, his left eye wide with fear and the other half open, and a deep gash across his face. Zach screamed like he never had before, scrambling away from the carnage. Above the canopy, old growth cradled Danny in its arms. The boy tried to stifle laughter but failed at it. At least Zach was screaming. He barely heard Danny up there. Danny was the one who threw his fake head down and aimed it right at his father's crotch. He was successful with that. The boy attempted to give old growth a high five, but the creature did not understand it and merely bumped its head with the boy's fist. "A job well done," it probably wanted to say. Danny gave me a thumbs up, having the time of his life. Pig's blood and guts. I could purchase realistic-looking bloody entrails for only 10 crystals for this occasion. The system mainly uses them for macabre decorations, but I thought of other purposes. Also, Danny's fake head cost me about 50 crystals since I wanted to make it almost like the real thing. Practical effects and a dash of magic can create a concoction of deadly perception. Below, Zack tried to get as much of the blood out of his mouth. He crawled on his knees until he found a tree's protruding root and hauled himself back to his feet. He refused to turn around. Refused to look at his son. The fall still knocked the wind out of him, his chest and spine burning from the pain, but he pushed his legs further, one after the other, and ran back to the cabin. Toward Eliza. Zack's resolve dipped down into a salivating color of crimson. Eliza could have sworn she heard screams from the forest, sounding like howler monkeys. But those animals did not live in this part of the continent, and certainly not this far up north. She was starting to get antsy. She had moved the car 40 feet closer to the forest and much closer to the shed. If Zack and Danny burst out of the woods right now, then they would be in the car much quicker, and then Eliza would drive them the fuck out of there. But it had been 5 long minutes since Zack disappeared. She kept a watchful eye on the cabin, but no one stirred in there, not even the possessed murderess. It seemed like she couldn't believe her ears. She kept praying under her breath in Spanish, hoping that someone would listen and ward off the demonic presence suffocating the forest. Oddly enough, I understood the language as if I had been fluent in it my entire life. I took German for my required language course for 3 years, and I never touched Spanish at all except for what I've learned online, from movies, and from my Spanish-speaking classmates. Her prayers were undoubtedly not helping to keep her resolve from dwindling with each second she sat there, alone with her thoughts and wild imaginations. Zack and Danny could be dead already. She might be alone and was the last target, the final girl. They could puncture the tires and render her escape inoperable. She would have to run into the woods and stumble through the darkness with only her phone as a light source. She might find someone camping in the woods and call for help, only for them to die in the hands of the killer and send her running into the woods again. And then her phone's battery would die, and true fear would take hold of her. And that's when death would claim her. Isn't that how horror movies went? She had seen so many of them that they all blended inside her head. But final girls lived to tell the tale. Would she survive this night? Another scream from the woods startled her mid-prayer. But there were differences in someone's screams. There's a scream from fear, and then a scream from being butchered. Either sound distinctly different from the other. She leaned toward the wheel, trying to listen. Did it sound like someone was being ripped apart? It's hard to hear clearly while the engine was running. Perhaps that's why she didn't hear him, the Goliath breaking out of the woods, his heavy boots crunching against the dead leaves sprawled across the parking lot, and charging toward her car. Perhaps that was why it took her long to turn around and face the driver's side window and put 2 and 2 together. No, it wasn't the engine. Not the horses either. And then Goliath's shadow loomed over her window, and Eliza didn't even have time to scream before the stranger broke through the glass and grabbed a clump of her hair. Goliath slammed Eliza's head against the wheel. A quick horn blast alerted Zack that something was wrong. Zack ran faster. Dazed, Eliza tried to get away, pulling the shift into reverse, but she forgot that she had pulled the parking brakes on out of habit. The car let out a piercing shrill as the brakes grind against the pad, and the vehicle slowly moved backward. Goliath wrapped his giant fist around her throat and squeezed, ignoring Eliza's choking pleas to stop. He yanked the woman out of the car through the broken window, lifted her, and then slammed her back against the ground. Eliza took lungfuls of air when she saw the glint of the big man's axe raised above his head, and she rolled to the right, spraying dirt at her eyes where the axe had landed, where her chest used to be. Scrambling to her feet, she ran toward the car, still shifting to reverse, but it was gaining some distance from her. If she went for the car, she would have to contend with getting into a moving vehicle as the car gained speed against the slightly sloped parking lot. That would leave enough time for the killer to grab her again, and this time, she might not be so lucky. Goliath was back on his stance now, ready to charge her again. She could feel his heavy boots vibrating from the earth, and Eliza ducked just in time to hear the blade sing above her head. The motion took Goliath by surprise, and he lost his balance, dropping to one knee for leverage. Too late to catch up, Eliza veered to the left, scrambled up the porch, and ran back inside the cabin. She quickly bolted the door and dragged one of the heavy chairs against it. She probably hoped that all the windows in the cabin had the same material as the one in the bedroom. They didn't. Statistically, very few would use the front windows to escape. They only used the front door if they were forced to. They'd first run into another room and use the windows to escape. I noticed that with Leo's group and the people from Green Hill. They always wanted to put another door, or as many obstacles as possible, between them and the attacker breaking in from the first entryway. Eliza glanced over where Maxine was. She was still there, motionless and looking very much dead. Patting her clothes, she realized she left the box cutter inside the car. Shit. Pushing her fear down and on the brink of another burst of tears, Eliza darted into the kitchen to find a better weapon, the knives on the island counter. She pulled a chef's knife and watched the front door and windows, trembling. She waited for the sound she expected, the heavy boots hitting the front porch's steps. Goliath climbed onto the front porch and approached the door, wiggling the handle. "Please, stop. We didn't do anything to you." Eliza screeched, "Let us go. We won't tell what we saw." She probably thought it was the best thing to say and hoped she sounded convincing enough. Maybe the killer would believe her that she was just at the wrong place at the wrong time. The doorknob jiggled again, and Eliza let out a loud whimper. So did the tears, and they never stopped flowing. That's when she caught sight of the box-shaped rotary telephone on the wall. She ran toward it and almost jumped with joy when she heard the dial tone. She took some time getting used to turning the number she wanted. Rarely did she have to use these things in the advent of smartphones. 911. Another couple of rings and a man's voice echoed across the line. 911, what's your emergency? Hello? Hello? Oh my God. You gotta help me. Someone's trying to kill me. Okay. Slow down, ma'am. Tell me where you are. I don't know. Some cabin in the woods? I think we're near a lake or something. My boyfriend drove us here. I don't know the address. Okay. But do you remember how far you are from town? I think we drove past a roadhouse on our way here. Rosie's, Posey's something. Josie's? The operator asked. Yes. That one. We were heading north toward Portland, and then we turned right. And we're near the lake from there. Please. You gotta help us. My boyfriend and his son are still out there. He's just a kid. The loud bangs from the front door were getting louder now. Oh my God, he's trying to get in. Okay, ma'am. One thing at a time. You're doing very well. Can you find a place to hide? There's nowhere for her to hide without dragging the phone with her, and even with its long, twirling cord attached to the wall, and the boxed machine itself, the killer would find out where she was hiding pretty quickly. No. I can't. I'm too exposed. It sounds to me like you are in Cedar Lake. It didn't look like Eliza knew where she was or the exact name, but she nodded and said an uh-huh to him. Looks like you are in the cabin by the north side? I think so. We're very close to the mountains. That's the Fairleys' cabin. Eliza scrunched up her brows. Look, I don't know their last names. Just please get here. Get as many people as you can. Another weight barreled through the door, making her jump. I'm trying to place where you are, Eliza. Now, are you in the bedroom? Eliza froze, sweat visibly forming around her forehead. Wait, how? Are you in the study room? Eliza shook her head, lips quivering. How? Are you in the living room? How did you? No, wait. I know where you are. You're in the kitchen, the operator said as if he finally cracked the code. You're in the kitchen, right? I didn't tell you my name, she whispered between breaths. She tried to slow her breathing, but it felt like all the air in her lungs was getting squeezed out of her sternum. But we know who you are, Eliza, the operator said. The front door suddenly stopped shaking. We know exactly who you are. Who, what are you? I can think of a better question than that, sweetheart, he said. Do you ever wonder what hell sounds like? A piercing cry emanated from the phone, and Eliza threw it away from her ear. She felt like she would lose her eardrum. She could still hear 100, 1,000, no, 1,000,000 screams pouring out of the phone, clamoring at once. The tiny holes on the telephone speakers and microphone started dripping out with black blood. A sulfurous smell wafted into the kitchen. She didn't know where it was coming from, but it quickly choked the room with its stench of rotten eggs. Saint Michael, the Archangel, defend us in battle. Eliza started reciting the prayer in Spanish, stepping away from the wall and the bleeding phone. Be our protector against the wickedness and snares of the devil. May God rebuke him, we humbly pray, a man's creaking voice echoed from the living room, continuing the prayer in English, getting closer and closer. Oh do thou, O Prince of the heavenly host, by the power of God. Chris stepped into the kitchen's light, eyes golden fiery red, lips dripping with black blood. His left arm was still missing, goblets of black blood dripping onto the floor from the soaked makeshift bandages. Eliza could barely make out a scream as her lower back hit the counter behind her. Thrust into hell, Chris bellowed, Satan and all his evil spirits. Eliza fell onto the floor, dropping the knife. Both hands clasped over her ears. The screams emanating from the telephone grew louder and louder, filling the room with their blood-curdling howls and Chris's shouts. Demons who wander through the world. Chris stepped closer. For the ruins of souls. He picked up the knife that Eliza dropped on the floor. Et legatum midas in abyssum, Chris switched in croaky Latin. He crouched in front of Eliza now, so close she could smell his rotting breath. Ut non segecat amplius gentes. Amen. Eliza opened her eyes and stared at the yellowy abyss of Chris's. Tell me, Eliza, child of God, flesh-tainted, coveter of a married soul, does your God watch over you now? Have he cast away evil and come to aid you? Eliza couldn't answer. Her tongue twisted so tight she could barely breathe. Is God with you? Chris asked, making a show of looking around the room. Is he? Behind him, Eliza saw Maxine's body twitching and then rising. A wide grin plastered on her face. She was enjoying this. She had been listening the entire time. We asked you a question, Eliza, Chris said. Answer. You're not real, Eliza managed to squeak. Well, Chris smiled. Unlike the old bastard, I'm actually here. Then, he lunged at her, punching her face and might have broken her nose. It was hard to see from the angle I was hovering. The sudden force sent the back of Eliza's head to smash against the lower cabinet, knocking her out instantly. Chris stood up, rolled his shoulders, cracked his knuckles, and saw the cabinet's dent. He frowned. I'll pay for that, he told me, half joking. He briefly studied Eliza's crumpled body, and his frown deepened. Damn. All that freaky setup just to get an orange resolve. Not even a darker shade. We got our work cut out for us. I should have gone with my original plan of scaring her down to the cellar and finding your corpse, my liege. I narrowed my gaze at him. What? Chris asked. Is something wrong? I need this body functional, I said, gesturing at Chris's body. For Rebecca. His soul is still intact, my liege, he said. Don't worry. I'll leave this body in a few minutes. I want to enjoy his skin a little more. And besides, wearing his flesh stopped the shock of missing an arm from absorbing into his consciousness. We wanted him conscious and alert once our cop friend arrives, no? I sighed. To be fair, I didn't tell you he was off limits, but just don't wear him for too long. I don't want us to run into any complications with your, possessing abilities. I don't want to give him some brain damage. Hardly. No one has stabbed, burnt, or clubbed over the head. Chris turned to Maxine, standing beside the island counter. She's a different matter. She's very, very dead once I slip out of her body. She makes up for a convincing corpse a while ago. She's already numbed and broken from what I have subjected her to when she killed all those people. What's he doing now? I asked, curious. He is cowering like a fool in here. Chris jabbed a finger at his temple. His screams are even more delicious. He is begging you to free him. He can see me? I keep forgetting possessed Delvers could do that. Except for Danny, I have gotten used to hovering and flying around Delvers without batting an eye at me. Even though I had only been in a dungeon for 3 days, I had to get used to interacting with a real person again after a long time. He still has functioning eyes, no? Of course, he can, my liege, Chris said. He wants to get out of here. He promises not to tell anyone. He swears by it. Not a soul. I told him he was wasting his time. But humans are not good listeners. Neither were they at keeping their words. An idea sprang inside my head. I have something in mind, actually. Chris raised an eyebrow and whispered it into his ears. Either way, the real Chris would still hear it. A loud snap from outside brought Maxine and Chris back to what we had planned. They both dragged the unconscious Eliza out of the cabin and toward the tree line. Danny ran out of the woods, laughing as Old Grove playfully chased him around. He stopped when he saw me. I could feel that something was about to happen and that he needed to put his game face on. I studied him momentarily, almost guilty at what I was about to do. What of the husband? Maxine asked me. Which one? Of Jenna's? Zach? She clarified. I nodded. Dead. The demon nodded in return and marched toward the trees. No turning back now. By the tree line, Zach dangled 4 feet from the ground by his ankles, flanked by Goliath, who ensured the ropes were secured on the nearby tree. Even though he was hanging upside down, he instantly recognized Danny, and bewilderment and confusion ran through his expression. Danny. You're not hurt. I'm very much okay, Daddy. But you ran like a chicken after I threw the head. Danny giggled. I couldn't stop laughing. Did you like the game, huh? Did you like it? We should play again, Mr. Pirate. Game? What GA? He tried searching for Mr. Pirate, to the spot where Danny was looking at me, but he merely saw Eliza lying on the ground, her breathing shallow. She looked like she was sleeping off a hangover. Eliza. Wake up. Wake up. She can't hear you, Maxine said, frowning. She's out cold. Poor thing. That's my fault, Chris said, a hand meekly raised. Chris? Anger welled inside him now. You were part of this? Oh, none of us are, he said. Chris was very much on your side 10 minutes ago. I swear, once I'm out of this, I'm gonna beat the shit out of you, motherfucker. Zach, your kid is here. He doesn't need to hear that kind of language, Chris said. Geez, you kiss your mother with that mouth? I'm going to fucking kill you. Chris gave the knife to Maxine and smiled at Zach. I doubt it. His anger quickly vanished when he watched Maxine approach, knife in hand. Maybe it was also Old Grove looming behind her. Okay. Wait, hold on, wait. Wait. Any last words? Maxine said. Tears welled up in his eyes, flowing down to his eyebrows. He whimpered, Why are you doing this, Max? Why? We were friends. We were friends for a long time. Maxine leaned toward him. It's not your fault, Zach, she said. We got what we wanted. She gestured toward Danny, still with a smile on his face. Don't you ever hurt my son. We have no intention to, Maxine said. What are you going to do with my boy? I swear, I'm gonna kill you if you hurt him. That's not for you to know, she said. You're just the delivery man. Maxine grabbed a fistful of Zach's hair and pulled his head back, exposing his throat. A quick slash, and blood poured out like a sheet. Zach gurgled, desperately clawing at his throat to stop the blood from flowing out of his body. Within seconds, all that blood rushing to his head, and the open wound, knocked him out. I doubted he even felt his body go cold. His arms quickly gave way and dangled with the rest of his body, swaying in the gentle night's wind. You have gained 1 essence, Zachary Bird. You have gained 150 crystals. My vision dimmed, and it took me a moment to escape the exhilarating haze. All that fear and despair were injected into my veins. Just like Green Hill, I thought. Oh, how I welcomed the feeling. How it tingled up my body, how luscious in texture and smoothness Zach's essence tasted under my tongue, washing away the hunger I had been craving for a day. Innocent blood was spilled, I thought glumly still. Yet I couldn't help but feel how refreshing it was, the first sip of morning coffee. I couldn't get enough of it. Danny clapped behind me, unperturbed that his father was just butchered like a pig in front of his eyes. Daddy is finally asleep. He said. What in the fuck is that system doing inside his head? Then, the boy suddenly stopped clapping and pouted. Does that mean the game is over? We can't play anymore? Not yet, little Danny, I said to him. Your mommy is almost here. But mommy doesn't like to be scared as much as daddy, he said. She doesn't even like horror movies and won't allow me to watch them when my cousins visit. Well, tonight she's going to play. That's what she told us, right guys? Maxine and Chris both reassured the boy. We are still playing, Danny, Maxine said. We pirates are not sleepy yet. From that, Danny beamed a sheepish smile. He skipped toward Goliath, grabbed his meaty thumb, and dragged him toward the cabin. Goliath obliged, happy to go along, though I could never really tell behind his white fox mask. He rarely took that damn thing off. I turned to Maxine. Fix him a ham and cheese sandwich, will you? The boy must be hungry. Make sure he doesn't step on the blood. Of course, my liege, she said. And her? Chris pointed at the unconscious woman. Let's drag her down into the cellar, I said. We'll have to clean up a bit. The others will be arriving in 16 minutes. I didn't want to disappoint. I saw Old Gross staring at the night's looming dark clouds. Even though the creature was missing a pair of eyes, it turned to look at me knowingly. I nodded. Yes, I smell it, too. It was going to rain soon. 5 miles out, a white van turned right from the intersection. The unconscious female passenger inside began to stir awake. Coach Hodge stared right at me, and the bile of anger and hate welled up in my throat. I wanted to lash out and tear into him piece by piece, limb by limb. Yet his resolve remained at a dull greenish hue that I wanted desperately to change immediately. Even without blood spilled, I could already taste the sweet essence of my mortal enemy. Not yet, I thought. I'm going to enjoy every second and every inch of breaking him down. This is where Mark Castle had been hiding for the past 3 days? Coach Hodge gestured at the cabin before him. The van's engines were still running. Looks like shit. It doesn't look like a dungeon, Melanie said. She and Hodge had already told the others about my nature. At least what they believed I was. There was so much more they were missing out on. Aren't dungeons supposed to be, I don't know, in a cave or something? Why a cabin? I know Mark Castle gets a lot of A's and B's in school, but I didn't think his spirit form is an idiot. Hodge shrugged. Because it blends in, I guess? Who the hell knows what that kid is thinking? Or if he even is still a kid. Is he human? Well, we're here now. Melanie rubbed her hands together, trying to warm them up. Our goal is to find the gem and whatever Mark Castle had become. When we see him, we'll finish him off. But let's do this fast and quiet. We have the numbers on our side. It's him versus the 6 of us, including Elvin. Good thing he took care of Maxine already, Kirk said from behind. He smiled to ease the tension, but Hodge and Melanie merely looked at the rearview mirror with a scowl. Yeah, I would have loved to know about that plan before you bozos bulldozed through here, Hodge said. What if the plan failed, huh? But, it didn't? Alvin's probably inside right now with his goons guarding Maxine, Kirk said. You should have given it to me, Rebecca said to Hodge. It wouldn't have gotten lost. I'll probably hide it in my safe. The seat will reward us, not end up out here in the fucking woods. My husband told Dave to destroy it with the boys' clothes because he has an incinerator. Melanie rolled her eyes. The gem also killed 8 people in less than 3 hours. It took over Maxine fairly, a gifted like Hodge. You don't have an inkling of talent with the ways, Becca, so I highly doubt you'd make a difference. You're alive because my husband did not give you the gem. Be thankful for that, will you? Rebecca snorted. I have a gun, she said, showing her holstered pistol under her police air mesh jacket. That'll make a difference. Enough, Hodge hissed. We're here on a mission, remember? Let's not get distracted by fighting with each other. He looked in the rearview mirror to where Jenna and Kirk flanked Tessa on her back, staring daggers at Kirk, her mouth still taped shut. Is she awake? Hodge asked. Oh, she's very much awake, Coach, Kirk said. He gave Tessa a creepy smirk. Hodge nodded. Everyone, out. Let's get this over with. He grumbled the last part. They climbed out of the van. Hodge kept an eye on the cabin, probably thinking I would pop out and run after him with a knife. Still, he remained vigilant while they were out in the open. Their van was the only vehicle in the parking lot. I had already stashed away Zach and Eliza's car in the same place in the woods, which now became a makeshift salvage yard of abandoned vehicles left behind by the Delvers, Maxine's Ford Explorer, Zach's car, Leo's van, Stephen and Alvin's vehicles, Chris's Honda, and Clay Havertz's SUV. I would be dumping more cars over there in the coming years. Perhaps purchasing several pieces of equipment to salvage and sell their parts would be good for me. It's not like they're gonna use it. Relying on crystals alone was not a good investment when I could leech off a stable local economy outside my borders, as stable as it could get nowadays. I'll save the crystals for bigger purchases I could not get anywhere else on Earth, let alone from Home Depot. I doubt I could grab a plutonium from aisle 6. After kidnapping Tessa from the hospital, Rebecca, Jenna, and Kirk met up with Hodge and Melanie near Josie's Roadhouse. Unfortunately, they left their phones and other electronics inside the car when Hodge performed the rite Jonas had told him to use for Tessa. Oracle had no way of knowing the spell's details, and surprisingly, neither did the demon. When Hodge and the others walked out of the forest, they wore a distinct silver pendant with no symbol etched on the surface. It looked like a coin that had been brushed, scraped, and rendered smooth for hours. Curiously, Tessa was wearing the same thing around her neck. The demon warned me that it could be a protective veil meant to ward off a paranormal attack, perhaps working like the pendant that Maxine used against me in Dave's house. Keep it close to you, Hodge whispered to Tessa, still in her haze, slipping in and out of consciousness. Take it off, and you'll lose your head. They shoved her back into the van and then drove to the cabin. To me. And now, my enemies were finally here. I could feel their footsteps on the earth, their breaths in the air. Their heartbeats drummed against the gust of wind and patter of light rain. The way their skin prickled against my oral consciousness, like ants wiggling underneath my flesh. Hodge took a deep breath and shuddered, and I thought he was going to pass out suddenly. That would be so anticlimactic. Hodge? Are you okay? What do you feel, baby? Melanie asked, rubbing Hodge's back. Power. So much power here, Hodge said. The gem is here, Mel. I could feel the waves at the back of my teeth. Do you know in what direction? Hodge shook his head. Everywhere. It's everywhere. In the trees. In the soil. He looked at the cabin. In there. He took another lungful of breath. What? What is it? Melanie leaned closer. Hodge whispered out of earshot of the others. There's darkness here. Like nothing I've ever felt before. For a split second, I saw Hodge's composure waver. We have the girl, Melanie said, drawing him into her arms. We will be fine, my love. Right. Yeah. We can do this. I know the ways. Melanie smiled. You know the ways. Performance jitters? I thought. Perhaps Hodge had never faced and fought a magical user before, and the arcane aura that this dungeon spread around the region made him insecure and powerless. At least it looked like that. Maybe he was masking his cowardice for bravado. Or maybe it's an act. For me. I don't see Alvin's car around, Rebecca said, breaking Hodge and Melanie out of their embrace. She looked down at the tire tracks left in the mud. No other vehicles here, she probably thought as she looked around. That made her uneasy. Did anyone see it by the side of the road on our way here? I don't see Maxine's either. The others shook their heads. Alvin must have hidden his and his men's trucks in the woods, Melanie said. As for Maxine's Explorer, it could be her escape vehicle if things go south. It looked like Hodge appreciated his wife's confidence that they would have the upper hand tonight. After all, Hodge had magic. She had seen him do unfathomable things because of his gift. Tonight would be no different. Losing the gem was a setback in their rise within the cult, however far down they are, but I don't care, but once they find it, they would be extra powerful and influential. Maybe they'd finally get a plate on the golden table. Allow me to ruin those dreams, motherfuckers. Kirk roughly dragged Tessa out of the van and held her up on her feet. She wiggled helplessly out of his grip while Jenna stood to the side, unsure of what to do. The woman ignored how creepily Kirk touched Tessa from the nape of her neck down to her lower back. She wanted to say something, but Jenna held her tongue. Let me go. Tessa said. She bent her right knee and tried to kick Kirk by the balls, but the man had already read her intentions and quickly blocked the blow. Control that girl. Hodge barked at Kirk. She's feisty, coach. Sorry, Kirk said. But I can handle her. Mr. Gamble, why are you doing this? Tessa asked, eyes welling with tears. She also looked at Coach Hodge. Why are you all doing this? What have I done? Nothing personal, Tess, Kirk said. He glanced over to the others, who were too busy looking at the cabin, and Kirk took a whiff of Tessa's hair. You've always been the good girl in class, aren't you, Ms. Burton? My advice? Be a good girl now, and maybe, just maybe, you'll get out of here without a scratch on that pretty little head of yours. What a creepy fuck, I thought. I couldn't believe that I used to like him as my English teacher. He was the cool Mr. G that all the popular kids hang around because he let them use their phones during class while secretly salivating over the young girls as young as 13. He was a decent guy in school, but it was like I was looking at a totally different person. The same goes for Coach Hodge, who became Educator of the Year twice in a row, and the school celebrated it. Tessa snuffed out her whimpering. She looked like a smart girl. I could tell she did not believe she was getting out of this alive. These people were the pillars of Point Hope's community. They'd shut her up, and the only way to do that was to kill her. Maybe by the end of the night? In the middle of it? Her body shuddered visibly. Escape was her only option. It doesn't look like anyone's home, Jenna said, nodding to the cabin. Where the fuck is Alvin? He should have seen us drive in. Unless something went wrong, Hodge muttered. Rebecca flinched. Alvin told me he hired 3 guys he knew to deal with Maxine. Armed ones. Guys with better guns than the ones I have. You mean to tell me that Maxine took care of them and a Jason Voorhees motherfucker like Alvin? Hodge shrugged. Like my wife said, the gem killed 8 people in Green Hill. We need to be more careful now if Alvin fucked it up. We don't know that yet, Jenna pointed out. For all we know, they could be hiding. Rebecca snorted. Hiding from what? Bigfoot? Jenna didn't have an answer. Tessa finally pried her eyes away from Kirk's leering face, and she froze at the sight of the 2-story wooden building. An uncontrollable fear engulfed her, clawing at Kirk to let her go. I could see her aura immediately turn bright orange while confusion struck her. It didn't seem like she knew where she was and the cabin's true purpose. It's almost instinctual. Do all the delvers who survive my dungeon react like this? Tessa wanted to flee. Wanted to get away from me. Hodge noticed it, too. He walked over to Tessa, almost brimming with excitement with each step he made. You recognize it, don't you? At least the feeling, the aura of this place. You know what it is. You could feel the ways leaking from it. I haven't been here before, but please. Don't let me go in there. I can't. Delvers who cleared the dungeon had a magical bond between them and the core. Over time, it would fade away, I didn't know for how long, but Tessa was the sole survivor of the Green Hill dungeon only 3 days ago. Her connection to me was potent, along with Leo in the cellar. I had already given the latter a boon. You'll go where I tell you to, Hodge said. And no, you don't have a choice. I will hurt you if you don't do what I say. Tessa nodded weakly, still shivering. When they took her, she didn't wear anything except the hospital gown. Now, she wore Jenna's tight, long-sleeved white crop-top shirt and mom jeans. Since Jenna's shoes didn't fit her, Tessa's bare feet got caked with mud. Her response satisfied Hodge, and he started ordering Rebecca, Jenna, and Melanie to scout around the property. He's sure that Maxine or Alvin must have already seen them approach the cabin and were hiding inside, but this did not deter Hodge and the others. Aside from a split-second lapse in composure a minute ago, he's awfully confident. Whatever magical bullshit he cast on Tessa, it made him arrogant. Cocky. Unafraid. I could use that against him. They never really walked into the cabin just yet. Rebecca and Melanie noted all the possible entryways, the front and the back door, and told Hodge about the boathouse by the lakeshore. The lights inside the latter were on, so anyone standing by the patio deck up on the cliff could see it peeking between the trees and foliage like a dim beacon in a sea of night. Hodge and Jenna went closer to the cabin, peering through the windows and seeing nothing amiss. Everything was totally normal. No person sitting on a chair or a shadow hiding behind a door frame, ready to strike. Kirk stayed by the van, guarding Tessa like a hawk. Eventually, the others returned to the parking lot. Did Alvin leave? Jenna asked, brows furrowed with worry. Maybe that's why there's no cars around. Maybe he found the gem and left. He's offering it to the seat right now. Do you know where HQ is, Jenna? Melanie asked. Jenna shook her head. You didn't tell us. The same goes for a low-ranking initiate like Alvin. Only Hodge and I know where it is. For all we know, he put Maxine in the boathouse. The lights were on, Rebecca added. Hodge pointed at Tessa, who squirmed under his gaze. With the way she freaked out earlier, I think she has a connection to the damn crystal. I think it's still here, hidden somewhere. I can feel it, too. You want us to turn everything upside down in there? Rebecca pointed at the cabin with her thumb. Shouldn't take too long. It's a small cabin. If Alvin left and had the good sense of killing Maxine, it would make our job easier, Melanie said. All we have to do is search the place. Wait a minute. We don't know if they left and killed Maxine, Hodge said. Maxine is gifted like me. She could mask herself from us if she wanted to, and maybe she already killed Alvin and his men. She's not that powerful, Melanie pointed out dismissively. Nor trained with the ways. It'll hurt her more than it would hurt us. She's not like you, baby. Still, Hodge continued, be very careful, my dear. We also have to watch out for Mark Castle. We don't know what tricks he has up his sleeve. We've dealt with ghosts before, Kirk added. But this is a first for us. You know? Killing him twice. He laughed at that like it was the cleverest joke he had ever done. You killed Mark? Tessa whimpered. Now, she definitely believed she was not getting out of this alive. The guy in my biology class? The one that went missing? You're the ones who kidnapped him? You all met with his family. You shook their hands, and you, Coach, made a speech about his disappearance during assembly while his parents were standing right next to you. We all walk into the woods with everyone looking for him. And all this time, it was all of you? I don't appreciate your tone, young lady, Melanie hissed. And no, we did not kill him. He's still alive. In some other form. Tessa scrunched up her face, confused. She didn't know what Melanie meant by that. Just crazy talk. Are you going to do the same thing you did to him, to me? If you don't behave, we might as well, Melanie said. She tilted her head as if reassessing Tessa under a new light. You don't happen to be a virgin, are you? Tessa curled her lips. Bitch, fuck you. Melanie frowned. So, not a virgin then. Kirk tugged on her elbow, dragging her toward the cabin. They wanted her to go first. She glanced at Rebecca's gun and then to the woods. I thought she would bolt right then and there, taking her chances and relying on her speed. But a bullet? No, she would be dead the moment she would go for the treeline. She might not even make it past 3 steps. Gulping her hesitation, she walked toward the front porch, the floorboards creaking under her bare feet, leaving mud tracks toward the door. She reached for the doorknob and found it already unlocked. Eyes wide and holding her breath, she turned to the others, waiting a few paces away except for Kirk, looming behind her. Well, what are you waiting for, sweetheart? A kiss for good luck? Kirk smirked. Tessa cringed, took a step back, and scowled. I hope your dick falls off, she said bitterly. Kirk chuckled. And I'll make you eat it. Now, open the goddamn door. Slowly. Tessa pushed the door open, creaking loudly as it disappeared into the shadow. She raised one foot slightly off the ground, hesitating to step through the threshold. As if putting her foot inside would curse her forever. I hovered closer and felt the hair prickle at the nape of her neck. Opening the system interface, I blessed her with the boon I owed her. I give you swiftness, Tessa Burton, I said. Use it as you see fit. I've learned that the system passively categorized delvers with 4 primary attributes: power, agility, wits, and charisma. This goes for all humans and creatures across the world. It connected my boons to it, and the boon of swiftness heightened Tessa's agility score. I had no way of reading their stats or individual skills before they came into the dungeon, but merely adhering to the system's judgment, reducing them into 1s and 0s. It didn't seem like the delvers had access to their stats while inside my domain either. With Oracle's direct connection to the system, he could calculate their chances of survival, which I have already asked many times. Without Hodge's unknown right, the cultist's survival hovered around 2%. With the right, however, Oracle could not determine an accurate number until after he witnessed the spell's effect. As for Leo and Tessa's survival, it landed at 13%, with their boons doing most of the heavy lifting. Kirk pushed Tessa forward, and the girl almost lost her balance. She stepped onto the threshold and let out a heavy and shaky breath. Kirk chuckled behind her and went inside, fumbling for a second before finally finding the light switch and illuminating the space. He looked around and saw no one waiting for them in the living room, which had been cleaned thoroughly before their arrival, and waved for the others to follow. Hodge was the last to climb up the porch, giving the parking lot and McLaren Forest behind him one last glance before stepping in. Hodge caught Melanie sliding her index finger along the mantel above the unlit fireplace and then rubbing the collected dust under her fingertips. It looks real. For something that hasn't existed before, it's uncanny. The details, the atmosphere, the aesthetic. This cabin must be here before, right? Jenna crossed her arms. I mean, a cabin can't just appear out of nowhere. I've seen several YouTube videos where they build tiny homes and barns in under 2 days. Maybe we haven't noticed this one? YouTubers didn't build this, Melanie said, studying the lamp meticulously. Magic did. A powerful one. If she felt scared, the woman didn't show it. You'd need approval from the zoning regulation board for that, and my husband definitely didn't receive any form from the city council about a bill of purchase. He tells me everything, Rebecca said. Many rich folks from Silicon Valley have been desperately trying to buy properties around the lake, and we always say no. McLaren Forest is also within federal territory because it's a state park, so it's much more difficult to get the go-ahead to build something here. Unless Maxine and Adam were billionaire Nepo babies, but they're just a bunch of gym trash influencers. She stopped herself and looked at the ceiling. If you're listening, Maxine, no offense. Kirk led Tessa to the middle of the living room and shoved her onto the couch. Sit. Behave. Be quiet. He raised a finger like he would slap her if she spoke back. Tessa collected herself and slowly sat on the sofa, staring daggers at Kirk, fist curled behind her back. She wanted to hit him, but restrained herself. So? What now? Kirk asked. Hodge turned to Rebecca. You said you saw a boathouse by the lake? How big? Rebecca paused for a moment. About the size of this one? Alvin could be holding Maxine inside, Melanie added. Right. Hodge pursed his lips. Rebecca and Kirk, go check it out. Kirk stood up straight. What about her? He pointed at Tessa. Torres can handle Maxine. She has a gun, and she's got a good eye. It's better if we all don't split up alone. We should all be in pairs. Grab a knife from the kitchen before you leave. Rebecca strode toward Hodge and gave her a CB radio, the other pair in her other hand. We can communicate through this. We'll let you know if we find Alvin dead or alive. Who wants this other gun? Rebecca pulled out a revolver. Give me that, Melanie said, taking it off Rebecca's hands. I don't think I've ever seen you carry one before, Mel, Rebecca said. You sure you know how to use that? Oh, please. I grew up in Kentucky, before I moved to Oregon. I know how to use this since I was 9. Wait a damn minute. Why do I get a crappy knife? Kirk whined. Well, do you know how to shoot a gun? No? I rest my case. Hodge clipped the CB radio on his belt. You will be Rebecca's backup, Kirk. If Maxine tries to escape, you'll stop her until Rebecca can put a bullet through her head if Alvin hasn't done that already. Once she's dead, try to find the gem in the boathouse. She might have hidden it there. If Alvin stole it, kill him as well. With his 3 armed goons with him? Kirk asked. If Alvin's smart, he would have disposed of them by now. But who's watching her? Kirk pointed at Tessa again. Jenna will, Hodge answered. Kirk looked disappointed that he would no longer be Tessa's babysitter. But Jenna wasn't having it. What? Why me? I'm good at finding things. But I want you on guard duty, Hodge said. I don't know how to fight, Jenna said. Only sell houses. What if she escapes? You won't do much fighting, and she won't escape. Hodge reached out for Rebecca's cuffs, yanking it off her belt. Rebecca almost wanted to yell at him, but held her tongue when she realized who she'd be screaming at. He marched toward Tessa, grabbed her wrists, and dragged her off the couch. He then chained the poor girl on an exposed iron pipe that bordered the firebox. Hodge regarded Jenna once again. Make sure she doesn't do anything funny. But what if Maxine shows up and attacks me? Hodge grinned, glancing over to Tessa and then to Jenna. You won't bleed. He clapped his hands like he was in the middle of a football game, moving the pieces of his playbook. Now get to it, everybody. We don't have a lot of time, you know. Chop chop. You won't bleed. That sent a little shiver up my spine. You won't bleed. I had an idea what the chained rite that Hodge performed in the woods might be, but I hoped I was wrong. I had to test it out. To make sure. Maybe that explained why the others were unafraid when they brazenly entered my domain. They were never scared because they wouldn't get hurt. But how did the rite work? How could I go around it? Another spell to counter it, maybe? No, I had to be patient. I had to wait until these cultists made a mistake. And they will regret it. Come on, dickwad. Follow me, Rebecca said, not a fan that she would be stuck with Kirk, and the man grumbled after her. They went out the back door. Where do you think Mark Castle could be? Melanie asked Hodge. Right behind you, motherfuckers. Hodge shrugged. If he's smart, far away from me. Oh, is that right? I laughed. I wanted to poke his shoulder just to freak him out, but I held back. Where should we start then? We'll start on the second floor and work our way down. While you're here, Jenna, why don't you look around the living room? I can do that, Jenna said, goosebumps running up her arms. This cabin is giving me the creeps, by the way. And I usually don't get creeped out. That's just magic. Jen, said Hodge. Pure magic. It was only 9 o'clock in the evening, and sunrise wasn't until 6:55 a.m. 10 hours. Enough time to do what must be done. I doubted they'd make it until midnight if everything went as planned. Dripping, and dripping, and dripping. Fear rose inside him, adrenaline in a beating frenzy. With one pull, a root gave out, then two. Leo fell to his knees, looked up at the ceiling, and eyes gleamed with determination. He hunched over, hands clutching his abdomen. He hadn't eaten in a day and was left unconscious for more than 13 hours. His stomach growled, reverberating across the enclosed space. As if his senses caught up to him, he took a lungful of breath and retched nothing but bile fluids. His body shook as he assessed his surroundings, stood up, and limped toward the pile of corpses. He knelt in front of Art Gomez and John Kitson's bodies. Then to Johnny, cradling Scotty's decapitated head. I wasn't the one who decorated these corpses. Too macabre for my taste. I had to give the credit to Goliath himself. He spent an hour playing dolls with them, mainly for Leo's benefit. He knew that our worthy guest would wake up sooner or later, and this was Goliath's gift to him for delving a second time, a welcome-back present. Leo spotted an old bundled piece of yellow paper shoved inside Art's mouth, barely peeking out of his rotting lips. He fished it out, careful not to disturb the body. He unfurled the note and read it. Round 2? You are the best prey I have ever had. I will do my best to make you worthy. Sorry for not catching you, brother. Take a knee, and see you soon. Gee. Take a knee, Leo whispered. He looked at the note again. I wished I could spare one of my power slots for, glean, and infiltrate Leo's thoughts. I only had 8 power left, and the scenario was still young. I never thought of Goliath as the sentimental type. True, he prided himself as a deadly hunter, of humans at least, and he loved the challenges he faced when chasing them down, but he never really voiced his feelings. Part of it was my fault, as I did not give him the ability to speak and merely communicated with his hands and body. I wondered what he was like before the system snatched him and whether his bloodlust was natural or system-made. He always struck me as a go-with-the-motions type of guy. He liked to be alone sometimes, the reason he chose his lair in the middle of the woods. Goliath seemed to form a kinship with Leo. For the brief time I've known him, the killer had never given such intimate reach with another delver. He recognized that Leo was ex-military, and Goliath had his automatic respect. Given the chance, he would still kill him. Would Goliath be upset about killing another soldier? Someone connected to his line of work before? The system did not reveal if my archetype had preferences for victims, and Goliath never said which delver was off-limits to him. Leo crumpled the note and almost burst into tears, but nothing flowed out of his eyes. He was so dehydrated he could probably drink a gallon of water in seconds. He felt something on his hand, and when he looked down, a small plastic water bottle was in his grip. Leo chucked the bottle away, frightened, scrambling back to his feet. The magic bottle rolled toward the pile of bodies, the water sloshing with each bump. That cost me 1 crystal, Leo, I said. Better drink that before you go out there. Eventually, his heaving slowed, and he cautiously approached the water bottle I gave him, inspecting it from afar. Leo licked his cracked lips and bent over, grabbing the bottle and opening the cap. Sniffed. Doesn't smell like poison, he probably thought. His thirst overpowered him. He drank it all. Careful, or you'll. Leo coughed violently and retched half of what he drank to the ground. Having all that water coat his parched throat made him feel better. He whirled around and glimpsed another body lying on a stone slab in the middle of the chamber, surrounded by glyphs and jars with floating human organs in a strange, pale green fluid. My body. I thought I did a good job, making it look like I was killed through a grandiose ritual sacrifice. Compared to the real thing, I was just butchered in the woods and left to rot. Perhaps I might have gone overboard by drawing every scary demonic symbol that the demon thought appropriate and turned this chamber into a cultist's sanctum, complete with 36 black candles, 6 empty effigies of robed knightly figures, and 6 statues of giant horned goats. There was even a large glass mosaic on the ceiling above the stone slab, painted with demonic figures battling against angels on the 9 mountains of hell. Based on Leo's horrified reaction, it worked. Recognition crossed his face. Mark, Castle? He approached my corpse. Slowly. Afraid to touch it. Afraid to disturb whatever dark magic that had permeated this place. What the fuck? I didn't think he would remember me. I was young when I was a camper at Cedar Pine summer camp long ago. And yet, he still recognized me. I must have made a great impression on him, which was both warming and depressing. I am dead, and the people who know me will see the same thing he did. Soon. He strode closer, not daring to cross the glyph's threshold drawn on the ground, muttering, "What happened to you?" Did he know I was missing for weeks? His family had already moved out of Point Hope long ago, but I didn't know how closely Leo looked the town up. My missing case wasn't national news or broadcast across Oregon. I had to thank the cult of Astaroth for that by cornering it only to the local newspapers. Leo continued to study my corpse, and the longer he stood there, the more I realized he was going to trigger a trap, an illusion trap. Leo whirled around and heard a growling noise emanating from the pile of corpses. A bated breath here with eyes trained at the dead bodies of his friends and strangers, afraid they would all spring up like the walking dead and reach for his throat. But the bodies did not rise to eat him. Whatever he heard must be in his head. He regarded my body again. My dead, faded, milky white eyes were staring right at him, the corpse's head slightly tilted to face the foolish spectator. Looking right through his soul. Looking alive. Fuck. Leo exclaimed and stumbled back, landing on his ass. His resolve sharply went down into a bright orange. I could see on his face that he swore my head was facing the ceiling a moment ago. Now, he was questioning reality. Leo, if you don't want to see this second part, you should look Too late. My facial muscles started moving, my lower jaw yawning, and Leo hiked up his breath. A black matted rat wiggled out of my gaping, rotten mouth and scurried toward Leo. The man shrieked, which no one above could hear, and struggled to get back to his feet. He bumped his shoulder against the devil-looking horned goat statue as he ran toward the stairs, toward a set of wooden iron-wrought double doors. It took him a few seconds to pry the door open, and he ran up another set of stone steps, scrambling his way out of the dimly lit tunnel with only the fixed torches to guide him. It led him to a dead end. But Leo was more perceptive than I had initially thought. He quickly found a hidden compartment on the wall, and sliding the panel open, he reached in and pulled the lever inside. The wall slid to the right, revealing the back of a metallic shelf. He was about to force his way out when the shelf moved on its own 3 seconds after the stone did, sliding to the opposite side. He walked into the cellar. Leo heard people talking above him. Maybe 2 or 3. Maybe more. It didn't look sure, but he was cautious where he stepped. That way, he didn't alert them to his presence. Ahead, the cellar was a maze-like concoction of shelves, smelly boxes, antique cabinets and furniture, and old clothes draped over them without thought. He waded his way around half-broken chairs stacked on each other and machinery and appliances from the 70s or 80s no longer in use. The only light source was the small, exposed fluorescent light bulb swinging slightly in the middle of the room. Finally, he saw the rickety stairs leading above, hesitating to climb them. Leo heard something stir from his left. It came from behind the blue tarp, hanging like a curtain and obviously hiding something behind it. A slight breeze opened a flap at the bottom. There were no windows he could see, no way for the wind to get in unless he missed an air vent. I strategically placed the hidden vents around the cabin for these occasions. You know? A ghostly breeze made things extra creepy. Made things dramatic and thematic. Perception and immersion were vital to every horror movie, such as needing oil or butter before frying your food in the pan. How you would need salt and pepper to season your meal. Nevertheless, Leo took the bait against his better judgment. He had seen things that shouldn't exist, a mountain of a man who remained kicking after a hail of bullets and killed his friends, a tree-like monstrosity who chased him through the woods, and a woman with demonic golden eyes who captured him. He never liked this place. I see it through his eyes how he would rather be in Portland than inside the House of Horrors. Would rather be home. Would rather be anywhere else. Keep going, I said. Keep going, Leo. Open the tarp. You still have a part to play tonight. He spotted an old baseball bat wedged between a duffel bag and a box filled with old family portraits of a family of 5 that I pulled from the internet. He slowly grabbed it from the shelf, glancing at the ceiling to make sure no one heard him, but it seemed like they were too busy arguing about something. Extending the bat out, he used its head to push the tarp to the side, revealing a wooden door with a small, rectangular port window. Leo paused, reluctant to open it. But curiosity got the better of him, and he cautiously approached the door, unlatched the lock on the port window, and parted it aside. Leo held in his gasp. He saw a woman and a boy huddled in the corner, through the window. Prisoners? He probably thought. He had heard the screaming and violence an hour before. How many people did those freaks kill since he was incapacitated? Finding that the door was already unlocked, he hesitated whether to continue opening it. What if it was a trap? What if they were a part of it? The woman and the child heard the door quiver, the hinges betraying his cover. The woman pulled the boy closer, shielding him with her back as the door creaked open. Hey, it's okay. It's okay. I'm here to help, Leo said reassuringly. He had to talk over the woman's quiet prayers. I'm trapped here just like you, he added. That stopped the woman's chanting. With the boy still cradled in her arms, she turned around. There must be something on Leo's face, the way his tattered clothes looked and his face caked with dried blood and mud, that told her to trust him. They killed Zach. Leo didn't recognize the name. Okay. Is Zach my fiancé? She gestured to the boy. His father. You saw them? Leo asked. The woman almost burst into tears. Demons, she said. This place is cursed. Leo's stance shifted as if the woman's words were a confirmation he had been waiting for. That he wasn't going crazy. He walked over to them and knelt beside her. I'm Leo. You? Eliza, she said. This is Danny. Danny didn't stir. What's wrong with him? Leo asked. It's this place, Eliza said. It's making him do things. Bad things. Like what? Eliza shook her head. I just need to get him out of here. So he can feel better. This place wants Danny here, and I'm afraid what will happen once it's finished. I know where the stairs are, but there are people above us. Don't let them down here. Eliza said. It could be them. I made sure I was quiet, Leo said. Let me see your eyes. Leo paused. What? Let me see your eyes, Eliza repeated. Leo leaned closer until he could feel the woman's breath against his face, tickling his cheeks. What are you looking for? Leo asked to break the tension. Eliza shook her head and leaned away. You're not one of them. She gave him half a smile. Leo flinched. One of them? Possessed. Now, she was confused. I thought you fought them. The big guy, yeah. And the creepy tree. That's what went after us. What did you see? A demon, she said. It possessed 3 people, including poor Danny, and tried to kill us. Shit. Leo's shoulders slumped. Wait, a big guy? With a fox mask? Leo nodded. How many fucked up things are in this place? How many people are outside? 3. Maybe 4. You think it's safe to go out there? We can find another way out. There might be another basement door or something that leads outside the cabin. He was trying to give her hope. To provide her some courage. Yeah. Right. She nodded, and Leo helped her and the boy up. Leo studied Danny for a moment, making sure that the boy was okay. He was looking for wounds or other signs that he was bleeding. After all, Danny was pale as snow, staring off to the wall, and never once looked Leo in the eye. Not even when Leo pushed Danny's eyelid upward for a good look. This must be what a gentle delver looked like when the system didn't have them under its control. His pupils are dilated, Leo said. Did they give him drugs or something? How long has he been like this? I don't know, Eliza answered, still desperately holding back her tears. She didn't want to start bawling in front of this stranger. But she realized something. Wait. I was still awake when they dragged me here. They went through a door. Another door. It's not behind a metal shelf, is it? Yes. I think so. That's where I came from. Eliza paled. So, the only way out is through. Yep. Above. Leo tightened his grip on the baseball bat. Follow me, and stay close. You're not getting away with this, Tessa said, still tied up near the hearth. Sooner or later, you're going to mess it up. Shut up, bitch, Jenna said, sitting on a couch after looking around the living room for 10 minutes and finding no gems at all. We didn't ask for your opinion. Lady, I've listened to a ton of true crime podcasts, even the ones that involved a cult, and they never get away with it in the end. They always have a tell. Furniture clattered from the second floor where Hodge and Melanie were busy turning everything in the bedroom upside down, getting frustrated with each minute that passed. Tessa glanced at the stairs, then regarded the woman in front of her again. Jenna put one hand on her hip, the other gripping a knife. And what about you? Do you think you're going to be the heroine of this episode? The final girl? What happens if you die first? Tessa chuckled softly. There's something in this place I can't describe. Her eyes flicked around the room as if she was scared the shadows would grab her. But I know it wants you. Not me. You. Who's going to die first, between you and me? I'll bet my fucking money it's you. Jenna trudged toward Tessa, raised the back of her hand, and slapped her across the face. She leaned down, smiling. We've cut bitches like you before. I never participated. But this time, I think I might. I think I'll enjoy slicing that pretty face of yours. If I die, I'll know you won't become prom queen for your senior year. Not even homecoming. Who gives a fuck about prom? Only people who peaked in high school talk about that stuff. Tessa looked Jenna up and down. Jenna scoffed. I ruled that school when I was your age. Better than you. Prettier than you. I can get any guy I want. All I see is a second-hand carbon copy of a heaping trash. What was your name again? It's Jenna Bat. Oh, right. No one remembers you. I chuckled. Well, Jenna Batten walked right into that one. Jenna glowered at her. You think I'm weak? Just because Hodge is not in the room, you think you can bully me? Jenna slowly put the tip of the knife against Tessa's cheek, drawing a tiny trickle of blood. Tessa winced, anger boiling in her eyes. Get that fucking knife out of my face. You think you're so tough? How's your boyfriend, Miss Tessa Burton? Jenna asked. How's Cody? Tessa visibly paled. Oh, right, he was butchered like cattle in your own home. Have you heard a man scream for his life? I've heard dozens. I'm always curious about what it would feel like if it was someone you love. My friend did that to him. Maxine Fairley. And what she did to your boyfriend, the papers could not even describe nor publish. The cops could not even release pictures of. Fuck you. Fuck you. Jenna smiled. Ah. How cute. Coach Hodge will do the same thing to you soon. Think about your boyfriend's corpse. That's you 2 hours from now. She pulled back the knife to her side. But I'm not a monster. I'll let you record a goodbye to your parents, and I'll mail the tape to them first thing in the morning. I'll even include your screams. Mrs. Hodge said she'll let me go. And you believe that? Huh. You're dumber than I thought. Jenna got up and checked her cuff still secured on the pipe. Don't even try anything funny. Jenna slapped Tessa one more time and sauntered out of the room. She probably thought Tessa wasn't going anywhere and resumed her search for the gem instead of watching over her. After all, she didn't find the gem in the living room. I reckon she wanted to uncover it first than the others. It offended her greatly when they assigned her to guard duty. She glanced to the balcony overlooking the living room, making sure that Hodge and Melanie weren't coming down the stairs before she entered the dining and kitchen area. When Jenna was out of sight, Tessa tried to pry her cuffs loose, trailing a finger around the base of her thumb. The girl spat a curse. She didn't know which part of her joint to dislodge, like in the movies. She didn't find anything that could help her. With a muffled creak below, the rug levitated, tilting and sliding on an invisible surface, which Tessa realized was a cellar door hidden underneath. Two faces of a man and a woman were peeking out of the gap, Leo and Eliza. Leo put his index finger up to his lips, shushing her. He slowly raised the door higher and let Eliza and Danny out. Eventually, he climbed up after them and slowly closed the cellar door. Jenna was too busy rifling through the cupboards in the kitchen to hear them. "You gotta help me," Tessa whispered, shaking as Leo crawled toward her. "Shoo. You have to be quiet." Leo checked her cuffs. "Where are the keys?" Tessa raised a shaky finger toward the second floor. "How many?" Tessa raised 2 fingers. "We can't go up there," Eliza said, peeking out the front window. She had Danny in a tight grip, pulled close to her side. "I see a car outside." "What about her?" Leo asked. Eliza bit her bottom lip and whispered to Danny, "Stay here." She crawled toward Tessa, pulled out a metallic hairpin from her bundled hair, and bent the metal a little into a sharp line. "Stay still," she told Tessa, shoving the tip inside the cuff's lock. Leo's brows furrowed. "Long story," Eliza said, catching his expression. "Bad crowd." An unmistakable click of the lock resounded, and the cuffs fell apart around Tessa's wrists. Relief washed over the girl's face, beaming a wide smile. Thank you. What the fuck?" Jenna shouted, knife pointed at them. "Eliza?" Then she spotted the small figure of a boy standing by the door, now staring blankly at her. Danny? What are you doing in here?" Oracle cut out the lights in the entire cabin. Eliza was the first to scream, recognizing the dark feminine figure standing behind Jenna. Leo leaned against the hearth while Tessa was too busy getting the cuffs off her wrists. Jenna whirled around to face the dark figure, only to be met by a blade sinking deep into her flesh, wedged between her collarbone and neck. Jenna didn't scream, more confused and surprised. She looked at the blade and looked at Maxine, who wielded it with demonic glee, and then behind her, Tessa screamed. The girl writhed on the ground, clutching her shoulder as if it was burning. Eliza and Leo were confused about what was going on, mouth agape as they watched Tessa on the floor. The rite that Hodge performed transferred all that pain from Jenna to Tessa, and I had just given the girl a boon to her endurance. I know she could take the pain. But for how long? Would she die from it? I didn't see any blood spurting out of her neck, the exact spot where Maxine had stabbed Jenna. Maxine pulled the knife out of Jenna's flesh, which I could only describe as having the consistency of foam. No blood came out, stitching themselves together until the gaping wound was gone. Jenna gritted her teeth and tackled Maxine over the dining table, grappling for the knife in her hand. "Hodge. Mel. I found her. She's down here," Jenna shouted. She glanced over her shoulder at the boy. "Danny, get back. Don't go any closer." The momentary distraction was enough for Maxine to shove Jenna upward, hitting her head on the ceiling light, which shattered upon impact. Jenna fell to the side, slamming her head again into the sharp corner of the table. That should have knocked her out. It stunned her a little, barely, and I doubted the impact killed her. She groaned on the floor, trying to get back to her feet. The demon ignored her and went after Tessa instead, eyes trained on the pendant around her neck. Above, Hodge ran out of the bathroom, alerted by all the noise, calling Mel to follow him. I triggered telekinesis and slammed the bedroom door shut on Hodge's toes and face. Hodge staged back to the floor, Mel screaming for him to get his ass back on his feet. Power, 7/10. Below, Tessa screamed again, bringing her knees toward her chest. She clutched the back of her head with one hand while the other reached for her toes. The pendant wasn't meant to kill Tessa outright, even though all the injuries she received should have either broken her neck, caused her to bleed to death, or given her a concussion. I realized that the pendant was draining all her resolve into orange. If this continued, it would threaten to spill into the red zone. Hodge, Melanie, and Jenna remained at a bright green as if my dread had not touched them. The pendant didn't transfer all the injuries but merely acted as a filter for resolve, and Tessa's boon was acting like a stopgap from dropping crimson. Jonas knew this. Delvers returning to a Death Core's dungeon were forever changed and acquired a passive resistance to the carnage. They were less likely to drop resolve quickly than when they first delved. That's why he wanted Hodge and Melanie to kidnap Tessa. I needed to get that necklace off. I needed them to start shedding their resolve until it was time to collect. Tessa was still conscious, alert enough to realize that the pendant around her neck was inflicting all of this pain coursing throughout her body. Leo stepped out, swinging the bat at Maxine's charging form. With a flick of my mind, Leo was off the ground, flying toward the window and smashing through it. Shards of glass bit into his cheeks and left arm as he rolled onto the porch and fell onto the muddy lot. No. Eliza pulled out a fire iron next to the fireplace. She swung it around, aiming for Maxine's head. She never got the chance to. I swung the cellar door wide open in a violent crash and shoved Eliza into the pit. She tumbled down the stairs with loud yelps. Maxine jumped over Tessa's crumpled form, swatting away her arms. "Make it stop. Make it stop." Tessa screamed. Above, Hodge and Melanie were struggling to open the door. "Do it quick," I said to the demon. "Take it off." Maxine grinned and grabbed Tessa's necklace. SSSSSSSSSSSSS. The pendant sizzled under Maxine's grip, white smoke seeped between her knuckles. The demon cried out and released the pendant, crawling away from Tessa as if the heat enveloped her entire body. She couldn't even close the hand that wielded the necklace. I never imagined a demon would be afraid of fire and a little heat, but the rite must have included some sort of warding spell. Tessa grabbed the pendant, yanking it off her neck, but it didn't budge. Then, her fist started to smoke and sizzle as well, and she screamed. I triggered what was left of my telekinesis and tried to pull the necklace off. I barely lasted a split second with my ghostly fingers wrapped around the metal. I saw a vision. A throne under a pitch-dark sky inflamed with crimson shadows from the burning oily pits below. The writhing masses of blackened and charred corpses crawl through the ashes of sludge, wading through barbed wires and boiling magma. A snarling mouth with rows of sharp teeth, naked in the agony and despair that remained potent in the wind. I could even taste it. I could even feel the dread, my dread, thriving amid carnage in the Black Valley. But then there was pain. For the past few days, I have grown accustomed to my new form. I never experienced pain. Not like this, at least. Like being trapped between two electrified chain-linked fences pressing against each other, slowly crushing and electrifying me to death. No one could take it off her. I wouldn't even dare go near that fucking necklace again. But who could? How could I take it off her safely? I might have to kill Tessa to get rid of it. Delvers and monsters were connected under a core's domain. Each spell, tool, weapon, and the chaos of the ways were supposed to interact with the advantages and disadvantages of delvers and monsters in the scenario at play. The system was above all that, or at least was the weaver controlling the threads, judging the pendant as an accepted and regular magical item to use by delvers. In its eyes, it was not against the law to wield it. But Danny was. I never finished the thought. Maxine scrambled to her feet, but Jenna jumped on her, carrying a meat tenderizer she pulled from one of the kitchen drawers. She brought it over Maxine's head, cracking under the force and sending the woman crumpled on the floor in a fit of a violent seizure. "Yeah!" Jenna roared as she straddled Maxine's abdomen and brought the tenderizer on her head again and again. Each bludgeoning blow sent chunks of flesh, bone, and teeth everywhere. Blood pulled around Maxine's crushed head. Hitting. And hitting. And hitting. Maxine gurgled a bloody choke. One intact eye, the other already went flying somewhere, staring at her attacker, face unrecognizable in a heap of torn, tenderized flesh. "Jenna," she said, voice raspy and strained. "It feels so good slitting Zach's throat while your son watched." "Zach? What have you done to him?" Maxine's non-existent lips twitched, the demon forcing the barren facial muscles into a smile. We're feasting on his soul. No. Jenna brought the tenderizer down on Maxine's head, splitting like a smashed pumpkin. You have gained 1 essence, Maxine Fairley. You have gained 150 crystals. The demon's shadowy form seeped out of Maxine's crushed body and slowly slipped out of the broken window. Still alive, I thought. Demons were harder to destroy, not when it still had a susceptible delver like Chris to possess. A successful exorcism or a weapon that could harm and kill demons would bring them into a cooldown. Both were very rare on Earth. The front door opened, and Jenna whirled around, weapon raised, thinking Leo was charging into the cabin. Instead, she spotted Danny running down the steps. In his hand was Tessa's pendant. Danny. Gentled. Controlled by the system. Neither a delver nor an archetype. He was a loophole against Hodge's magic under my domain. Hodge never knew about the system. Never knew how it controlled everything and that not even the administrators understood its raw power. If he was outside my borders, maybe no one could ever take that thing off Tessa. But not here, I thought. Reality and magic work differently here. Danny. Come back. Jenna shouted. Come back. I was trying to protect you. Danny ran into the woods, and Jenna followed him, pelted by heavy rain. Her resolve turned from a bright green to a darker shade of gold yellow, teetering into rustic orange and slipping fast. Eliza climbed out of the cellar, and let out a strangled gasp when she saw Maxine's bludgeoned head on the floor. When she was sure that the dead woman was truly dead, she crawled over toward Tessa and helped her to her feet. Where's Danny? She asked. Where'd he go? You mean, the boy? He ran, too, she weakly pointed at the open front door. Eliza's heart sank. That's not him, she said. Oh God, it's controlling him again. The voices above them brought her out of her thoughts. She dragged Tessa out of the living room, toward the hallway leading to the back door. We need to hide, Eliza whispered. Can you move? I think I can. Eliza slowly opened the back door. The voices behind them were getting louder. On your feet. Come on. On your feet. I'm trying. Ignoring the rain, Eliza struggled to drag Tessa across the slippery patio deck and helped her down the wooden steps. She kept looking at the spot where she last saw Goliath, but the hulking man was no longer standing there. Her bottom lip quivered, thinking about when Goliath grabbed her throat and pulled her out of the car like she weighed nothing. Where are we going? Tessa asked. Just over there. Eliza pointed at the tree line. We're almost there. Come on. You gotta stay awake, girl. I want to get out of here, Tessa sobbed softly. We are. Just one more step. Eliza looked over the cliffs and saw the light of the boathouse below. She could see a trail leading down to the lakeshore. I think I found a place where we can hide. They slipped into the shadows, the rain continuing to fall into a heavy deluge. Step away from the door, Mel. Get out of the way. I heard Hodge cast a spell and the bedroom door exploded into shards of pellets and wood. Melanie ran out, gun raised, phone used as a flashlight, and aimed the weapon and the light over the railings to the living room below. Shit. Melanie spat at the carnage, looking down at Maxine's dead body and then at the open front door. She ran down the stairs with Hodge following closely behind her. The bitch is gone. She pointed at the fireplace and the open cuffs hanging on the pipes. She couldn't have gotten far, Hodge said. Melanie kicked Maxine's legs, waiting if it would move. She's dead, she said. Did she take off her necklace? She can't, Hodge said, but then a sliver of doubt crossed his face. No one can. Not even me. We've tried that right before. Have you seen it ever come off? No. Then the girl still has it. Melanie touched the pendant for comfort. I think Jenna went after her. She was calling out for her son, Hodge said. I think that's what I heard. Are you sure? Hodge thought for a moment. Yeah, I'm sure. But we didn't bring Danny here. How could Danny even get here? She might have taken him. Hodge pointed at Maxine. And I think Jenna did that. Oh, this night couldn't have gotten any better. Melanie slammed her fist against the mantel. This is getting out of control. We're only supposed to find the gem and take care of Mark. Quiet down, you. Should we go after Jenna? It's raining out there. She might get lost. Oh, what about Tessa? Fuck, let the others handle it. We have a job to do, remember? Hodge said. He pulled the radio out of his belt. Becca, Kirk. Can you hear me? Copy, Hodge, Rebecca said, though her voice was muffled and hard to hear. What is it? We found Maxine. She's dead. Jenna killed her. A pause. Well, good for her, Rebecca said, though she didn't sound impressed. But the Burton girl escaped. She might be heading your way and I want you to intercept her. But we're by the boathouse already. And I think someone's. Just do what I said and find the girl now. Hodge clipped the radio back onto his belt. Why are we surrounded by idiots? Melanie sighed. Screw them. Let's find the gem for ourselves and leave them out here. Hodge nodded. And I think I know where it is. He aimed the flashlight at the yawning open cellar door. Outside, hiding behind the van, Leo watched Hodge and Melanie walking around inside the cabin. He glanced at the empty ignition switch, wondering who of the two have the van's keys. He didn't get a good look when he got up after I knocked him down earlier. Once he heard the voices inside the cabin, and lots of screaming, he hid behind the van and waited for the chaos to subside. Wiping the rain off his face, he crawled to the van's edge, holding tightly on the bat. He eyed the gun on Melanie's hand, wanting it for himself. Once he have it, he'll force the two to give him the keys. If they didn't, he might have to shoot them. He saw Hodge talking to someone on the radio, confirming that there were more of them out there, so even the woods wasn't safe to hide. This group might not be as innocent as he initially thought. Maybe Eliza was right. Maybe they were part of it. No matter. Leo was determined to escape. He crept closer to the cabin and watched as Hodge and Melanie descended into the cellar. Taking a deep breath, Leo entered the cabin and followed them back into the cellar, bat at the ready. The demon's shadow hovered above the van, watching Leo intently, but it must have judged he wasn't a worthy prey to possess as Leo's resolve was a dull yellow. Not yet anyway. It turned around to face the woods instead. Toward the voice crying out against the loud patter of rain. Danny! Danny! Come out! It's not safe out here. Jenna cried out from the distance. The demon moved at lightning speed. Past branches and fallen logs, whipping around its form. Past the thick foliage and a narrow murky creek. It found Jenna in seconds, wading into the darkness with only her phone's light to guide her. Then, the shadow transformed itself into an exact copy of her son, standing not far from where she struggled. Danny? Danny! Stop. Stay right there. The demon, activating its mocking torment ability, induced a hallucination on Jenna. It let out a soft giggle from Danny's illusionary form as it whirled around and ran deeper into the woods. Stop. Jenna cried after him. Danny, you have to stop. It's Mommy. The demon let out another giggle. This was a game it liked to play, delving into people's emotions and roasting it over the coals. Jenna cared about her son deeply, and the demon was going to use it. I got the necklace. Fake Danny said. Danny. Come back. Jenna crossed the creek, never caring that she got her shoes and pants soaked. She passed a large uprooted tree while following the demon's giggles, unaware that her real son was inside the hollowed trunk, sleeping soundly and out of sight. The demon's giggles faltered to silence, fading away in the distance. Jenna couldn't keep up. Wait, she muttered between breaths. Wait, wait. She stopped running. Her heaving breaths echoed across the darkness as rain fell from the canopy. A gentle realization crept in when she looked around the woods, with the cabin no longer within reach. I could tell by her face that she made a terrible mistake. Oracle made her phone's flashlight flicker dramatically, and then plunged her into darkness. Shit, shit, shit. She spat, struggling to turn back her phone. What the fuck? What the fuck? The flashlight came back on, and relief washed over her. But only for a split second. The phone's flashlight hit fake Danny right in the face. Only this was no longer Danny. This was a bastardized version of him, standing with his arms outstretched for his mother, pale eyes, and skin as if he was dead for weeks, mouth and jaw unnaturally wide open as a swarm of cockroaches crawled out of it. Jenna shrieked and staggered back. She tripped over and into the thorny brambles, slicing some of her skin open. You found me, Mommy, fake Danny said in a disembodied voice. You found me. Get away from me. Jenna screamed. The brambles shuddered and moved. Vines slithered around her wrists, up her arms, and down her legs. From the light of her phone, she saw one thin vine entered through the cut on her arm and wiggled beneath her skin, protruding like her own veins. It must be painful, because she let out a maddening scream. More vines entered through her cuts, making new ones and burrowing into her body. Stop. Stop. Jenna tried to get out of the bramble, but a thick vine shot out, latched around her throat, and brought her back to the ground. What's wrong, Mommy? You don't want to play with me anymore? Fake Danny said. More vines crept around Jenna's head, entering through her ears, her nose, her mouth, and the sides of her eyes until it turned bloodshot. That's what you get, Mommy, for following me blindly into the dark, the demon said. Now, I get to play with you, and you will have no choice. Get them off. Get them off me. Danny, stop this. Jenna pulled out a steak knife she grabbed from the cabin's kitchen and sliced through a protruding vine. She caught a slithering form underneath her skin, stuck her fingers in, and pulled the vine out. The vine latched onto her flesh, refusing to let go. She yanked it out of her body and threw it away into the dark. She desperately tried to pull the ones entering her ears and eyes, grabbing a fistful of the ends and yanked them out. Her right eye popped out with the vines, blood pouring out, and now her eye dangled over her cheeks. The optic nerve and muscle still attached to her eye socket. Jenna screamed. The demon exploded into mist and triggered possession. The mist enveloped her, congregating around her head, and entered her body through her empty eye socket. Jenna's other intact eye turned golden red. Rebecca and Kirk walked across the lake's shore, approaching the quiet boathouse 100 feet ahead, toward the only light on the second-floor window. The lake lay silent beside them with oily shadows reflected from what little light the dark skies could give. You think anyone's home? Rebecca asked. Hodge wants us to find Tessa. I think we should do that, no? Kirk urged her. You heard what Hodge said. Maxine's dead. We have nothing to worry about now except finding that gem. Rebecca turned around to meet him in the eye. Do you want to be promoted? Promoted? Yeah, like have more say in the sect. We'd get what we asked for if the higher-ups want this gem so badly. Maybe I can finally ask them if they'll make me sheriff, and they'll do it. Just like that. Rebecca snapped her fingers. Hodge and Melanie are bit too much sometimes. Kirk was slightly embarrassed. I'm not really thinking about promotions. I knew instantly he was lying. These fucks were out for themselves. They were not a family, they were colleagues, and rivals at best. Rebecca could see it, too. Bullshit. How about learning magic? Because Hodge and Melanie are eating that up for themselves, and left nothing for the rest of us. But we can't do magic. Anything can be learned, Kirk, including magic. Maybe Hodge being born with it is just a fat lie. Have you ever think of that? Kirk paused for a moment and shook his head. Maybe we should do what the coach said, and find Tessa. Rebecca rolled her eyes. Oh my God, you are such a pussy, you know that? Kirk glowered at her. Watch your words, Becca. And you're not the one holding the gun. Rebecca made sure that Kirk got a good look at the gun in her hand. You may think you're being slick praying around with young high school girls, Kirk, but believe me, I see through your creepy ass. And your God Almighty Hodge sees it, too. The only reason I didn't lock you in jail right now is because you and I are part of something bigger than your bullshit. Kirk scoffed as if he was playing it off, but deep inside, the man was seething. You know what? Do what you want, woman. I ain't give a fuck if Hodge screams your head off for not following his orders. You know his temper. You're not listening to me. Rebecca stepped closer to him. When they find the gem, they're gonna leave us to rust. I reckon when they went out of town to talk to, whoever the fuck they talked to, they were asking for something in return. I bet my money it's something big. Something that we're no longer useful for. Our sect is already cracking at the seams. Half of our members are dead. We're cooked if we don't do anything about it. You don't know that. Hodge recruited us. He wants us to be part of this. Rebecca shrugged and continued walking toward the boathouse. Fine, do your thing. Nothing lasts forever. But what about Mark Castle? Rebecca stopped in her tracks. If the boy's really alive, we'll just kill him again. Easy peasy. As a ghost? Correction, a 3-day-old ghost. They're weak as shit that even a 10-year-old could banish them. I know a couple of words that Hodge taught us, and my diction and pronunciation are better than yours. Hey. I'm good at incantations, too. Rebecca snickered. No, you're not. Stick with me and maybe we'll find the gem for ourselves. A man's scream cut out across the lake shore. It came from the boathouse, crying for help. You hear that? Is that, Alvin? Kirk asked. No, it sounds like another scream, and Rebecca gasped. Chris. Rebecca, wait. Kirk reached for her arm to stop her, but Rebecca was already running toward the boathouse, following Chris's screams. As Kirk was about to run after her, he noticed someone bolt out of the bushes behind them and head toward the canoe racks. Kirk recognized instantly who it was. Tessa. He shouted. Becca, I found her. We have to get her. Now. She'll escape. But Rebecca wasn't listening. She was about to reach the boathouse's door, leaving Kirk alone on the shore. He looked back and forth, trying to figure out who he should go after. Becca. My husband's in trouble, Kirk. Rebecca shouted. Fuck. He ran his fingers over his hair, turned on his heels, and went after Tessa instead. Tessa. Wait. We can talk about this. I smiled. They shouldn't have split up if they wanted to survive the night. But I was happy that they did. Kirk looked back and saw Rebecca already entered the boathouse. Fine, I'll do it myself, he muttered under his breath, angry and tired. Tessa. Stop. I won't hurt you. Please, stop. If only he had Becca's gun, he would have shot her legs right there. Tessa reached the canoe racks, but Kirk was getting closer, and she wouldn't have enough time to grab a canoe and paddle across the lake. No, she would have to swim. Kirk stopped in his tracks when he saw Tessa just bolted to the edge of the shore and dove into the waters. Shit. Stop. Hey. You'll freeze to death. Of course, Tessa wasn't listening. And unbeknownst to Kirk, Tessa sprouted a fish's tail underneath the water. The siren's mimicry of human physiology using mere folk physiology was fading out. Fortunately, it was dark out in the lake, the light rain summoning a mist that shrouded the siren in a haze. Kirk couldn't get a good look at her. He didn't even realize that Tessa was swimming a little too fast, getting further and further away from shore. Kirk pulled down the canoe from the bottom rack and pushed it toward the water. He grabbed a paddle from the rack and hopped in, following the siren's trail. The water is cold. Kirk shouted, growing impatient as he paddled faster and faster toward Tessa. Stop. I said stop swimming, you stupid bitch. Listen to me. The siren delved below the surface and disappeared. Kirk stopped paddling. In the darkness, he could barely make out where he was. He grabbed his phone off his jacket's pocket and turned on the flash, shielding the screen from the rain. He aimed the light onto the water's surface, looking for her. All he saw was pitch darkness. He had no idea how deep this part of the lake was. The canoe wobbled as if someone had jumped on top of it. Kirk quickly aimed the flashlight toward the bow, and Kirk's heart leapt. A pair of a woman's hands gripped around the pointed bow, their face hidden behind the deck. Kirk leaned forward, trying to catch a glimpse, but she looked away from him. Tessa? Is that you? He sounded unsure, and Kirk gulped down his rising fear. The siren looked up with flirtatious poise. Blue ocean eyes staring right at Kirk's, and all the man could do was drop his jaw and stare back at her longingly. A strangled gasp escaped his lips, muscles tensing with need, and shoulders relaxed for an embrace. The siren began to hum a beautiful song that I have never heard of, sweetly strange and yet an exotic ballad with its running melody. Her voice traveled across the lake, freezing the rain for just a moment to hold this enchantress in the mist's haze, encapsulating its uncanny beauty. Kirk leaned forward as the siren grasped the edge of the canoe and swam closer to him. With the song building into a sweet crescendo, Kirk ignored how sharp the siren's nails were, almost like talons. He ignored the scales running along her back and peeking over her shoulders like a cloak. He ignored her sharp teeth as he reached his hand out to touch the woman's porcelain and glassy face. "You're so beautiful," Kirk mumbled. "Who are you?" Do what you will with me, my gentle heart, the siren sang, leaning closer to him. It will be all a pleasure. Come closer. Yes, closer. Touch me. Touch me. Anything I want? Kirk's eyes wandered down her bare shoulders, and the siren pushed her dark hair back to reveal her breasts peeking out of the water's surface. Kirk gulped as if he couldn't breathe no longer, and felt the blood surging under his belt. Oh God. The siren gave him a sensual smile. Anything, I can be anything. With a blink of an eye, the siren opened her jaws wide and chomped onto Kirk's outstretched hand, biting off his thumb and forefinger before slipping back into the water in a loud splash. Kirk stared at his bloodied, stumpy fingers for a second. It didn't seem to register to him what just happened until the sharp pain shot up his arm and he let out a blood-curdling shriek. The siren whipped her tail and slammed the canoe upward into the air, spinning wildly. The powerful blow sent Kirk soaring 20 feet into the air, and he plunged back into the dark water, cutting off his screams. Reaching toward the surface, he saw the canoe flipped over and sank. Kirk looked back to shore. His resolve dropping by each second. Compared to the others, he was the weakest and easily frightened. The siren swam from below and sliced Kirk by the side of the abdomen with her sharp nails, puncturing his liver. The water quickly turned red around him. His pain was intoxicating to hear, like listening to the sizzle of butter hitting the pan. Kirk frantically swam toward the shore, begging for any god to listen to him. To let him live. There was only one god here tonight. The siren, and I sensed his resolve, turned red at the same time. Without saying a word, she hurtled toward him from underneath the surface, like a bullet. Kirk's legs finally hit the bottom, the water getting shallower and shallower. He scrambled to his feet, wading toward the shore with a desperate thrash. The cold air cut through his open wounds, and he let out a pained hiss. He looked over to the boathouse. Surely Rebecca must have heard his screams by now. Rebecca's busy, Mr. Gamble, I said with menacing glee. You're all alone out here with me and my friend. Finally, the siren reached him, her fingernails slicing through both his Achilles heel. Kirk immediately fell to the rocky shore and frantically crawled out of the shallow waters. No, please. Don't kill me. He screamed. Rebecca. Hodge. Help me. But he didn't crawl out fast enough. The siren emerged from the water, revealing her true form. She still had blue human eyes, but her face was grotesquely malformed. Her mouth was too large for her head, filled with rows of shark-like teeth. Gills peeked out of her neck and a slender scaled torso etched with watery mosaic shapes. Her arms were too long for her body, and she had tangles of greenish seaweed-like hair that hid half of her face and breasts. What's the matter, my love? The siren sang hauntingly as if the air was struck by a ghostly choir. Am I not pretty enough for you? Am I not young enough for you? Get away from me. Kirk sobbed like a little child. But you'll stay down here with me, my love. Forever. 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 Her giant claws grabbed Kirk's ankles and dragged him slowly back into the freezing waters, kicking and screaming. There was nothing for him to hold on to. Nothing for him to use to fight against the siren. All he could do was beg and weep. His screams were cut short once he disappeared beneath the roiling waters, which quickly turned russet red. I took a deep breath as I relished his muffled screams beneath the surface, the siren butchering him with her teeth and claws. She fed like a piranha, consuming his flesh down to the bone marrow. From the slaughter, Kirk's decapitated head broke out of the surface momentarily, eyes bulging wide, his face frozen in mid-scream. Then a giant claw grabbed his hair and pulled Kirk's head back into the dark depths of the lake. You have gained one essence, Kirk Gamble. You have gained 150 crystals. Mr. Gamble is dead, I thought bitterly. He was my favorite English teacher, and I remembered going to his classes during lunch hour and just hanging out with the other students who liked him. He was a decent man until I learned the horrible truth of what he truly was. And now I felt nothing for him. He could rot in hell forever. As the waters calmed, the siren popped her head out, smiled, and gave me a cheeky thumbs up. It was like seeing a baby walking for the first time, or hearing them utter their first word. Though she seemed disappointed that the others didn't get to see her first kill. That's all right, siren, I said. There's plenty more in the future. The siren hummed a sigh, nodded glumly, and dove underwater. I thought to myself, maybe I should create a school of merfolks for her. A family she could have under the lake. That would be fun, and she wouldn't get bored being out here while the others were having fun on land. I made a mental note to give Siren a merfolk friend. But I didn't have enough monster slots to create another for North Cedar Lake. I opened the dungeon tab in the menu just to check if the administrators rewarded me for killing Kirk Gamble. Unfortunately, there was none. Maybe after I am done with this scenario, I could ask for rewards of my own. I am killing the people that the administrators wanted dead, so I hoped I could get something big out of this night. Perhaps better powers? More monsters? Elvis mentioned sponsors, so maybe I could get more of those. However, to get a reward from the administrators, I had to destroy the cult of Astaroth by killing all the cultists. Not just the ones delving right now. I sighed. One night at a time, Mark. One freaking night at a time. I closed the interface from my vision and turned my attention to the boathouse, and the screams emanating from there. I needed to put my game face on. There were still a few cultists to kill. I found Eliza and Tessa behind a tree while Tessa regained her balance. She assured Eliza that the pain from her phantom wound was fading. "Can you walk on your own?" Eliza asked. "Yeah, I think I can. Thanks." Eliza looked behind the tree. "I don't think they followed us, but there's something you should know. If you see a big man with a scary fox mask, you run. Do you understand?" "What?" "Just tell me you understand, Nina." Okay. If I see a man with a mask, I'll run." "Good. I'm Eliza, by the way." "Tessa. Your name sounds familiar. Are you from town?" Tessa paused, then nodded. "I was in the news lately." "Wait, you're not the girl from Green Hill, are you?" Tessa gulped. "That one." "Oh." Eliza smoothed the creases on her shirt, ignoring the implication that there might be a connection between what happened at Green Hill and tonight. "Look, Tessa. I need to find Danny. He ran off into the woods. Maybe I could stop whatever's happening to him. But it's dark out. We barely have a light, and there's shelter over there." Tessa pointed at the boathouse and the single light on the second-floor window. "Maybe we can find weapons down there, and then we can look for your boy?" Eliza sniffed and gazed at the dark woods, debating what to do next. "Okay. Find weapons, and then we go look for Danny." "And a light," Tessa added. "Yes. Light. We don't know what else lurks in this place." "You don't feel it?" Eliza narrowed her gaze at her. "Feel what?" "I don't know, something familiar about this place," Tessa said. "It's like I've been here before." Eliza shrugged. "I just got here a few hours ago." "What did you feel?" Tessa shook her head. "It's probably nothing. I'm tired. They just kidnapped me from the hospital." "It's not nothing. After what I've been through, I know there's something foul in this place." "I believe you. What else did you sense, girl?" Tessa hesitated to answer. "It feels like I'm back at Green Hill again. The dead woman back there tortured me around my home and killed my boyfriend, and..." "She was possessed," Eliza said. "Possessed? By the devil." Eliza touched the cross pendant around her neck. "It looks like it has already left her body. She was the one who attacked us as well." They also mentioned Mark Castle. "They're looking for him, too. They did something to him." "Who's he?" "A boy from my class. He's been missing for weeks." "Well, when we find him, we'll get him out, too." Tessa grabbed Eliza's wrist. "But that's the thing. Coach Hodge and the others seem to be afraid of him." "What are you saying?" Tessa lowered her voice, her eyes flicking around the dark woods. "Maybe if we see him, we should run away, too." Rebecca peered through the grime-ridden windows of the boathouse, but she couldn't see anything inside. With her gun raised, she kicked the door wide open and entered. Her stomach rolled. Immediately, the scent of mildew and brackish waters hit her nostrils, and she coughed while she waved the gun around, looking for the threat. The warped floorboards creaked under her weight as she entered the room. Her flashlight illuminated the walls decked with abandoned fishing gear, rusted hooks, coats, tables, and other equipment. Shadows clung to every corner. But there were no signs of her husband. "Chris?" Rebecca called out into the dark. "Where are you? Answer me." On the interior dock, 2 moored rowboats sat empty parallel to each other, floating in the dark water. The boat's hull lightly slapped against the wooden dock with a thud, a heartbeat in the silence. Rebecca found a metal string attached to a bulb and pulled the light switch on, illuminating the room. Rebecca whirled around and crouched, expecting someone to jump out of the shadows, but no one did. She was alone. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Heard something from above her. A stifled sob. A soft creak of the floorboards. Someone was upstairs. Rebecca tightened her gun grip, headed for the door across the entrance, and opened it slowly, a set of stairs leading to the second floor. Without hesitating, she climbed the stairs like a trained cop would, making sure that her corners were clear and that no one was coming up from behind her. Grimacing, she waited to collect her composure, ready to shoot anyone waiting for her upstairs. The second floor of the boathouse was just like the old version of the cabin. It had 2 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen/dining room, and a bathroom. However, I had converted one of the bedrooms into something more for Rebecca to find. Rebecca peered through the gaps in the wooden railings, searching the living room for anyone hiding behind the couch, the coffee table, or the kitchen. The cries were coming from the door to her left. When she deemed the room was empty, she finally reached the second floor landing and headed for the bedroom. She kicked the door open and entered. Rebecca drew a sharp breath. She found herself in an observation room, the exact replica of the precinct in Point Hope, thanks to Oracle for downloading the blueprints. On the other side of the one-way mirror was the interrogation room, and there sat 2 figures across a metal table, black cloth bags wrapped around their heads. They were already awake, looking around and figuring out where they were. However, someone had handcuffed them to the table. One of them had a missing arm. Rebecca stepped forward and pressed her hands against the glass. It was real, all right. She did not imagine all of this. She turned on the mic so that they could hear her. "Chris? Is that you in there?" The man on the right, the one with the missing arm, turned to face her and let out a muffled scream. It sounded like someone taped his mouth shut. "Oh. Chris. I'm gonna get you out. Don't you worry," Rebecca said. Then she looked down at the missing arm. "Oh my God, Chris. What happened to you?" More muffled sobs from behind the bag. Suddenly, the door slammed shut behind her. As she ran over and turned the doorknob, it came loose from the socket. The door wouldn't budge, no matter how hard she kicked it. She was trapped. "Kirk. Kirk. I'm in here." I could tell from her face that she doubted Kirk even followed her into the boathouse. She didn't even check if he was behind her. "You idiot. I told you to follow me," she said under her breath. She gave the door one last kick. "Fuck." In the interrogation room, Goliath stepped out of the shadows, and Rebecca froze as she saw him. To her surprise, the giant gave her a small, friendly wave, although, to Rebecca, it looked menacing. "Touch him, and I'll fucking kill you," Rebecca said, holding a choked sob. Goliath tilted his head as if confused, gently reaching out toward Chris and clasping the bag over his head. Rebecca pointed the gun at him. "Don't you dare." Goliath pulled the bag off. Chris squinted and frantically looked around, blinking, adjusting to the light. When his eyes met Goliath's, Chris instinctively flinched away from the giant's touch. He looked at the mirror but couldn't see Rebecca behind it. Goliath took the tape off his mouth, and Chris took a lungful of breath. "Becca? Becca? Where are you?" Chris shouted. "I'm in here. I'm in here." Goliath also took off the bag from the other man, and both Chris and Rebecca paused. Clay Havard, Rebecca's lover, sat across from her husband. He had an enormous bruise under his left eye and cheek and dried blood stuck under his nostrils. Compared to Chris, Clay was younger, taller, broader, and more athletic than the other, and a slice of jealousy crossed over Chris's face. There was pure hatred behind his glare, and he glanced at the mirror, composing himself to act surprised and confused about why Clay was there. Rebecca still didn't know that Chris knew what she had done behind his back for the past weeks. Months? Clay couldn't find the right words as he stared back at the man across from him. Fear crossed his face, and he didn't know whether to be more afraid of the husband of the woman he had been fucking for a long, long time or the literal masked killer standing beside him. You did this," Clay managed to say. Chris turned away from him. "I don't know what you're talking about." Bex, I don't know what your husband is playing, but he and this big fuck are in on it. What? They're in on it. Clay repeated. Goliath stepped forward and clasped his giant hand on Clay's shoulder to shut him up. Fortunately, the man slunk back into his chair. Clay arrived at the cabin a few minutes after Chris. Of course, the two men argued about Rebecca and started throwing their fists around. Chris knocked Clay out at some point before Goliath and Maxine could intervene. But since he did half the work for them, Goliath thanked Chris by knocking him out before Eliza, Danny, and Zach reached the cabin. All I cared about was the drama. If only my new body could eat popcorn right now, I'd waste a few crystals to purchase a large bucket to watch the shit show in front of me. What the fuck is this? What the fuck are you doing? Rebecca shouted at Goliath. Who are you? Who are you? Answer me. Rebecca grew impatient. She raised the gun again, aimed for Goliath's head, and shot through the glass. Bang! 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 The bullets left spider-like webs across the bulletproof glass. But then something peculiar happened. The cracks stitched themselves closed until they completely disappeared across the surface and spat out the bullets. Rebecca took a step back and stared dumbfounded at the mirror. I laughed. Did she really think it would be that easy? Goliath tilted his head again, amused by what she had done. He ambled to the glass and playfully tapped it with his finger, teasing her that he was safe behind it. Then, he walked over to a small electrical panel next to the door, pushed a button, and lowered two nooses from the ceiling. Clay and Chris tried to wiggle out of their cuffs as Goliath slowly put the noose around their necks. They begged him to stop. Rebecca peered down at the floor and saw the indentations of a trapdoor under where the two men sat. Her blood ran cold when she realized what was going to happen next. Goliath fished a digital tape recorder from his pocket and placed it on the metal table. Oracle replicated my voice using AI by downloading several random voicemails and videos from my social media accounts that I had left behind for my family and friends over the years. It was a near-perfect imitation of my voice. I grasped the tape recorder to let my voice flow through, and Oracle would do the rest to translate it. Goliath pressed play, and my voice echoed across the room. Good evening, Deputy Torres. You may remember me, I said. Rebecca gasped. Mark Castle? I'd like to play a game, Deputy Torres. I chuckled. Shit, I couldn't help but say the line. And you know what kind of game this is? You've seen the movies. Rebecca started chanting under her breath. At first, I thought the wards Hodge taught them would be effective, but I realized I was not a ghost, far from it. I laughed, my cackles echoing through the recorder. That won't work, Deputy, I said. I am no spirit. Chris looked down at the tape recorder. Becca? What the hell's going on? Who is this? Mr. Torres, my name is Mark Castle. We've met before through my father. Remember? The missing high schooler? Clay asked softly. Yes. Wait, how are you speaking in? Let's not get into the specifics, Mr. Havert. Although both of you should know that Deputy Torres killed me. Chris furrowed his brows. What? Your wife killed me, Mr. Torres, I repeated firmly. Along with Coach Hodge, his wife, Mr. Gamble, Maxine, Dave Yates, and many more. Some of the important people in town murdered me in cold blood right there in the woods, performing a demonic ritual. They thought it didn't work, and now I'm here talking to you. I'm telling you all of this so that you can understand your predicament and why this is happening to you. I am truly sorry for what is about to happen next. What are you? Rebecca asked. You made me. Did you forget? You and the others made me into something divine. Ethereal. A living god. I didn't make you into this. To be fair, you and your cult are imbeciles. But thanks to all of your ineptitude, I can now summon things, will places into existence, and influence everyone with my mind. Did you like what I built for you? Look familiar? Wait, you're the one talking in my head, Chris said. When I was in the cabin, when I was possessed? I wanted to finish for him, but I kept my mouth shut. It dawned on him. Oh God, what did you do to me? I made sure that my friends kept you alive long enough for this special occasion, Mr. Torres. The things I did to, he stopped short. He couldn't bring himself to say it. Rebecca studied the interrogation room, and her eyes grew colder. The Green Hill Massacre. That wasn't Maxine's doing. That was, you. I let the silence drift for a long moment and settle. I was hungry, and I needed to feed. So, I fed. If you're not a ghost, are you a demon? Are you Astaroth? I laughed. What? Your so-called prince? No, deputy. Though I am coming for him after I am done with you. His grace will destroy you, boy. You don't know who you're dealing with and the power you're against. Are you sure about that? I let another bout of silence linger. What if you're wrong, deputy? After all, your God is not here to save you. Only me. Rebecca's gaze hovered over Goliath. Ah, yes, meet my friend, Goliath. I made him, you know. Made him? I breathed life to him, I said. He is loyal to me. And he, too, loves games, Deputy Torres. I know what you have been doing behind your husband's back. I know the lies you've said to him and the same lies you've said to your boyfriend. I have been watching you. I have been watching all of you. Kirk Gamble is dead, by the way. What? One of my friends just killed him in the lake. Don't mourn him. We both know he's a creepy old fuck. And Alvin Jones and Jenna Batten are dead, too. Well, Jenna's almost dead. And soon, the rest of you. You lured us all here to die, Rebecca whispered to herself. The messages we've been receiving all day. Yes. That was all me. That's impossible. You don't know magic. You should be dead. We targeted you for being. What? Weak? Innocent? I had a life, and you took that away from me like I was a sack of meat. Like I meant nothing in your pursuit for power. And here I am now, power incarnate. What do you want? Rebecca spat out with venom. To play my games, and you've all played the part well. Why stop now? And this game is very simple. Who does your heart desire the most, Deputy Torres? For months, you played these men, dangling your favor between the two of them, and relished in the lies you've told. I have no idea what you are talking about. I've already shared everything with Mr. Torres. Your husband already knows that you have an affair with the other man across the table from him. Rebecca froze, and her resolve plunged to a bright yellow. Chris, he's lying, but she couldn't get the words out clearly. Gotcha, bitch. I signaled for Oracle to play the marriage vow that Rebecca made on her wedding day with Chris Torres, spliced from her Facebook post. Then, I played the voice memos that Clay and Rebecca left for each other. They both said I love you and shared graphic details about what they would do to each other. To hit a nerve, I played one of their calls, making fun of Chris, his inadequacies, and how he was lacking in bed. Chris paled from embarrassment and shot daggers at the other man across the table. The deputy's resolve slowly dwindled as her voice echoed across the interrogation room. Rebecca closed her eyes and stifled a sob with her hand. I'm so sorry, Chris. Chris couldn't look in the mirror. Couldn't look at his wife. I smiled. Like I said, the game is simple. Choose. Choose the man you love the most, Deputy Torres. And you can live happily ever after with him. The other one stays here to die. Both men shared a suspicious look. No. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not going to choose, Rebecca said. I won't. Choose. You can't make me. Are you sure? You're still gonna kill us. I rolled my eyes. Of course, I'm still going to kill her. She's smarter than I thought, but this game wasn't meant to kill her. This game was all about depleting her resolve. If you don't, then I will choose for you. You have 60 seconds. The digital clock above the door started the countdown. I hovered over her, urging for her aura to go lower and lower. The choice was screwing with her mind. Let it break, I thought. Both of the men's resolve were threatening to drop to red already. I'll try to find a way out. Both of you, just hold on. Rebecca grabbed the metal folding chair from inside the observation room and used it to smash the glass. But with every crack she made, my magic prevented her from breaking through the mirror. The other men could hear what she was doing behind the mirror, and they could sense that it wasn't working. Bex, choose me, Clay said desperately, to Chris's surprise. You know you love me, and you know how crazy I feel about you. This piece of shit beat me up when I got here. He was planning to kill you. No, to kill us. That's not true. Chris exclaimed. I love you more than anything, Rebecca. I know you. We've known and loved each other for years, Becca, and you can't just throw that away. He is a mistake. I know that. And I'll forgive you, love. I'll forgive you. No one in town has to know about this. Don't listen to him, baby. Clay clamored over Chris's rising voice. The moment you get out of here, he's going to leave you. Don't trust him. He's never been a good guy. Remember what you told me? He has never been a good husband to you. He neglects you, and everyone in town can see that. Rebecca threw the chair away and paced around the room, tears welling in her eyes. I'm not gonna choose. 30 seconds down on the clock. He loves his job more than you. Clay said. You said that yourself. Okay. I admit, I've never been a good husband. Chris said. But I promise you, I'm gonna change, okay? If what I did to you was unforgivable, and if you were unhappy in our marriage, I'll do my best to change. I'll do my best to make you happy. Believe me. Clay chuckled. Oh, bullshit. Guys like these never change, Bex. He's never gonna change. Chris tried to ignore him. What will your parents think? What will our friends think? Remember our plan, Bex. We planned that you'll leave him. That you'll get divorced. You've drafted the divorce papers. You're already planning on giving it to him. This is just, he looked at Chris. A final nail in the coffin. Fuck you. Chris burst out. I'm gonna fucking kill you, man. She deserves better. And you're better? Just shut the fuck up. Both of you. Rebecca yelled. Let me fucking think. Clay grimaced. I don't care that you killed Mark Castle, Bex. Choose me, and I'll keep it a secret. Your husband wouldn't have the balls to do that for you. I can. I knew he said that out of desperation, but it cut like a knife. Even Goliath gave me a sympathetic look. He gripped the large hunting knife sheathed on his hip, ready to swing and slit Clay's throat, but I shook my head. Let the game breathe for a moment, I thought. And then go for the kill. You piece of shit. Chris bellowed, trying to kick Clay from under the table. I ought to bash your skull in when I had the fucking chance. Time to choose, Deputy Torres. The clock's ticking, I said over the recorder with 6 seconds on the clock. 5. 4. 3. No, no, no. I won't do it. Rebecca screamed. 2. Clay. I choose Clay. Rebecca pounded her fist against the glass. She clutched her chest, holding her sobs from threatening to spill out. Every bone in her clamored to be calm and collected. A sliver of hope that maybe, just maybe, I had mercy still left in me. That Chris Torres would be okay. After all, I was there to punish her. I was Mark Castle. An innocent teenager with a nice family, nice friends, and a good upbringing. It felt like ages ago now, my memories of those years clouded in a haze. My new existence, this core, is the true me. North Cedar Lake is my body and shelter, my monsters are my bones and viscera, and the cabin is my mind and soul. Fear is my power, and death is my only friend. Dread seeped through the walls, gripping their forms. At the back of their mind, they knew I had no fucking mercy left in me. Only carnage. I grinned. Let it out, I urged her. Let all your fear out to me. A long silence permeated through the boathouse, waiting. Goliath turned off the tape recorder, put it back in his pocket, and slipped out the interrogation room door. Then, Chris's laughter broke through the silence. Rebecca couldn't hold her sobs any longer. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Chris. I love you. I have no choice. He made me. Well, do you? Chris took a deep breath, preparing himself for the inevitable. Love me? I don't think you do. Rebecca held her tongue. I'm so sorry. Chris let out another weak chuckle, his resolve turning darker red. I wasted my life with you. He had given up. He glared at Clay across the table. And you? Oh, man, you and my wife both deserve each other. She's going to stab you in the back once she's done with you. And I hope you both rot in hell. The room deleted the cuffs around Chris's wrists into a puff of silvery smoke. Grinding rotors whirred in the distance, muffled behind the wall. No. As both men looked around the room to find where the source was, it came from underneath them. It came from below Chris's trapdoor. Before Chris could fully absorb what was happening, the trapdoor swung open underneath him, down to a chute filled with woodchipper blades, whirring in terrifying hunger. With a strangled yelp, Chris fell through, and Rebecca let out a hair-raising shriek as the rope tightened around her husband's neck and dangled him down the chute of death. His feet and ankles were gone in a split second, and the metallic serrated blades devoured up to his lower knees. Blood gushed everywhere in the interrogation room, painting everything in crimson. Everyone was screaming. Rebecca pounded her fists against the glass, quickly frosting with blood. Clay desperately tried to get the cuffs off him. "Get me out of here!" Clay shrieked. Chris tried to pull himself back up with the rope, but with him choking and the immense pain shooting up his whole body, he quickly lost his strength, and he descended further down the funnel with an ear-splitting deathly screech no man should make. The blades feasted up to Chris's belly, mincing his flesh and organs into ribbons. Every viscera in his lower body exploded across the room, splattering Clay with the man's blood. The rest fell to the dark waters below. Chris's screams ceased, and the blades' cries faltered in submission to the returning dead silence. "You have gained 1 essence, Chris Torres. You have gained 150 crystals." Leo Grady stalked toward the porch. He kept his head low, crawling toward the broken front window he was thrown out of earlier, peering inside, and hearing Hodge and Melanie climb the cellar stairs. He stepped in when he was sure no one else was in the cabin's living area. Leo was my contingency if Hodge or Melanie's resolve didn't plunge to crimson and they made it out of the dungeon alive. I am not taking any chances tonight. Every piece must count toward the end game. I switched off the illusion around the upper mantle when Leo was halfway toward the yawning cellar door. Leo stopped in his tracks and looked over. A double-barreled shotgun sat on the mantle, resting on a mount. Leo scrunched up his face, bewildered at what he had just seen. I timed it perfectly, of course. His eyes tracked the mantle momentarily when I did the reveal, and I was so proud of myself for doing so. He would have missed it if he just continued toward the cellar door without looking. However, the man paused for several long seconds, hesitating to approach the weapon. I purchased the gun from my dungeon interface as a loot drop a few hours ago before the scenario commenced. Growing impatient, I spent some power to trigger strange noises. "Grab it," I said. My voice sounded like one of those movies when a ghost or a demon haunted the main character around the house, whispering echoes through the walls, yet it's very hard to hear clearly. And like the characters from those movies, Leo immediately stiffened, eyes bulging, senses primed with anticipation for danger. Humans were never accustomed to supernatural invasions, something I'm glad I was no longer subjected to. I double-checked in the cellar to see if Hodge and Melanie also heard me, but I specifically directed my powers to Leo, and only Leo. Hodge and Melanie continued exploring the cellar cautiously, unaware of who was above them. Still, Leo didn't move. "Grab it," I repeated, hovering closer to his right ear. If that helped with his hearing, I wouldn't know. It was like talking to a stubborn toddler. I only have a minute of usage with this ability, and it's tough to form more than 3 or 4 words at a time. "Get the fucking hint, Leo." A side effect of using my abilities was that it always affected a delver, despite the situation. Leo's resolve edged toward a golden yellow and continued spiraling down while my powers remained active. Finally, Leo gently dropped his bat and moved toward the shotgun. He studied the gun and the mount it rested on, probably expecting a trap of some kind. When he grasped the barrel, and no poisonous darts shot at him or an anvil dropped on his head from the ceiling, he drew the gun closer and checked if it was loaded. I was relieved that he knew how to use the damn thing. 2 shells were already inside. Delver 1, Leo Grady, picked up a loot item, double-barrel shotgun. "Use it," I said. Leo searched the room for more shells and found them by the end table's drawer near the fireplace. There were 4 extra shells inside. He grabbed all of them and shoved them into his pocket. His gaze darted around the room, trying to get a good glimpse of his guardian angel. When he realized I was no threat to him, I doubted that. My core still hungered for his essence. He stalked toward the open cellar door. "Stop," I whispered. "Wait." Fortunately, Leo understood what I meant and waited. Hodge and Melanie were still walking around the cellar, talking in hushed tones. They just found the secret entrance to the tunnel that would eventually lead to an exit in the woods, if they were lucky, or directly into the half-flooded tunnels leading into the Siren's lair, if they were unlucky. Siren was currently there munching on Mr. Gamble's half-butchered torso, and she had propped his decapitated head on top of a rock facing her as if they were both having some tea party. Hodge and Melanie decided to venture into the tunnel. "Move," I said as strange voices vanished quickly. Leo took a deep breath as his resolve steadied. He looked around the room for me again, his facial expression showed great confusion about what had just happened. "Enjoy your loot," I wanted to say. "And may you use it to fuck them up." Leo aimed the shotgun's barrel forward and climbed down the stairs. Clay wiped the blood off his face and scraped off the bits and pieces stuck in his hair. One had made it up his left nostril. He watched Chris's rope, which was still wrapped around the man's neck, ascend, pulling Chris's half-torn swaying body back into the room as the trapdoor beneath closed shut. Clay puked on the metal table, yellow bile scattering everywhere, when parts of Chris's intestines and other viscera still dangling below his ribcage squelched from internal pressure. It was pretty disgusting, even for good ol' me, and I'd been exposed to so much violence within the past 3 days, enough for several lifetimes, since I became a deathcore. That should do it, I thought when I sensed his resolve turned a dull orange. I couldn't care less about Clay's resolve right now. The resolve I wanted to drop was in the other room. However, I couldn't say the same thing for Rebecca. Goliath gave me a questioning shrug from the living room, asking if that was enough. I shook my head. Rebecca was still in a darker yellow after seeing one of her loved ones brutally killed, Jigsaw style. Even with all that blood and gore, she was still considered unseasoned by the system. She was a cop, and she had seen some of the worst shit humans could do to each other, especially when she had a side job of ritually killing young people in the woods with her murder buddies. I didn't think a fountain of blood and guts would stop her. What I just displayed was a Tuesday for her. Shit, I cursed. It's getting there, but we need a little bit more push. Every step counts, right? Goliath gave me a reassuring thumbs up and pumped up his chest. I interpreted that as I got this, boss. I smiled. You always do. Goliath put 2 fingers up and pointed at the interrogation room. Plan B? Yep. Plan B. I flew out of the room and out of the boathouse in 3 seconds and immediately floated next to Jenna's possessed body. She was still walking in the woods, heading toward the cabin. Trouble in Love Island? Jenna asked with a demonic distorted voice. My apologies, my liege. This sad girl has an unhealthy obsession with that show, among many others. The humans have created Love is Blind and The Bachelor. The mating rituals of humans have gone down the toilet in the past centuries. Chivalry is dead. Yes, I don't really care about that. I'm kind of surprised you follow human mating rituals. Oh, of course. My apologies. Back in hell, humans are easy to torture when they have people they love. We cast an illusion, wear their skins, and pretend to be them before we hit them with emotional damage? I finished for her. Demon Jenna merely smiled. Exactly. What do you need from me, my liege? So, Chris is dead. Here, the demon cheered. I made a bet with Oldie that she'd choose cock over heart. Oldie owes me a kill. But are you still connected to his body? Jenna nodded. As long as I possessed him before, it is easier to do it again. Even a corpse. It's like wearing running shoes. You gotta break them before you go running, right? Okay. Well, I need you to do it now. How many bodies have you possessed so far? Just this one. The more bodies I possess, the weaker I get, remember? Is his soul still intact? I already collected his essence. Oh. Would that be a problem? I can still do it. Although, I cannot possess a corpse for more than 9 minutes and 24 seconds. Why so specific? That's my tolerance level for wearing a soulless body before it hurts me. In normal circumstances, demons don't possess bodies without a soul. We are into the dragging business. But I am in your domain, which means I play by a different set of rules. Doesn't matter to me either way, although it's like eating rotten meat compared to a fresh plate. But are you going to be okay? Jenna smiled. Your concern for me warms my black heart, my liege. But I am a demon. Rotting meat is a delicacy in hell. 9 minutes is enough time to inflict some trauma. Chris is the one who died, right? Yes. Even more perfect. Her emotional center was destroyed already. Follow me then. I flew over the cabin and back to the boathouse with the demon's shadow on my trail. I got back to Goliath. The demon's coming. Plan B set. Goliath gave me another thumbs up and unlocked the observation room's door. He quietly climbed down the stairs to the ground floor. It still surprised me that, given his size, he could still sneak around without making a single sound. Downstairs, he walked over to the shelves and pulled his main weapon he stashed behind a locker, a double-sided axe, and slipped back into the shadows next to the grimy windows, out of sight from any delver's periphery. On the second floor, Rebecca checked how many bullets she had left. She was down to 7, before she exited the observation room and into the living room. She regained a bit of her composure when she realized that she still had a threat to neutralize. She was very good at compartmentalizing under stress, and I was tempted to lunge at her for being too calm. When she saw that the living room was empty, she quickly moved to the other unlocked door and opened it, finding Clay still cuffed to the metal table. She avoided looking directly at Chris's body when she entered the room. "Oh, Bex. I'm so sorry." "Be quiet," Rebecca said firmly, pulling the noose off his head. She still had the keys to the handcuffs she put around Tessa and used them to unlock Clay's cuffs. Rebecca cupped Clay's jaw and kissed him even with all the blood. Clay pressed his lips deeper into hers, and Rebecca welcomed the invitation. Until Clay's eyes shot open, thinned his lips, and pulled away from her. Rebecca didn't understand for a second and leaned closer for another kiss, but Clay turned his chin away. I grinned. "Oh." Clay looked down at his wrists, massaging the soreness. He couldn't look her in the eyes. Rebecca leaned closer. "Are you okay? Did he hurt you?" She searched Clay for any injuries, but the man took her hands and pushed them away from his face. No, Clay paused for a moment. "I'm okay. I think I'm okay," he said, forcing a smile. It seemed like I had gotten into Clay's head after all. I wondered if my revelation that she murdered me might have something to do with his sudden cold shoulder. Perhaps the woman he had been sleeping with remained a stranger all this time. How long had they been together? Almost a year? Still, Clay discerned that his only way out would be if Rebecca, the cop with the only gun in the room, helped him. He's playing nice for now, but I could tell he had already become suspicious of her. Rebecca also forced a smile. "Oh, baby, I'm so sorry I got you into this." "I'm really sorry." I laughed. "Apologizing won't do shit, lady. Look, there's a van in front of the cabin. We're gonna get out of here," Rebecca added. Clay looked up. "That guy is still inside. Do you have a phone? Can't you call for backup?" Rebecca hesitated, and Clay's face fell. "You can't. Or you won't." Rebecca didn't say anything. Clay made the mistake of looking at Chris. I could tell that this was his first dead body, and he wasn't ready for the smell. "Oh God," he muttered. "We gotta get out of here, or we're gonna die. You gotta call for backup, Bex." He looked at her jacket's pocket, to the phone's imprint within. "Give me your phone." Rebecca took a giant step back. "Don't. I'm sure we can explain everything to them. You won't go to jail." "What that guy said over the recorder, those are fake, right?" Clay said, grasping at straws. "Clearly, he's still alive. He's the bad guy. I can't call them." "I'm sorry." "Why the hell not?" "Because." Rebecca huffed in frustration. "We kidnapped someone, okay? And I'm pretty sure they're looking for us." "Us?" "I didn't kidnap anyone, Bex." "Calm down," Rebecca said. "I need you to stay calm. He's going to hear us." "How can I stay calm when there's a freaking maniac on the loose, and I'm stuck here with you?" "Hey. That is not fair. I choose you, remember? I saved you because I love you." Clay held his laugh. "I kinda have the same question as Chris, Bex. I don't even know who you are anymore. If what Mark Castle said is true, and that you did things to him, who are you? It's hard for you to understand, Clay. Please believe me when I say I'm doing this for something greater, okay? And if you're with me, you'll benefit, too. You promised to keep it secret. You said so yourself." Clay's eyes darkened. "Yeah. I did. Then keep thinking of that. Let's focus on getting out of here first. I'm gonna check ahead. Make sure the coast is clear, okay? She showed him the gun in her hand to reassure him. Rebecca walked out of the room and snuck toward the stairs. She peered over the railing, ready to fire her gun if Goliath was standing at the bottom landing. The coast was clear. She returned to the interrogation room. I think the bastard left. Out of the corner of her eyes, she saw Chris's body stirred. What? Clay asked, confused. What is it? I thought. Rebecca's brows furrowed. She walked closer to Chris's body. Bex? What did you see? Clay asked again. I thought I saw. Hey, now. Don't touch him. He's dead, Clay said. Bex, if the big guy's not around, we should really go. Now. Just a moment, Clay. Rebecca waved him off. Rebecca reached 2 fingers out toward Chris's neck. No one could survive what happened to her husband. Perhaps her mind was just playing tricks on her. I could hear Rebecca's heart thundering against her ribcage. Her pulse throbbed in her temples. Chris's golden red eyes shot open. Rebecca yelped and took a step back. Clay was rooted to where he stood as Chris's chilling smile slowly crept across his face. The demon playfully lunged at Rebecca, and she shrank further back, slamming against the mirror. Hell of a divorce, hon, Chris teased and clicked his tongue. The papers would have suffice. What the fuck? Rebecca shrieked, her resolve plunged to a red-orange immediately. What the fuck? Get behind me. Clay drew Rebecca behind him, putting on a brave face. However, he was also trembling. Chris chuckled. Ah, how cute. Look at both of you side by side. The greasy ballsack and the cankerous cunt, he said as a trickle of blood poured out of his lips. Clay gagged. How is he still talking? I don't think that's Chris. Ding. 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 Winner winner, chicken fucking dinner. Mark Castle? Rebecca asked, almost in a whisper. Chris's smile dropped. You cannot compare myself to my master, whore, he said. He is absolute. I am but an emissary of your demise, sent here to play with you. Do you want to play another game, ReBCCA? The demon drew out her name as if talking to a dim-witted person. What have you done to my husband? The demon made Chris look pathetic as he pouted dramatically and sighed. My soul is in hell, hon, it burns like a motherfucker. He sniffled a fake tear. But I'm not worried. No. Not at all. You'll join me soon. Both of you. He still wonders, Rebecca. He wonders why you didn't choose him. He had always been loyal to you, and it gutted him on the inside when he heard Clay's name come out of your foul mouth. It was clear that Rebecca was taken aback by the question. What? Cat got your tongue, baby? He's listening here. The demon pointed at his left eye. Right here. Say what you have to say. A single tear fell down Rebecca's cheek. You wouldn't understand. Which one? Once you know the truth about me, about what I have done for us, our accomplishments, you will never forgive me. Oh, right. How can I forget? The demon laughed. You are too much of a coward to tell your husband you kill little boys and girls for money and status. Bex, Clay begged. Let's go. Don't listen to him. That's not him anymore. Chris winked. And you too, lover boy. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife. One of the 10 great sins. Oh, you handsome adulterer. My friends are going to enjoy ravishing your tight body. And I'm going to have fun fucking your asshole with my ribcage until you taste your own horseshit. Gripped by fear, Clay slowly backed out of the room. His eyes darted to the stairs and back to the hanging demon. Fuck this. This is crazy. I'm leaving. Rebecca shrugged him off. That's it. I'm done with this. Get the fuck out of my husband. Oh yeah? What you gonna do about it, bitch? Rebecca raised her gun and fired 2 bullets right on his chest and head. Chris went limp, swaying on the rope. The demon let Rebecca think she killed him, but then he let out a boisterous cackle. Ah, my favorite. Iron and gunpowder. Reminds me of my birth, Chris said teasingly. With his intact arm, Chris slid a finger into the bullet hole on his forehead, brought it to his lips, and licked the blood like ketchup. Spicy. Got enough to bring me down, pig? Rebecca blotted her tears with the sleeve of her jacket and spent all her bullets into Chris's torso. I could feel the regret seeping inside her. Buyer's remorse? I thought, amused. Chris's body slacked and swung. Eyes closed. A sharp, burned odor from the gunpowder permeated the room. The demon easily slipped out of Chris's body and flew away. Thanks for the assist, I said to them. They got the job done and freaked out the Delvers. The demon couldn't speak in its shadow form, but it lingered for a moment to bow to me before it flew down the stairs and out through the window. Goliath gave them a thumbs up and a wave as they flew past him. Hey, there's no I in team, I thought. Rebecca still had her gun raised, pointing at Chris, her body trembling. Chris was gone. That dawning realization that her husband was really dead pushed her regret into a burrowing, dark-seated guilt. Her resolve dropped to red. Finally. I had her where I wanted. Get ready, I told Goliath. Goliath's spine and shoulders snapped in attention, and he readied his weapon. A funny thing about resolve was that it reflected the Delver's current mental state, ranging in various forms of distress like fatigue, pure terror, grief, negative thoughts, or antipathy. To Rebecca, it translated as shock. A mental break. Her mind wrangled how to process what just happened. She blamed me for killing her husband, but she still dealt the final blow. She technically killed him twice, both directly and indirectly. In her distress, the demonic possession of her husband and her choices that got him there was too much for her brain to handle. Rebecca gained enough of her senses to follow after Clay and climbed down the stairs. She was still holding the empty gun. When she reached the bottom landing, she leaned against the wall to collect herself. Clay was already by the front door and found it wouldn't budge. It won't open, he exclaimed. What? Hold on. I'm coming. Rebecca stepped away from the wall and exited the stairwell. Rebecca took the lead again with her gun. I realized she had forgotten that she used all her bullets on the demon upstairs. This should make things easier then. If Rebecca were of sound mind, she would have noticed the subtle creak of the floorboards right next to the door where Goliath was hiding. She would have seen the puff of icy breath in the shadows and its echo through the fox mask. The little noise his dark trench coat and the grubby black suit made when it stretched as the masked killer raised the axe close to his chest. But Clay saw. He saw it all as fear rooted him where he stood. Goliath stepped out of the shadows, axe raised over his head, and closed the distance between him and the Delver in 2 big strides. Rebecca's eyes bulged when she spotted the glint of the axe's blade over her shoulder. She raised one arm to pointlessly defend herself while raising the gun with the other. She had no space to maneuver the weapon, and everything happened too fast. The axe split the air, plunging down to. Rebecca barely let out a strangled cry. The blade slammed into her right shoulder, shattering bone and muscle. Blood pooled down her shirt and soaked her police jacket. Goliath slapped the gun off her hand, and it flew across the room, fell off the edge of the dock, and disappeared below the dark waters. Rebecca staggered back and feebly raised a fist. She was still up for a fight, even with an axe in her shoulder. But Goliath easily overtook her. Rebecca fought hard against his solid grip, clawing and punching him from all the training that she could muster by targeting his liver or spleen, trying to break his elbow, or going for his knees. If he were a normal perp, it would have worked. But Goliath had the supernatural on his side. Her punches and kicks barely tickled him, and he sideswiped her attacks like a mother scolding a toddler's tantrums. Goliath threw her to the side, and she folded like paper onto the ground. The axe seemed to pin her down onto the floorboards, and she struggled to get up or breathe. Clay! Rebecca cried out. Help me! Goliath approached the other Delver, slowly and calmly, savoring Clay's growing panic and terror. He unsheathed his big knife with his other hand, taunting Clay with it. Clay stepped back, hitting the door behind him. It was still locked, and there was no other exit except. I'm sorry. Clay shouted to Rebecca and darted toward the dock's edge. Before Goliath could get a cheap shot at the man, Clay dove into the water and disappeared from view. You bastard! Rebecca screeched. You piece of shit! You fucking piece of shit! Goliath scratched his head and gave me a small, exasperated sigh. Underneath the water, Clay swam under the docks, trying to find another way out and following what little light he had down there. He stumbled across a wide gap, swam through, and found himself right under the exterior dock. He swam away from the boathouse and made it to shore. Siren was too far from him as she was still in her lair. Clay was not my main priority right now, so I flew back inside the boathouse to collect the deputy's essence. Putting his game face back on, Goliath walked back to the woman and shoved Rebecca against the wooden column, grabbed her left wrist, and pinned her lower arm against the post with his knife, sinking the blade to the hilt. Rebecca's screams reverberated across the boathouse. She couldn't move. Goliath grabbed the axe's hilt and casually pulled the blade from her shoulder. He paused to let the woman register what he had just done. There was no escaping the inevitable. "No. You leave me alone." Rebecca wept. She looked around frantically, and I realized she was trying to find me. "I played your game, Mark. You said you'd let me go." I turned to Goliath. "Take out the tape recorder," I said. "I want to speak to her." Goliath nodded, fished the recorder from his coat, and pointed it at Rebecca. He pressed play. "I played your stupid game," she repeated sternly. I let a brief silence linger between us. Rebecca's face contorted. "Answer me, damn it. Do you really think I'll let you go after what you've done to me? That I'll let you all live?" I asked. "But I—" "No more excuses, deputy," I said, my anger swelling. "Make her suffer," I commanded to Goliath. Goliath clicked the button off and slipped the recorder back into his pocket. He whirled around, dropped the axe, and straddled Rebecca on her hips, wrapping his enormous left hand around the woman's skull and pinning her to the wooden column. The giant's thumb slowly reached for her left eye. "Wait. Wait. Wait, yeah. Goliath thrust his thumb into Rebecca's eye, popping and oozing like a juicy grape, and scooped her eyeball out of her eye socket. Her screams sharpened, tearing her vocal cords as she clawed helplessly against Goliath's grip. With a jolted twist, Goliath yanked it off the socket, dangling nerves and all, and threw the eye over his shoulder, which ended up rolling underneath a table nearby. But even with her low resolve, Rebecca was still quick to act. Without waiting for a beat, she reached for the knife and pulled, ignoring the wet, hot trickle of blood coming down her arm. Rebecca roared as she thrust the knife into the killer's neck. Goliath gasped, reeled back, and staggered off her. He reached for his neck, prying the blade off his flesh as Rebecca kicked him in the groin, sending him falling on his back. This didn't kill Goliath, however. His, not quite dead, trait kicked in, stopping the bleeding immediately and allowing himself a chance to pull the knife out of his neck as if it didn't hurt him at all. He glared at the woman with burning malice. Like all cooldown traits, Goliath couldn't do anything but wait until he healed, giving the deputy enough time to escape. Rebecca got up on her wobbly feet. She knew the door was locked, and Clay had used the dock to escape, but the big man was on the way. Luckily, she didn't know anything about monster traits. Believing she had no other options, Rebecca sprinted toward the grimy windows and jumped out without hesitation. The deputy crashed through, glass slicing her cheeks. She went flying across the stacked logs and hit the gravel hard. Clay, soaking wet after emerging from the lake, let out a sharp scream as Rebecca almost rolled over his legs and took him down with her. Instead, he jumped over her and continued running toward the trail. A sharp cry from a distance brought Rebecca to open her one good eye again. She reached back and felt a large piece of glass punctured into her cheek, digging into her mouth. The tip wedged against her molars. She pawed at it, aware of the steady stream of blood coming out of her lips. From afar, she saw two women standing by the tail end of the trail, frozen, staring agape at her as Clay bolted past them. "Help me," she tried to say, but every time she moved her mouth, the glass cut her tongue and lodged between her gums and teeth. She recognized one of the women. "Tessa!" Eliza screamed, pointing at something behind the deputy. Rebecca looked over her shoulder to Goliath, peering through the broken window, his gaze still fixed on her with murderous fury. The wound on his neck was already stitching shut, guided by some unseen arcane force. Rebecca's face showed it all, her confusion that the masked killer was still alive after she dealt what was supposed to be a killing blow. Goliath lifted his leg over the gap and climbed out. But his trench coat snagged on the glass, momentarily hindering him. Rebecca saw her chance, and to my surprise, she still had enough energy in her to push herself up. Cradling half of her bleeding face and eye socket, she started running. "Run!" Tessa shouted to Eliza and scrambled back up the trail. But Eliza remained frozen. Once she recognized Goliath, her resolve immediately plummeted to a deeper red-orange hue. She probably had multiple flashbacks crossing her mind when he was chasing after her earlier in the night. Tessa stopped when she noticed that her companion wasn't following her. "Eliza! Come on! Run! Run!" She turned to the woods, where Clay already broke through the shadows and vanished between the trees. Tessa's cries finally snapped Eliza out of her trance, and she scampered after her. Eliza was quicker than Tessa, who was still shaking off the effects of whatever drug Hodge gave her, and she rapidly overtook the lead, also heading up the trail. 30 feet from the boathouse, Rebecca was getting woozy. Adrenaline was failing her, and the choice of whether to stand and fight or continue fleeing egged her on. Goliath's coat tore loudly as he yanked it loose, raised both his arms over his head, and threw the axe. Unfortunately, at this exact second, Rebecca looked over her shoulder to see how much distance she had from the killer. She saw the axe sailing through the air and quickly ducked to avoid it. Tessa saw it, too. A prompt in my lower right vision showed that a delver had used a boon of swiftness, marking Tessa in a faint bluish aura only I could see. She sprawled to the ground, knees and elbows scraping against the sharp rocks as the axe's blade flitted several inches over her head. But Eliza wasn't so lucky. "Oh, shit!" I exclaimed. Summoning telekinesis, I quickly grasped the hilt of the axe to stop its momentum, but there was so little I could do to stop the weapon from hitting her with the split second I was given. With the slight movement I made to its trajectory, the axe slammed against her left shoulder blade instead of the back of her head. But Goliath hurled that axe with such immense force that it spun her forward like a rag doll, and she disappeared into the nearby bushes. Her resolve dropped to red. Tessa scrambled, screaming her bloody head off. She pushed her legs up, ran like a swarm of bees were chasing her, and bolted off the trail and into the woods. The faint bluish glow around her body dissipated after 3 seconds. Goliath marched over to Rebecca and slammed his foot down her lower spine, shattering it. She wouldn't be getting up anytime soon. He ignored the mewling woman on the ground and strode toward the bushes instead. He stood over Eliza, hands on his hips, tilting his head from side to side, deciding what to do next. The woman was still alive, barely, whimpering as she clawed for the axe's handle behind her back, only she couldn't quite reach it. Goliath sighed, turned to me apologetically, and scratched his head. He didn't mean to hit her, he meant to say. He pointed at the crying woman. Given Eliza's extensive injuries, she'd bleed to death before dawn if we just left her here. I didn't drop any loot boxes for magical healing potions or a medical kit, and with the scenario in full swing, I couldn't end the game prematurely to add healing loot. Stopping the game would mean Hodge and the others survived the dungeon and reaped its rewards, whether I like it or not. As a core, I am beholden to reward delvers, even to those I fucking despised. What should I do? Goliath waited for my response. Make it quick, I said, and I looked away. I couldn't, really. With many eyes always active, I saw everything. Goliath nodded. He yanked the axe off Eliza's back and, in one fell swoop, plowed the axe into her skull, splitting it open. She let out a brief gurgled choke and then silence. You have gained 1 essence, Eliza Avery. You have gained 150 crystals. My mind turned to Danny in an instant. I just orphaned a good and bright kid. Something inside snapped me to attention. I couldn't focus on non-delvers, much less their personal, irrelevant troubles and crises. A scenario was taking place, and worrying about outsiders was an unnecessary distraction. But I wanted to connect, to reach out to Danny, and to apologize, maybe? But my core caged this feeling of, what was that? Guilt? Shame? No, I couldn't have that. I shouldn't bother myself with filthy human emotions. I shouldn't stoop that low of existence. A deathcore didn't care about who was innocent or wicked. All was equal in my domain. The cultists played by a different rule, murder everyone, while Eliza, Tessa, and Leo were subjected to the standard directive. Eliza made a choice, and she choked. If she had run immediately instead of freezing, she wouldn't be where she stood at that exact second. Such is life and the choices made in the dungeon, I thought. A juvenile dungeon like myself was only worried about more important things. To grow. To feed. To dominate. Eliza's essence would help me with those goals. Yes, yes. That's what I should feel. Pleased and thankful. So, thank you, Eliza. Your essence would be put to good use. Goliath pulled the axe off Eliza's skull and sauntered back toward Rebecca, who was desperately crawling away from him. She screamed. She begged. She wept. She spat with anger and venom. Everything was futile, and Goliath took his time toying with her. She made many empty promises of hellish retribution and hellfire that wouldn't come. She made many empty promises of hellish rewards if he spared her. Astaroth might be powerful, but Earth was my domain, and he couldn't save her here. Hellfire, I thought cheekily. Goliath regarded me for a moment, and he walked back inside the boathouse. Rebecca wasn't going anywhere with her broken spine. He came out a few seconds later, carrying a 2-gallon red jerry can reserved for the motorboat engine, and poured the gasoline over the deputy. Goliath lit the match. Wait. Rebecca shouted. Don't do this. Think of what the High Prince can give you. You as well, Mark. He can bring you back from the dead. He can be a great friend to you. I've seen his miracles. I've seen his incredible power. You best not deny him. She was one of the cult's most loyal followers, a true believer who accepted the High Prince's ordained will on Earth. Well, I'm sending her back to Astaroth, pre-cooked, and a big fuck you. Goliath flicked the match toward her, and Rebecca burst into a glorious blaze. The flames licked twice as tall as Goliath, the smell of ignited flesh filled the air along with her death-rattling hells. With her spine broken, Rebecca thrashed violently on the shore a mere 50 feet away from the lake. She burned for a good long minute, her screams eventually fading until only the crackling sound of her smoldering flesh and bone permeated the shore. She got a prime expressway to hell. Astaroth better give me 5 stars for the delivery. You have gained 2 essences, Rebecca Torres. You have gained 300 crystals. 2 essences? I did not expect that. She was a tough nut to crack, but I welcomed the extra essence and crystals. Goliath gave me an enthusiastic thumbs up. 6 delvers remained, but my mind was only dedicated to 3. The rest were a toss-up whether they made it until dawn. 3 more to go, I said. And the demon is already taking care of Jenna. We'll have her soon enough. Goliath nodded. Now, we just need to focus on the board's king and queen, Coach Hodge and Melanie. I flew away from the shore, leaving Rebecca's charred body behind, and hovered above Cedar Lake. With the delvers' numbers dwindling, I thought having a higher perspective and a god's eye view of my domain should focus my purpose and attention. With many eyes always active, my body existed all over the area to the darkest hidden corners or the most obvious location. So, it was hard to concentrate on everything that was going on around me. But flying was good for me. It cleared my head, albeit momentarily. Up here, I was truly alone. It gave me a chance to breathe. Rebecca's essence still lingered at the back of my spine, climbing upward, hissing with warmth and fury. It hushed the very part of my desire to lash out and slaughter with wanton malice. I welcomed the brief few seconds of calmness. For the past 3 days, I relished such feelings. Besides the constant hunger and twisting pain in my phantom stomach, feeding on an essence gave me an itching relief. After I took a deep breath, I gazed down at my land. In a split second, I knew where all 6 delvers were, down to the exact rhythm of their footsteps and every breath they took. They called to me like goose prickles along my arms and at the nape of my neck. Their sweet, intoxicating fear almost behooved me to milk such emotions down to their bones and flesh. A flash of anger coursed through me that I couldn't do it. Not yet. Not now. Patience was the name of the game, and their pesky resolve was yet to be bloodied. Luckily for me, the night still had many to offer before dawn broke over the mountains. I saw Clay and Tessa in the woods, stumbling through the darkness. Jenna Batten screamed helplessly behind the demon's Cheshire grin as they entered the cabin. Leo Grady hid behind stacks of boxes in the cellar, waiting for a time to spring a trap against his prey. Melanie and Coach Hodge, exploring deeper into the cellar tunnels, were now starting to regret their decision. They were turning back. Just the perfect time for Leo to strike. Tessa's grunts and yelps in the woods pulled me away from Tunnel B. Immediately, I activated Unnerving Fog. Unnerving Fog. A swirling cloud of heavy mist covers the dungeon, bringing chill winds. It can disorient and shed a delver's resolve over time. Duration, 1 hour. With this aura active, it blocked the rain from following across my domain, and thin, wispy mist started rising off the ground and covered everything. Tessa ran wildly into the dark woods and the fog, guided only by her naked eyes. Fortunately, she stopped screaming, drastically increasing her chances of survival now that Goliath just finished up with Deputy Torres and started heading for the woods armed with his trusted axe. Tessa didn't stop to reorient herself. She couldn't afford to when she believed the killer was hot on her tail, but when she glimpsed a faint light in the distance followed by hushed voices, she paused and quietly ducked behind a tree. Clay Havert was standing in the middle of a small clearing, hand raised to the sky, trying to get a cell signal on his phone. Well, technically, it was Rebecca's phone. He pickpocketed it off her jacket when she was too busy distracted by a demonic-possessed Chris. Fortunately, it was water-resistant when he jumped into the water, and it still worked after being submerged for a minute or two. Barely. There were no bars on the phone screen. Oracle made sure we were not interrupted by outsiders tonight. By the road's entrance leading to the cabin, I plopped down a barrier gate, which I paid a measly dozen crystals for, with a metal arm that raised up and down and with big letters saying road closed. Fines doubled. I added plenty of cone heads and orange plastic barriers for good measure. That should deter anyone from trying to get into North Cedar Lake. This place was a notorious hotbed for high schoolers, townies, and college students for a night of debauchery. Even though Lover's Rock was across the lake from the cabin, I would not take any chances. I did not want a repeat of having another group like Leo stumbling into my dungeon. No, thank you. Come on, come on. Work, damn it. Clay tapped on the screen impatiently. He couldn't dial 911 and had called them 4 times already since he reckoned that he was far enough from the carnage. Hello? Can you hear me? I need help. He said. Hello? Can anyone hear me? Can you, shit. Work, you piece of shit. Still, the line wouldn't go through. Just my luck. He let out a frustrated hiss. Tessa stepped on a twig, and it snapped audibly. Clay whirled around, aiming his flashlight at the tree she hid behind. Whoa. Who's there? He shouted. I've got a gun. I'll shoot. I shook my head. He had no such weapon. Tessa sighed, clearly annoyed. She already deemed him not a threat. Idiot. They'll hear you. She stepped out from her hiding spot. She raised her arms to block the phone's bright light from blinding her, and technically, she didn't know if Clay had a gun. Better to be safe than sorry. Clay stepped back. Who are you? I'm not one of them, she said. They kidnapped me. Did they kidnap you, too? Or, are you one of them? Suddenly, Tessa realized she probably shouldn't have revealed herself to a stranger. He could be part of Hodge's merry band of murdering assholes. Clay gulped, also realizing who she was. Yeah, same boat as you, he said. You're the girl that they kidnapped? Aren't you the Green Hill girl? It was tough to miss Tessa's face when she was plastered all over the newspapers and local news channels. A pretty girl and a bloody tragedy ripped out of a true crime podcaster's wet dream was going to ring the dinner bell for all the leeches who were entertained by people's traumas. She looked away uncomfortably. Look, I just want to get out of here, and you're making too much noise. Shit. Sorry. Can you lower the phone, please? It's too bright. Clay scrambled and put the phone down. Ah, crap. Sorry again. Do you really have a gun? Clay paused for a second. No, he answered and squirmed uncomfortably where he stood. Tessa frowned. Oh. That sucks. Sorry. I was trying to scare you off. I almost had a gun, but I left it at the boathouse. Unless you want to go back in. Tessa shook her head. No, thank you. I want to stay as far away from there as possible. Welp, same. Clay rubbed the back of his neck. You know who the other, psychos are? Yeah. Who else should we watch out for? Coach Hodge and his wife. Mr. Gamble. Jenna Batten, the real estate lady? Ah. I know of them. I don't like them much. No loss there. The Gamble fellow is already dead. Do you know why they're here? They're looking for something. Some crystal. Do you know anything about that? Clay shook his head. No. Never seen one. Since you're not one of them, do you want to work together? Tessa asked. Better to travel in groups than alone, you know? Clay gave her a small smile. I'd like that. Then, he squinted over her shoulder. Where's your friend? I thought there were two of you. Tessa tried to stifle the tears from forming. She's dead. That maniac got her. Oh. She was nice, Tessa said softly and lowered her head. She helped me get out of that horrible place. Clay stepped forward and straightened his shoulders, a hidden strength pulled from a deep well within him. Hey. It's not your fault, okay? You got out of there as fast as you can, because you have to. Think nothing else. We'll do more thinking and crying once we're safe. Got it? Got it. That was actually some neat advice, which was surprising for Clay. He had more than a decade over her head, so he probably thought he had to man up and be the adult in this situation. Or perhaps he was embarrassed that he acted like a bumbling, scared fool a few seconds ago. An owl's soft rustle from above the canopy scared them enough that the two started walking out of the clearing, with Clay leading the way into the fog. He turned off the flashlight just in case the killer could see them. What the hell? Where did this fog come from? Clay muttered when he almost tripped over a rock he didn't see. I recognize you, Tessa blurted a minute into their walk. You're Mr. Havert. I see you in Haley's Corners a lot. I work part-time as a barista there during the summer. Oh, yeah. I remember you, Clay tried hard to remember her name. Tessa, she finished for him. Oh. Right, right. You're the one who always gives me extra sprinkles on my extra whipped mocha. Tessa hid her smile. You're a good tipper. What can I say? I like the place. They walked for another 5 minutes in total silence, cautious not to make a sound. Clay stopped momentarily to dislodge a tiny pebble that slipped into his shoes and got under his soles, cursing how it annoyed him while they were hiking. Once he grabbed the pebble, he chucked it off into the darkness. That damn thing was trying to stab my foot. All better now. Look, Mr. Havert. We've been walking a lot. Do you know where we are, or where we're going? They blindfolded me before I got here. We're at Cedar Lake, Clay said. My girlfriend, he stopped himself, pain crossing his expression, which momentarily dropped his resolve to orange. Deputy Torres invited me to meet up here. Turns out it was a trap. I see. And Cedar Lake? Really? It felt like we were driving for hours. I thought we were half a state away. I'm new in town, so I haven't been around much. Best I could remember, it wasn't that far off when I put it into my GPS 20, maybe 30-minute drive from Point Hope. It didn't feel like a long drive. If we keep going, we can reach the main highway and flag a car if we can reorient ourselves with the lake. You've been out here before? Tessa nodded. Plenty of times. Although it's not technically sanctioned, the other kids at my school host a bonfire party around here before homecoming. Everyone in town knows. I mean, they practically set up the tradition back in the 80s. Or was it the 70s? Wait, is that party going on right now? No. Homecoming's in 2 weeks. No one's here beside us, Mr. Havert. Well, and the psychos. Fuck going back to the lake. If we continue southward, maybe we can even reach the town's limits. But that will take us all night. No, actually, that will take an entire day. These woods are huge, sir. We might get lost, especially if this fog doesn't disappear. Do you have any other options, kid? Clay opened the palm of his hands in the air. Going back is clearly a bad idea. Tessa's frown deepened. You think that maniac's still following us? We should be far from the lake by now, right? In reality, thanks to the unnerving fog, Clay and Tessa moved in circles, twice. They had already looped around and entered Trail A, only a quarter of a mile from the cabin. Clay looked around. To be honest, I don't know. It's too dark and foggy around here. We're lost, aren't we? We can't turn back. We just gotta continue moving forward. There's something else in these woods that I don't want to meet again. Like what? Clay hesitated to answer. Some bats hit crazy stuff. Something that shouldn't exist, you know? Like a dead body still talking. A what? Tessa leaned forward. Like a ghost? A zombie? Long story. Be glad you didn't see it. Well, all the more reason to get out of here. Shush. Clay stopped in his tracks, extending his arm to prevent Tessa from walking and making any noise. They paused, inspecting the silence for any subtle sounds. You hear that? Hear what? Get down, Clay hissed, and they both dropped behind a bush. Thought I heard something over there. Clay nodded over to the west of their location. Are you sure? Tessa whispered. Pretty sure. Is it the killer? Clay shook his head. I didn't get a good look. Tessa's eyes bulged as her panic rose. She looked around and grabbed a rock under the bush, ready to throw it at Goliath if need be. Tessa realized that Clay was studying her face and then the weapon she carried in her grip. Volleyball and softball. 3 years. I can throw a rock and make it hurt a lot, she said, visibly annoyed. Clay also searched his surroundings, grabbing a long, pointy branch like a makeshift spear. It looked like it could poke someone's eye out, at least. Where did you hear it? Tessa asked again. Over there. By the fallen log. A soft, muffled whimper echoed in the darkness. I think I hear it, Tessa said. Someone's in there. All right. Stay here. I'm gonna go check it out. What if it's the maniac? I'll stab him with this and run. He doesn't seem like the runner type. How would you know? When he attacked us, he just walked. He wasn't in a hurry at all. Like he knew it was pointless to run because there's nowhere to run, Tessa finished his sentence. It could be another victim like us. I'll go check it out and help, okay? Stay here. Tessa nodded. Still, she readied her rock just in case a fight broke out. Clay slowly stood and approached the fallen log. I could tell by his face that he regretted being the hero of the situation. Having to brave the dark to discover whatever was making those funny noises, which, given the knight's horrible track record, might be against his favor. But there was no backing out now. Clay peered into the hollow log, and he let out a heavy breath. Oh, shit on the brick. He motioned for Tessa to come out from behind the bushes and to get closer. What did you find? Tessa asked when she reached him. Take a look. Tessa furrowed her brows and knelt at the fallen log's hole. There, she saw a young boy, his back pressed against the wall, glaring fearfully at them. They found Danny. It dawned on Tessa. This must be Eliza's son. She was looking for him. I think his name is Danny. But Clay shook his head. That's not Eliza's son. I don't know an Eliza, but that boy right there, I know him. He's Zach's boy. He's also Jenna Batten's son. Something twisted inside Tessa's gut. She's one of them. Bad timing for a family night. Clay scratched his neck and shrugged. What's he doing out here? Danny sniffled. Leave me alone, he squeaked. We're not gonna hurt you, little buddy, Tessa said sweetly. We're here to help. See? We're not like the monsters. I don't know where I am, Danny said. Can I go home? I don't want to play anymore. Something inside me twisted, too. Sorry, little one, I thought. But the night ain't over yet. Tessa reached her hand out. It's very dangerous out here, Danny. Come with us. Danny's head perked up. How'd you know my name? Your mom, I mean stepmom and I are friends, Tessa said. She helped me, too. Danny pulled his knees close to his chest. My mom is not my mom anymore. Something took her in the woods. Tessa and Clay shared a worried glance. Something took Jenna? Clay asked him. She's gone now, Danny said. She went back down the trail. I didn't follow. I want to stay in here. Tessa got down on both knees and crawled slowly inside the fallen log. Look. It's not safe out here, Danny. I know you're scared. Me, too. But you know what makes me feel better? What? When surrounded by people, the scary stuff just disappears. If I'm in a group, some people will protect me if anything bad happens. And you have too. Me and this guy over here. Danny looked over to Clay and then to Tessa. His shoulders dropped, and he used the back of his knuckles to wipe a trickle of snot from his nose. Oh. Well, okay. You're going home, too? We're actually heading there right now, Tessa said, giving him a reassuring smile. Want to join us? It's just a short walk. Danny slowly nodded and crawled out of the hole. He shivered from the chill and sniffled. Clearly, he had been crying. Tessa opened her arms, inviting Danny for a hug. He took it. You're okay now. We're getting you out of here. Let's start moving. We've stayed here long enough, Clay said. Clay led the way again, and Tessa and Danny trailed behind. She held Danny's hand, and the boy clung to her with every step they made. He's watching us, Danny whispered to Tessa. Tessa blinked and looked around. Who's watching us? The pirate man. Who's the pirate man, Danny? He says he's a friend. Danny looked directly at me, flying above them. I put my finger to my lips, and the boy looked away. He doesn't want to hurt me. Tessa gazed up at the spot where I was, but saw nothing. She realized something, and she caught up to Clay. Hey, mister. Have you seen another boy? Mark Castle? I think those psychos killed him. Clay paused, looking horrified. He's not dead. What do you mean he's not dead? I heard Coach Hodge and the others talk about killing him. He was talking just fine 10 minutes ago. Wait, you saw him? No. I heard him through a tape recorder. Clay hesitated to say more and stopped walking. I think he's haunting this place. Tessa and Danny also stopped walking. Don't talk about the pirate man, Danny said. Is pirate man Mark Castle, Danny? Tessa asked. All Danny could do was meekly nod. Are you sure? I'm not supposed to play, Danny said. It's against the rules. What rules, bud? Clay asked. You play his game. You fight. You run. You hide. The only way to win is if you survive until dawn, Tessa finished, gulping down the lump in her throat. Danny nodded. Once the sun comes out, everything will be a dream. Right. There's this strange familiarity about this place, Tessa said. I don't know why, but since I got here, there's this need inside of me to survive until dawn. That once I see daylight, everything's over. You're a past delver. You survived the other game, Danny said. The pirate man gave you gifts to help you tonight. How'd you know all this, kid? Clay asked again. Danny shrugged and scratched his arm. It's like reading and singing the ABCs and Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. Everybody just knows it, and I know it because my daddy taught me how to sing it. But it's very foggy. If I think too much, it hurts my head. Clay narrowed his gaze at the boy. So, if you know all of this, do you also know the way out? Danny nodded. Relief washed over Tessa's and Clay's faces. Oh my God, Tessa muttered, almost bursting into tears. Clay smiled. Okay. Buddy, I need you to show us the way. Where should we go? Danny frowned and lowered his head. It doesn't work that way, mister. And we're already here. Wait, I see something over there, Tessa said. Clay raised the phone's light ahead of the trail and landed on something metallic black. Holy shit. That's my car. Clay ran over toward his SUV. The door was already unlocked. He checked if the keys were inside but couldn't find them. Nothing. It's not here. He noticed Tessa and Danny looking blankly up ahead. What is it? Tessa pointed a finger shakily. Look. Clay raised the phone's light and increased its brightness. More vehicles. At least 6 more sat idly in the darkness, just off the trail. His light hit Stephen and Alvin's Ford vehicles. Chris's Honda. Maxine's red Ford Explorer. Zach's Toyota. Leo's wrecked white Hyundai van with its windshield smashed through. It's like a goddamn scrapyard in the middle of the woods, Clay said. All of these people, Tessa put her hand over her mouth. Did they go through the same thing as us? They played the game, Danny said quietly. They lost. Some of these cars are bound to work. They don't look like they've been out here for too long, Clay said. But where are we driving off to? There's no road. We're in the middle of the woods, Tessa said. Find a weapon then, Clay said. Better than this stick and that rock. They scattered around the makeshift scrapyard looking for weapons. I dumped everyone's vehicles here so that it didn't clutter the parking lot in front of the cabin. Although I couldn't communicate and explain why this was all happening to them, Danny gave them a peek behind the curtain. Hopefully, that increased their chances of survival so I could focus on the other delvers I wanted dead, and I didn't have to worry about them. Oh, shit. I forgot one thing. Instantly, I flew above the canopy. Another quarter of a mile from the scrapyard was a lone dead witching tree in a small clearing. Its gnarled branches reached toward the night sky, and a dull glow from within protected my core. Although the system had been a great ally to me these past few days, it played its own games and abided by its own rules. As I fed on more delvers in the future and the scrapyard expanded, it would form a barrier around my dungeon core and a deterrent for future delvers. Scrapyards were creepy places, and no one wanted to stay in them, especially surrounded by the woods. McLaren Forest was already a natural barrier around my core, but delvers still ended up inside it. Like all dungeons, they were not made to be impossible to defeat. The system wouldn't allow it. Sure, killing and destroying a dungeon core would probably be nightmarishly difficult, especially when delvers were dealing with a death core. However, the possibility was there, guided by the system. Part of me was curious to see what a defeated dungeon would look like or what happened next, but I was not privy to such insights and the system refused to tell me. And I certainly didn't make the fucking narrow trail leading to my core. Multiple trails, like veins, vessels, and capillaries, extended into the woods as if they were piercing muscle. That was all the system's doing. It started small, sure, and I didn't think much of it because I was busy planning and purchasing props, weapons, and archetypes to defeat the cultists until tonight when the core tree connected to the scrapyard by a lone trail. Man, even the system was helping the delvers win a little. Not just me. The simple truth about dungeons was that no matter how complicated the rooms or the environment became, everything should lead to me. Tessa knew it when she saw the trail, or at least felt it. As a survivor of the Green Hill Massacre, the connection she had to my core was palpable in the air. That pull to destroy the living shit out of me. To win was ingrained in her bones, like a fevered instinct. Her muscles tensed, and she worked her jaw before stepping toward it. "Don't go in there," Danny said when he realized what Tessa was looking at. "Why?" Tessa asked. "It's a bad idea," he said. The system wouldn't allow him to divulge anything more than that. Finally, Clay laughed and pulled out a crowbar from Alvin's trunk. "A proper weapon." "There's something in there," Tessa said, gesturing toward the narrow trail, slightly obscured by a small bush. Clay walked over to them and stared down the trail. "You feel that?" Tessa nodded. That was interesting. Even Clay could feel my core, not just Tessa. I reckoned all delvers could, but only Tessa shifted uncomfortably. "Whatever's in there is strong," Tessa said. "Don't go in there," Danny warned them again. "Please. We should leave." But Tessa and Clay ignored him. "What do you think is down there?" Clay asked Tessa. "Beats me. Should we check it out?" Clay shrugged. "I think we have to." They started walking toward the trail. Danny pulled on Tessa's hand, but the girl reassured him everything would be okay. Reluctantly, Danny followed after them. I gritted my teeth. No. Not yet. It wasn't my time to go now that I was this close to destroying Coach Hodge and the cult. Not when I had so many plans. Not when I had so much to live for. I never felt this alive when Tessa and Clay inched closer toward my core. I tasted blood. The fog thickened. The cold became more chilling. The trees creaked creepily as I tensed my muscles. "Come to me," I wanted to tell them. "And I'll show you who I am." They reached the small clearing, stopped in their tracks, and let out an audible gasp. "What in the hell is that?" Clay raised the light toward the gnarled witching tree, and the thrumming and glowing light bursting through the trunk's cracks and gashes, painting the area in a hellish purple and red haze. "There's something inside that tree," Tessa pointed out. Danny tugged on her hand. "We need to leave. Please. We should really go now." "Hold on, bud. Stay back." Clay strode toward the tree, gripping tightly on the crowbar. "I think I see something." "Be careful," Tessa said. Clay climbed over the protruding roots, reaching toward a wider crack 8 feet off the ground. With a loud grunt, he hoisted himself upward and peered inside, staring right at me straight in the eye. His mouth hung open, stricken by the kaleidoscope beauty of a dungeon core. He might not understand what I was, but I wondered what would happen if a regular denizen of the system found me. They probably wouldn't hesitate to make the killing blow. Like, I'm gonna give them a chance, I thought. Yeah. I do see something. Clay shouted. What is it? A crystal. A crystal? Yep. It's stuck, though. Like the damn tree grew around it. Tessa gasped. Oh my god, that's what Coach Hodge and the others were looking for in the cabin. This one? Are you sure? They practically tore the cabin upside down, just looking for it. Did they say what it is? No, but it sounded important. Clay paused to think for a moment. We could use it as a bargaining chip. Rebecca said there was a van outside the cabin. We can exchange this damn crystal for the keys and get the fuck out of here. What if they kill us anyway? They have guns. If they don't let us leave, we'll smash it. Get them to lower their weapons so we have time to get inside the van, and then we'll chuck it out of the window. We'll hightail it out of there before they can fire a shot at us. You think that will work? It was a desperate plan, but Clay was dumb enough to try it. It might, he said. What other options do we have? Clay reached his arm and grabbed my core. I summoned Heat Surge. Clay's palm sizzled with the boiling heat, his skin glued to my core. He shrieked and had to peel his palm off of me. Power, 5/10. Then, I let out telekinesis. I pushed Clay off the tree, and he flew 20 feet west with the strength of a barreling 10-wheeler truck that went 30 miles on the road. He landed on his left arm and shoulder and rolled 3 times to a dead stop. He coughed out blood. Power, 4/10. Mr. Havert. Tessa shouted and ran over to him. Danny took 3 steps behind the tree line, averting his gaze away from the core tree. Fuck. Clay spat between gritted teeth. He grabbed his chest, feeling like he cracked a rib or two. He struggled to breathe. Are you okay? Tessa asked. Don't fucking touch it. Did you grab it? Nah, it was too hot. The piece of shit burned me. Tessa looked around and spotted the crowbar lying not far away from them. She scrambled and picked it up. Whatever it is, I don't like it. Don't destroy it. We still need it as a bargaining chip. Fuck that. I think we should destroy it now. Tessa stepped toward the tree and raised the pointy end of the crowbar toward me. I still had plenty of juice left with telekinesis, since it lasted a minute, and I pushed her further away from the core tree. She landed on her butt, skidding across the protruding roots, and slammed her back against one. She let out a pained hiss. Unfortunately, she still had a firm fucking grip on the crowbar, and she could use it again to hurt me. Then she looked up above the glowing fracture and saw something shudder. Clay saw it, too. Old Growth emerged from the shadows, perched from his hiding place above the gnarled, thick branches. His head snapped between Clay and Tessa. Once Danny saw him, he ran into the woods. Old Growth stalked down the trunk like a cat toying with its prey. It was clear to Tessa and Clay that he was here to protect me, and that if they tried that shit again, they'd die. Danny. No. Tessa cried out. Out. Run. Get out of here. Clay exclaimed, struggling to get up. He let out a yelp when he put a little weight on his right foot. Tessa scurried away from the clearing, judging that she wouldn't stand a chance against a beast like Old Growth. Her crowbar wouldn't do jack shit. She ran after the boy, with Clay desperately trailing behind her. Clay hobbled with every step, struggling to run away. Tessa. Hold on, wait. Vines shot out of the ground like strands of ropes and grappled Clay. They grabbed his legs and arms, and like a coiling snake, they wrapped around his torso and under his armpits, slamming him back to the ground. Old Growth had used moving vines, thorns, at him. The paralytic venom quickly worked its way into the cuts made by the thorns, entering Clay's system with lightning speed. His strength started to betray him. The venom also drained a Delver's resolve, and Clay, already hovering at red-orange, brought him down into a deepening red. Old Growth stalked toward him, raising his 3 remaining limbs and their javelin appendages in the air. Then, the beast lunged. Clay screamed as Old Growth stabbed, ripped, and tore like a wolverine, mauling and clawing at its prey. He shredded the man's limbs, organs, flesh, and bone, splattering the grass around them in red. Clay let out a final choking sob before Old Growth hovered one of his thick javelin appendages above his skull. Like a cattle gun, he slammed the javelin into Clay's head, and it burst like a pressurized watermelon. You have gained 1 essence, Clay Havert. You have gained 150 crystals. Tessa managed to catch up to Danny and return to the scrapyard. She heard all the screams that Clay and the monster made. But she knew the man was gone once it cut to an unnerving silence. She let out a tearful sob, gripped Danny's hand tighter, and continued running down the trail. She didn't stop. She couldn't stop. I reckon she realized the gravity of her predicament was more than she imagined. She was now surrounded by a group of crazed cultists, a maniacal masked killer, and now a roaming plant beast? How could she survive when all the odds were against her? Danny suddenly stopped running and let go of her hand. Hey, hey! We need to keep going. What are you doing? The boy's eyes rolled over, and he tilted to the side. Tessa quickly caught him before his head hit the ground. Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Danny? Danny! Are you okay? Talk to me. She slapped the boy under the chin, shook him, and forcefully opened his eyelids. But the boy was unconscious. Then, something caught Tessa's attention. She gazed ahead of the trail and realized where she and Danny had run towards. The cabin beckoned before her. Oh, crap, she muttered under her breath. She hoisted Danny up with both arms. It didn't look like anyone was around, so she ran toward the van. The driver's and passenger's side doors were locked, but the rear hatch wasn't. She slowly opened the door, trying not to make a sound, and drew anyone out of the cabin. She put Danny inside, grabbed a blanket nearby, and laid it over him. I'll be right back, she whispered. There were no weapons in the van, probably hoping she'd find an extra gun lying somewhere. She looked down at her crowbar and hopped out of the vehicle. Tessa glanced at the cabin and took a deep breath. Here goes nothing, she said, and she stepped forward. By the time she reached the front porch, she heard gunshots and blood-curdling screams. Coach Hodge and Melanie deactivated the third trap they encountered down Tunnel B. They had been going the wrong way for the past 20 minutes now, thinking they were getting closer to my core, but the path would eventually lead them to the Siren's lair. They didn't know that yet. They were already getting frustrated. Okay, that's done, Hodge said with a huff after dismantling the trap. He wiped the sweat forming around his brows and adjusted his belt. Melanie didn't look impressed. The corridor was supposed to fill with noxious gas that would incapacitate them for Goliath to come around later and drag them somewhere else, tied up and probably tortured horribly. Hodge whispered some incantation that melded the stones shut, blocking the dozen holes scattered along the path that would release the poisoned air. Are you sure this is the right way? Melanie asked. We've been walking a while, and this place feels like a giant maze. With these many traps, he's probably protecting something very important. That's what we think. Well, what should we do, Mel? We lost our goddamn tracker, Coach Hodge said. That Burton girl is probably miles away by now. And besides, we left markings. We won't get lost. Hodge pointed at a soft glowing sigil he painted on the wall, pointing back to the cellar. Do you think she will call the cops? We're far away from the roads. She could be dead already if Rebecca and Kirk got to her. Maybe one of these traps got her, too. It's probably scattered around the dam property to kill us. Hodge let out a smug grin. But it's easy as pie, baby. Melanie shook her head. Oh, let's hope. But without her and the necklace, we have no protection against what Mark Castle has. Let's not panic about this, Mel. I'm all the protection you need. The kid doesn't know shit. Did you just forget the 3 traps I fucking wrecked for the past half hour? Are you sure? One thing I've been wondering about was how this tunnel got made, Justin. Someone got to digging. Simple as that. But this massive for the short amount of time since we killed Mark? We've swam Cedar Lake before. Heck, there were parties. What are you going on about? Think for a second. This cabin hadn't existed before, right? So? McLaren Forest is a federally protected land. No one is allowed to build residences in the area, except for those who bought land here in the 20s and 30s, built their houses, and opted to stay before the state bought the rest. Why is there a record of this cabin suddenly existing in City Hall? He could have forged the records. Hodge was almost right. I didn't do the work, and I had Oracle to thank for that. It amazed me what a simple construct could do to a technologically dependent planet like Earth. I doubted he'd have this much luck in other worlds. A gem forged the records? A dead boy did it? Or was it Maxine, who is a wanted woman? Melanie shifted uncomfortably. Think of the last time we've been here. What do you remember of the lake? There's that summer camp. Yes, and the cabin, Hodge said slowly with a dawning realization. Melanie's face lit up. Correct. We know this cabin shouldn't exist. But why do we have the memory that it does? When I try to remember, I start to picture that it's been there all along, but that's impossible, right? Are you saying Mark Castle warped our memories? He warped everyone's memories? Who knows? He probably did it to the entire town. That was interesting news to me. I wasn't aware I was changing everyone's perceptions and memories when I built the cabin 3 days ago. I checked my notification feed on the periphery in case I missed some cool reality warping powers, but the feed sat empty. Perhaps it was an inherent ability that all cores possessed? After all, we were literally carving the environment to our liking outside of normal time. Hell, I built the cabin in 40 seconds. Once I selected McLaren Forest and North Cedar Lake as my main dungeon, I wondered if my existence had been inserted into the people who had been to the lake before. Maybe it was some sort of defense mechanism to trick people into giving me a passing thought. A flashing light that signaled I had always been here. Even Leo Grady doubted if he was remembering the lake correctly last night. What did Jonas say again? Melanie asked. You mean the dungeon core? He implied how powerful it is. Powerful? Melanie exclaimed and slapped Hodge's shoulder. That's his word. If he is this potent with the ways, what makes you think you can protect me? Hodge clamped his mouth shut, and I could tell he was seething. He did not like being insinuated as weak. I watched their resolve turn a bright orange. At least this existential realization shook them up a bit. I'll take this little win, I thought. Melanie peered into the darkness ahead. He's wasting our time, she said. What do you mean? The traps. They're easy to find and very easy for you to dismantle. During training, Jonas gave you more difficult ones that dish out a hell of a punch. These traps just eat up our time to avoid what? Barely sharp swinging saw blades and lame poisonous clouds? So, what are you saying? Melanie leaned closer to her husband. When was the last time we heard from the others? Coach Hodge paused for a moment. I guess it was back at the cabin before we went down the cellar. Damn it, Justin. Melanie hissed. He tricked us. He made us all scatter. Perfect time to pick us off one by one. Coach Hodge pulled out the radio and tried to contact Rebecca and Kirk, but Melanie pushed it aside. That won't work here with all of this rock, she said. We need to go back to the surface. The gem is not down there. Hey, Rebecca's a cop who knows how to shoot a gun better than you and I. This isn't a horror movie, Mel, Hodge reassured her, but it didn't help settle her worries. Hodge and Melanie walked back to the cellar. Leo had been following them at a safe distance, realized what they were doing, and quickly withdrew behind the other tunnel leading to Trail B without making a sound. Once their light illuminated the fork on the path, Leo raised the shotgun and aimed at the empty space, waiting for them to appear in his periphery. But Leo hesitated. Hodge and Melanie continued walking back to the cellar, and Leo lowered his gun, losing the golden opportunity to catch them by surprise. What are you doing, man? Shoot them. I said. Shoot. Leo couldn't hear me. He waited for half a minute and snuck behind them, always keeping a good distance and out of earshot. I didn't know why he didn't shoot, but then I realized there was no cover on that tunnel. If Leo shot at them and missed, Hodge and Melanie could easily take him out in return. What's that over there? Hodge asked, pointing at the partly opened bookshelf where a little light streamed through the gap. He walked over and slid the bookshelf open. Mel, there's another tunnel here. Where does it go? Mel asked. Hodge extended his hand out, feeling the air. I don't know, but it's very warm down there. They checked around the tunnel to make sure that there were no traps. When they deemed the path safe, Hodge led the way toward the sanctum. It was a short tunnel that led to large iron double doors, which Leo had already left open when he exited earlier. Melanie almost shrieked with excitement when she saw my rotting body surrounded by fiendish glyphs. We found him, Melanie said. I told you that tunnel was a decoy. Hodge couldn't believe it himself, his mouth agape. Yeah. Decoy. Fuck, we found the boy. What's all these glyphs? It looks like the ritual circle we used on him. He's making fun of us. But I don't recognize these symbols. Hodge studied a couple of the marks. I recognized one or two. That one's protection by his head. That one by his foot symbolizes vengeance or, I guess, retribution? The language of hell always has double or even quadruple meanings. It's meant to confuse mortals like us, so we couldn't translate a devil's true name. Oh, Han, there's more bodies here. Melanie pointed at the mound of corpses in the corner. I'll be damned. Jonas was right. The gem has been feeding on a lot of people. I think I counted 12 bodies. Are some of them Alvin's goons? I don't know. Let me take a look. Don't. Hodge grabbed Melanie's elbow and dragged her toward him. Don't break the line. We don't know what kind of spell Mark had placed around his body. We can't touch it. A warding? Well, he wouldn't have so much trouble carving it out. The gem might be on his body. I laughed. The glyphs didn't do shit except for mustering illusion magic to make it seem like my corpse was still moving. That it was still alive. Simple tricks to scare a delver away and make it look like the sanctum was the epicenter of a boss fight. Melanie thought so. She studied the statues, trying to recognize the demonic and human faces on them but coming up blank. She strode back to her husband's side and unclipped the walkie-talkie. I'm gonna call the others. You try to figure out how to deactivate the wards, she said. This will take some time. This is more complicated than I am used to, Hodge said. Melanie leaned over and kissed his cheek. I believe in you, Han, I'll be right back. Just be careful. Maxine's dead. There's nothing here but goddamn traps, and the main cabin looks pretty safe. I'll be fine. Just focus on the wards, okay? Hodge nodded, lines of worry crossed his face. Get back here quickly. Melanie smiled. You bet. Melanie left the sanctum, and Hodge wasted no time to study the fiendish glyphs. Leo was already hiding behind the stacks of boxes and furniture when Melanie exited the tunnel and marched toward the cellar stairs. Leo didn't know who had the van's keys, contemplating whether to follow the woman back to the main cabin or delve toward the man inside the sanctum. It made his decision a lot harder when the woman was carrying a gun. The last he saw, the other man was unarmed. After a few beats, he muttered a curse, got up, and stalked toward the sanctum tunnels. Hodge's mutterings echoed from the chamber as he chanted some spells to aid him in interpreting the glyphs. Leo snuck behind him, inching closer and closer. He raised the shotgun and aimed for Coach Hodge's head. Mel? You back already? Hodge whirled around, eyes widening when he met the barrel of the gun. He held the lump in his throat. Leo gritted his teeth. Keys, asshole, or I'll blow your fucking face off. You don't want to do that, son. Are you one of Alvin's men? Who the fuck's Alvin? Hodge paused, wondering. You're not gonna shoot me. Listen, man, I've had a really long couple of days. Whatever bullshit you have cooked up, I don't want to hear a lick of it. I offer you no sympathy after what you did to this boy. I'm giving you an out because I don't want to waste the ammo. There are other bad shit than you out here. I have nothing to do with this. Again, more bullshit. Leo glanced at Hodge's belt and saw the keys dangling there. Keys. Now. Final warning. Melanie reached the cabin's living room and called out, Jenna? Are you back? She checked the kitchen and the 2 bedrooms on the ground floor, but she was alone. Luckily, she didn't check the pantry where Jenna, who was now possessed, was hiding and waiting for her to make a mistake. Frowning, Melanie hailed Rebecca and Kirk over the radio. Becca? Kirk? Can you guys hear me? Of course, no one answered. For fuck's sake, will someone answer me? We found the gem in the cabin. Everyone, meet up at my location. Hello? She sighed in annoyance. Why am I surrounded by idiots? Trying to get a better signal, Melanie marched toward the back door, calling for Rebecca and Kirk again. Her voice got louder and louder with each step. I swear to Astaroth himself that if you lot don't get back here in the next 5 minutes, I will personally petition the seat to kick you all out of the sect. Melanie forcefully opened the back door out of frustration. The hinges creaked loudly as the door slammed against the wall with a heavy crack. Melanie screamed at the charred body lying on the back porch. She recognized Rebecca's scorched and blackened deputy badge pinned on her roasted flesh. Melanie's gaze darted around the dark forest, swinging her gun around, searching for the perpetrator. She didn't want to be caught in the open, so she retreated inside, slammed the door behind her, and slid the deadbolt shut. She peered through the cubby windows, hoping to get a glimpse of Rebecca's killer. Hodge. Rebecca's dead. She whispered to the radio, but realized Hodge didn't have a walkie-talkie. Shit. Jenna? If you can hear me, come back to the cabin now. Rebecca's dead. Kirk? Are you alive? No answer. Melanie took a deep breath to stop her body from shaking uncontrollably. After she regained a little bit of her dwindling composure, she ran back to the living room, but Jenna already stood on top of the closed cellar door. A creepy smile slowly crept on Jenna's face. Geez, Jenna. Melanie grabbed her own chest, trying to calm her hammering heart. She lowered her gun. I could have fucking shot you, idiot. Wait, Jen, whose blood are those? She pointed at Jenna's muddied and torn clothes, caked with the woman's own blood. Jenna's smile only broadened into a Cheshire grin as if she found the entire thing amusing. She didn't give Melanie an answer. Melanie shifted uncomfortably. Jenna, I need to get to Hodge. He's down in the cellar. But Jenna didn't move, and Melanie was getting impatient. Move, Jen. She stepped forward, trying to intimidate her, but Jenna didn't budge. I said move, you bitch. Melanie snarled and seized Jenna's left arm. But then a bright glint of metal swung over Jenna's head, and Melanie realized the chef's knife plunging toward her. She raised her arm, and the blade sliced right under her elbow. Melanie let out a piercing shriek as she staggered back, clutching her bleeding arm. Jen. Are you crazy? What are you doing? But Jenna wasn't finished. She lunged forward, grabbed Melanie by the collar, and shoved the woman into the dining room. Melanie wrangled the barrel of the gun directly at Jenna's head, but the momentum was too much and too late. Before she could swing the weapon around, the back of her hand slammed onto the doorframe, and she lost her grip. Jenna continued shoving her into the room, and Melanie struck her hip on the table and lost more of her balance. It was a perfect angle for Jenna to forcefully hoist her on top of the table and mount her with glee. She slammed the knife onto Melanie's open hand with a squelching smack, pinning the woman on the table. Her prey let out another blood-curdling scream as pain filled her with adrenaline. The demon contorted Jenna's body like a circus acrobat, lifting one leg and pinning Melanie's other wrist with her foot. Jenna loomed closer with blood dripping from her nose and lips, dribbling directly onto Melanie's opened mouth and disgusted face. Do you know you are the envy of the town, Mel? Do you hear what the others say about you? Jenna asked. Get off me. Melanie said. You got Hodge, the popular handsome jock. You got your happy ending, the white picket fence, the status, and the money. All the ladies of Point Hope would kill to be you. And here you are, pinned below me. Hodge. Help me. Melanie screamed, struggling to get out from underneath Jenna. Let me wear your skin for the night. I've always wanted to be popular. Jenna reached behind her waistband and pulled out a small kitchen blowtorch. Concentrated blue flames erupted from the nozzle. Let me see it from your point of view, Melanie. Jenna held Melanie's head by the chin to stop her from moving. Then, she slowly lowered the blowtorch toward the woman's left eye, making sure that Melanie was aware of what was about to happen in the next 2 seconds. Melanie screeched. The torch lit her eyebrows and eyelashes on fire, her eye exploded into a juicy pulp as the heat scorched her retinas. Her eyelid and the skin around it bubbled, pulsated, and reddened in seconds. For a moment, it reminded me of creme brulee. And this fleshy creme brulee just dropped her resolve to crimson. Perfect timing. Jenna opened her mouth and vomited blood like a never-ending barrage of water out of a fire hydrant, drowning Melanie and her scorched eye. However, Jenna loosened her foot on Melanie's wrist for a split second, which was enough time for Melanie to wiggle her hand free and grab the knife. She pulled the blade loose from her own palm and stabbed Jenna from under the chin. The blade sank into her flesh and peeked out of her gaping mouth. Eyes widening with shock, Melanie didn't waste the opportunity to push Jenna aside and mount her in return. She pulled the knife loose, and with a roaring battle-raged scream, Melanie stabbed Jenna in the chest, and didn't dare stop. Blood splattered everywhere. All over the table. On the ceiling lights. Over Melanie. All over the walls. And on the floorboards. I counted at least 19 stab wounds after Melanie caught her breath and stepped down the table. You have gained 1 essence, Jenna Batten. You have gained 150 crystals. Melanie stared at Jenna's corpse for a long beat. With the pointy end of her knife, she poked at the woman's thigh, making sure that she was dead. Jenna barely twitched. Bitch, she hissed and spit at her. Clutching her wounded eye, she limped toward the hatch and pulled open the door when she suddenly heard the echoing click of a gun's hammer behind her. Tessa loomed by the open doorway, holding the gun Melanie dropped earlier, which was now pointed at her. Melanie snorted. You're still alive? Tessa glared at her and said nothing. You stupid girl. You don't have the guts to shoot. Bang. The bullet sliced through Melanie's right neck. Blood gushed out. Tessa fired the gun again. The second bullet struck her by the shoulder and sent the woman flying into the yawning cellar door. Bones snapped and cracked with each roll down the steps, and eventually, a much more audible crack when Melanie hit her head on the bottom landing, snapping her neck in an unnatural twist. Melanie was still alive, choking on her own blood and saliva. She tried to crawl and call out for Hodge, but her spine broke during the horrible fall. From the corner, the demon's shadow slithered toward Melanie's crumpled body. Before she could utter her final breath, the demon slipped through her scorched eye and possessed her. Within seconds, it stitched back the grave wounds incurred on the body and fixed Melanie's broken spine. However, the demon pretended to be dead. Tessa looked down the cellar from the upper landing. Her hands were shaking, and the colors on her face were draining. Oh. She's gonna puke, I said. Right on cue, Tessa stumbled next to the fireplace and hurled what little she had inside her empty stomach. Below, the demon made a disgusted face but quickly remembered that she was supposed to be dead and pretended to choke on her saliva until silence snuffed it out for her. Wiping her mouth with the back of her hand, Tessa peered into the dark below, only seeing Melanie's legs and lower body splayed across the last 3 steps. She almost puked again right there, but she held her stomach. Getting up, she slowly climbed down the stairs. And avoided stepping on the body. Melanie's fake dead eyes stared blankly at her. Tears welled as she looked down on the prone woman, but she wiped them off before they fell down her cheek. For a second, I thought she was going for a triple tap and revealed the demon's ruse, but that didn't happen. She dropped the crowbar, knelt beside the body, and rummaged Melanie's pockets. But the van's keys were not with her. Suddenly, a shotgun blast reverberated from the open sanctum tunnel. Tessa grabbed the crowbar and ran toward the tunnel entrance. She struggled a little to open the gun's magazine to check how many bullets she had left. She didn't have many to spare, but I hoped 1 or 2 were enough to take Coach Hodge down. Loud clambering from the stairs spooked Tessa. She turned around only to find Melanie's body was no longer lying at the bottom landing. She caught a glimpse of Melanie's shadow looming over the hatch and let out a taunting cackle that faded as she scurried away. Tessa withdrew deeper into the tunnel, pointing the gun at the cellar entrance just in case Melanie changed her mind and came after her. She reached the tunnel's sharp bend and then the open iron doors. The first thing she saw was my body, and she almost let out a scream, alerting the 2 men, who were fighting across the room, of her presence. She crouched and made herself as small as possible, slinking into the shadows and hiding behind a statue of a horned black goat. Hodge pinned Leo against the wall with the shotgun stuck between them, threatening to fire the last shell inside. They struggled over the weapon, but their strengths were an equal match. Leo almost got the upper hand when he swung an elbow at Hodge, but the latter dodged it, giving him enough momentum to shove Leo hard against the wall again. The slight moment lifted the weapon slightly to their chests, and Hodge thrust upward, sliding and pinning the shotgun's long barrel against Leo's throat. Leo let out a strangled cry as the gun clamped his windpipe. You think you can just shoot me, motherfucker? Hodge snarled. Tessa darted to another statue, inching closer toward the 2 men. She and Leo locked eyes, and recognition lit up both their faces. Leo was with Eliza earlier, and he helped Tessa out of her cuffs. Hodge still hadn't noticed her. When she was sure Hodge wasn't still aware of her, she raised the gun, aiming at Hodge's back. A brave but foolish gambit on her part. Leo's eyes widened, warning her to get the hell out of the room before. Bang! 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 Sparks flew everywhere as a dozen hexagonal shields interlinked and materialized inches away from Hodge's body. I felt the waves surging and whipping around Hodge. The bullets shattered upon impact, and the shield fell apart soon after, enough to distract Hodge from Leo to look over his shoulder and meet Tessa's gaze. Tessa yelped as thin smoke rose from the gun's handle. She let go of the boiling heat emanating from the weapon and frantically clutched her scalded palm. Hodge must have cast a heat surge spell, the same thing I did for my core. A small trickle of blood ran down Hodge's left nostril. He staggered for a second, losing a bit of his hold on Leo. I was so used to casting my own spells as a dungeon core that I never thought how taxing it would be for a mortal. Leo! Get him! I screeched. Leo surged forward and pushed the gun down, bringing his knee toward Hodge's gut. All the air inside Hodge's lungs exploded out of his gaping mouth. Leo whirled the weapon around and smacked the butt of the handle across Hodge's jaw, knocking a couple of his teeth out. The giant man stumbled back, blood dripping out of his mouth and nose, but Hodge didn't let that perturb him. He still had an iron grip on the shotgun's barrel. He yanked on the weapon, and a reverberated blast echoed on the floor, blowing dust everywhere. The accidental discharge sent both men sprawling to the ground, spinning the shotgun off their grip. Tessa took a protective step around a statue just in time to see Hodge get up, wiping the blood on his nose with the back of his hand. He reached Leo first, hoisting him by the back of the collar, and drove his fist hard into his stomach. "That's for my teeth, asshole," Hodge said. But before Hodge could make another cheap shot at Leo, Tessa sprang into action like a wild monkey, screeching as she leaped onto his back, wrapping her arms around his neck. Hodge might be big and strong, but Tessa had the endurance to hold on for dear life. "Get off me, you fucking bitch," Hodge struggled to say, letting go of Leo. He spun around, trying to reach for her on his back, but he couldn't stretch his arm out that far. Tessa kept dodging his flimsy grasp and tightened her hold around his neck, slowly choking him. Her legs flailed around as Hodge kept spinning and spinning. And then, Tessa Burton did something I did not expect. She pressed her face on Hodge's right ear and chomped down on it. I guffawed as Hodge shrieked like a baby, cartilage and skin stretched like a melted mozzarella as Tessa tore it off with her bare teeth. Blood spurted out of the ruptured flesh. Hodge stumbled to his feet and didn't care anymore. He reached back further, heard the snap and twist of muscle and fascia, and grabbed Tessa by the shirt. Hodge threw the girl across the room like a sack of potatoes. She almost crashed on top of my corpse, missing it by a few inches. The fall scraped her arm as she landed on her side. Hodge clutched the limb he used to throw Tessa. It looked like he pulled a major muscle, or he might have sprained his shoulder blade. While Hodge was distracted by the girl, Leo loaded the shotgun with fresh shells from his pockets. Leo pointed the barrel directly at Hodge's chest. But the other man was faster. Coach Hodge released telekinesis. A strong gust of wind blasted across the chamber, emanating from Hodge's pointed index and middle finger, propelling Leo into the air. He flailed like a rag doll and slammed his back against the base of the goat statue with a sickening crunch. Leo rolled and crumpled to the floor. Tessa scrambled up, stung and hissing from the fall. She crawled toward the fallen shotgun but was too slow, and Hodge snatched it from her fingertips. He turned the gun around and aimed for her head. "Enough. Don't you dare make another move." Tessa raised her hands in submission, breath shaking with terror. Hodge slammed the gun at the back of Tessa's head, annoyed. "You bit my ear, you fucking bitch." "Fuck you," Tessa said with venom. Hodge pressed the barrel harder against her cheek. "Quiet. Or I'll blow your head off." Tessa clenched her jaw and nodded. Hodge trudged back to Leo and kicked his legs. He wasn't moving. Then, he pointed the shotgun at my corpse. "Search him," he ordered Tessa. "Of what?" Tessa asked. "Just look," Hodge said impatiently. "Search his pockets. Anything in the circle." Tessa looked down at the glyphs. Some of the drawings had already been smeared and brushed off during the commotion, but the rest were still in full display and ominous looking, so she didn't trust them. "What's gonna happen if I cross it?" she asked. Hodge raised his palm over his wounded ear and said, "This medicatrix." In an instant, some of the gnarly bits of flesh dangling from the ruptured cartilage began to stitch themselves together. Hodge didn't grow another ear, but it stopped the bleeding. Tessa gaped at him. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. Hodge rummaged Leo's pockets and grabbed all of the shotgun's ammo. "What did you say?" Hodge asked. "What's gonna happen if I cross it?" She repeated. She kept staring at Hodge's slightly healed ear. "Not my problem," he said. He turned his head to the side so Tessa wouldn't keep staring. "Search him." Tessa got up and still hesitated to cross the threshold. She glanced over at Hodge, then Leo's unconscious body, and the shotgun. Gulping down her fear, she hopped over multiple glyphs and braced herself. Hodge did, too, but nothing happened. "Go on. Search." Tessa knelt beside my corpse, held her breath, and rummaged beneath the robes. "What am I looking for exactly?" "A gem," Hodge said. "Enough with the questions. You'll know it once you see it." Tessa stopped. "A gem?" "Hey. I didn't tell you to stop." Tessa pursed her lips. I could tell by the lines on her forehead that she was planning something. It's not here, Coach," she said. "Are you sure?" "Keep looking." "No, it's really not here. But, I know where the gem is. I saw it." Hodge snorted. "Yeah, right. I swear. I saw it." Tessa met his gaze to see how serious she was. "Where'd you find it then?" "In the woods, stuck inside a dead tree. It was glowing, too, made out of, I don't know, some type of crystal?" "You're lying." "Look, I can show you the way. It's not far from the cabin. Unless you want me to continue searching Mark's corpse, which will turn up nothing." "What are you planning to do?" I wondered. Perhaps she was drawing him out into the open, hoping that Goliath or Old Growth could take him out. An enemy of my enemy is my friend, right? And Tessa was desperate to get out of the situation. "Fine. Get up. Lead the way. But if you do anything funny, I'm gonna sever your spine. Got that?" Tessa nodded. "Say you got it, girlie." Tessa shot him a deathly glare. She wanted to say so much more, but she held her tongue. "I got it." "Good. Ladies first." Hodge pointed the barrel toward the door. "But if I show you the way, you'll let me go?" "I promise." You know, in the movies, when someone answered too quickly, and you knew that it was a big fucking fat lie that would get the other character killed? Yeah. My spider senses were tingling, and I wasn't the only one. Tessa knew Coach Hodge was lying. She was a dead woman walking once they got to my core. Still, she got up from where she was kneeling and walked toward the iron doors. She was banking on Old Growth to take Hodge out like he did to Clay. She was banking on me. "Oh, don't worry, Tess," I said. "Lead him to me, and I'll give him one heck of a show." I sent a tiny ping across my domain, slithering from the base of my archetype spines to their heads, a strong calling to gather near and stand ready. Old Growth. Goliath. Siren. The Demon. Oracle. They answered me with fervor. Wherever they hid or lay waiting for their prey to make a mistake, they crawled out of the dark corners of my domain and marched toward the core tree. Though Siren couldn't walk on land after she just used the one unique ability for merfolk physiology to change into a near-perfect copy of Tessa earlier, she summoned water manipulation instead. Water manipulation I. The monster can shape, create, and manipulate the properties of water and can change them from one solid state to another, e.g., ice shards, steam, water vapor, etc. The monster can create one hydrokinetic construct or affect 53 cubic feet of water with a maximum volume of 1,500 liters. Construct duration, 1 hour. Area manipulation duration, 6 seconds to 1 hour. Additional levels can increase the maximum duration. A giant, lumbering troll made out of water emerged from the depths beneath the bridge. Seconds after it took its first breath, its liquid body instantly turned into shards of ice, surrounding him like a fat porcupine. It climbed over the bridge's railings and stood almost 9 feet tall, slightly larger than Old Growth. Though Oldie was slender and faster, this construct was broad and sturdy. Even though its body was covered in icy white rime, Siren's crystal blue eyes stared at me from the ice troll's eye sockets. She gave me a curt nod and heavily trudged down the road toward my core, the grass and the earth frosted in its wake. I reckoned an hour was enough to collect Justin Hodge. "Mel!" Hodge shouted as he and Tessa exited the cellar. "I've got the girl." "Melanie! Where are you?" Then he saw Jenna's dead body splayed across the dining table, blood dripping over the edge. Hodge pressed the barrel of the gun on Tessa's back. Did you do that? No. It was your wife. She killed her. Tessa said, arms raised. Then where is she? She fell. Fell where? Down the cellar. Tessa gestured down to the rickety stairs. Hodge peered over the hole and spotted the large puddle of blood he skipped over a few seconds ago. His face paled. She's not down there. Where'd she go? Don't lie to me. She ran away, okay? I think she did. I don't know where she is. Believe me. If you hurt her, I'm not just gonna shoot you. I'm gonna tear you apart with my bare hands. Do you want the gem or not, coach? Tessa spat back with a growing boldness. You still need me, I'm the only one who knows where it is. Hodge tightened his jaw. She was right, and he didn't want to admit it. Look. Footprints, Tessa said, pointing at the floorboards, the trail leading from the cellar and through the open front door. Keep moving before I change my mind, Hodge said. They stepped out to the front porch. The rain had stopped, but the darkness of the forest beckoned them from beyond the cabin's lights. Hodge squinted into the void as if he could see the monsters lurking between the trees, watching him. Then, the ice construct's roar reverberated faintly from the dark. Tessa and Hodge stopped walking. What was that? Hodge asked shakily. Mark Castle knows we are coming for him, Tessa said. How'd you know the boy can hear us? Tessa bit her lip. She didn't want to tell him that Danny had told her about the pirate man and that Mark Castle haunted the grounds. She already saw my body and that I was truly fucking dead. She didn't want to tell him about the vague rules she gleaned from Danny and that they had to make it until dawn for the nightmare to stop. She read Hodge like a book, realizing he was as much in the dark as she was. I survived Green Hill, Tessa said. Mark Castle is the gem. You're looking for him because he is the one who controls this place. Am I wrong? Hodge clenched his teeth. Keep walking. But it was enough to affect Hodge's resolve into a red-orange hue. He was nervous that the girl knew too much. Tessa shot him a deathly glare before walking toward the tree line. Then, she whispered, Mark, don't hurt me. Her voice was so faint and subtle that Hodge didn't even hear it. I'm bringing him to you, she said, her gaze darting into the darkness, pleading. I frowned and lay a ghostly hand on her shoulder even though she couldn't feel it. To reassure her that. Tessa gasped softly and glanced over the shoulder at where I touched her. I reeled my form back. Tears welled and almost fell down her cheek, but she wiped it away with the back of her hand. She gave me a slight nod, understanding the gesture. Stop crying, Hodge said from behind. I hate the sound of girls crying. Tessa said nothing and continued walking down the path to the scrapyard. I flew back to the cabin, past the cellar, and down the sanctum. I didn't get a prompt that I collected Leo Grady's essence. He was still alive but unconscious. From what I observed, most delvers weren't aware of my presence, but I wondered if a veteran delver could, albeit faint. Wake up, I said to Leo, who was lying on his stomach. Wake the fuck up, Leo. I slapped him across the cheek, and Leo groaned weakly. It worked a little bit, but he was still out of it. Oh, for crying out loud. Wake up. I grasped his body with telekinesis. Power, 3/10. I lifted Leo off the ground, and his eyes shot wide open, scrambling to get away from me. With the dungeon core directly manhandling him, I affected his resolve severely. His aura dropped to red-orange. He crawled backward and slammed his back against the base of the statue, looking around to see who just picked him up. I grasped the gun that Tessa had dropped earlier. It still had bullets left, and the spell's effects were already gone. I pushed it toward him, and it skidded to a stop near his right foot. He looked up, gazing at the statues. Where are they? He asked. I opened the iron doors wider. Leo Grady got up to his feet and picked up the gun. Fortunately, he didn't break anything when Hodge blasted him against the statue. But then he noticed something on the ground next to my body. The van's keys. I didn't even realize that Hodge dropped it during their scuffle. Leo picked it up and studied my corpse for a moment as if he were making a silent prayer. Then, he walked out of the sanctum. Right this way, Leo. I blasted the dust collecting on the ground with telekinesis, leading him toward the cellar steps, up to the front door, and toward Trail B. Leo followed it without saying anything as telekinesis faded. At least I gave him an idea of where I was leading him. But Leo stopped next to the van. He took a deep inhale through his nostrils, pivoted his heels, and opened the driver's side door. He climbed behind the wheel and turned on the engine. Then, he heard something stir behind him. He whirled around and pointed the gun at the vague shape lying prone on the rear, wrapped under a thick blanket. Once he saw Danny, he quickly swung his weapon away from the kid. Shit. He came this close to shooting the boy. He took shallow breaths to calm himself down. Leo crawled to the back of the van to get a good look at Danny. The boy was alone in the vehicle, which meant only one thing: Eliza, the woman he had saved earlier, had not made it. He tried to wake the boy, but he had already played his part in tonight's scenario, and the system had shut him down. No matter how hard Leo tried, the boy wouldn't wake up until sunrise. Leo rubbed his hand over his head and let out an exasperated sigh. What the fuck are you doing? Leo asked himself. He glanced over at the wheel, listening to the idling engine. Just drive and fucking go. His gaze settled into the darkness beyond the windshield. The van pointed directly at Trail B, which was wide enough for it to drive through. The van's navigation menu screen suddenly flashed on, and a female voice echoed across the cabin, "Drive ahead for 0.5 miles. Your destination is on the left." Oracle was leading him to the scrapyard. However, Oracle couldn't move the vehicle by itself since the van wasn't electric or had self-driving features. Leo rolled his eyes. All right. If you want me to go down there, I'll go. But I want to make a deal first. Price tag by Jesse J and B.O.B., playing on Spotify, Oracle said. The music filled the cabin. Leo snorted and laughed. You want me to kill that man? Fine. I'm good with that. But you'll let me go once it's done. You'll let this boy go. And you'll let that girl go, too. You're not going to send your things against us. Do we have a deal? The music abruptly stopped, skipping over to another track. Then, We Are the Champions by Queen played through the speakers. A small smile crept on Leo's face. I hear you. Let's fucking go. He jumped behind the wheel and took one last glance at the cabin. He pushed the shift out of park and drove into Trail B, listening. We are the champions, my friend, and we'll keep on fighting till the end. Hopefully, I was not too late. I could already picture how the events would transpire in the next 10 minutes. Once Tessa and Hodge reached my core, Hodge wouldn't hesitate for a beat to shoot Tessa when they stepped out of the tree line and into the clearing. But Hodge had been cautious in the dungeon so far. Although Melanie had most of the smarts in their marriage, Hodge wasn't completely stupid. He had been expecting traps everywhere he looked, and the core tree might have one specifically for him. He would be correct in that assumption. I had designed 3 traps that would be triggered if Delver, Justin Hodge, or any surviving cultists entered the clearing. One was a psychic blast emanating from the core tree, triggered if he was 15 feet away from my core. It should incapacitate him for 6 seconds, giving my archetypes enough time to deal a debilitating blow. The second was if he reached the core tree and reached in for my gem. The crack in the tree would immediately close shut around his arm, severing his limb. Humans were fragile beings, and whatever powerful healing magic he possessed, he couldn't counter fast enough the shock and pain that would seize his body. If my archetypes hadn't gotten to him, that would be the time to strike. And technically, the third one wasn't an official trap. Once Hodge learned of my core's location, all my archetypes would be there to greet him. 4 powerful monsters versus 1. If I were a betting man, Hodge didn't stand a chance. And for a final contingency, if Hodge were a powerful sorcerer and incapacitated my archetypes, well, Leo Grady would be there to shoot him in the back and weaken him so I could collect his soul. I wondered what a sorcerer's essence tasted like. The night scenario was a death sentence to anyone targeted to lose. I pulled away from the van driving down Trail B and flew above the scrapyard, which Tessa and Hodge just entered. Tessa pointed at the hidden trail. It's down there, she said, bracing herself from what Hodge was about to do. She stared at the weapon in his hand. Hey, you promised you'd let me go. Hodge chuckled and shook his head. Not here, you idiot. Go on. Walk down that trail. But I did what you asked. I showed you where it is. Once I see the gem, I'll let you go. No, you won't. Are you testing me, bitch? I've got 2 shells eager to eat your face if you don't do what I say. Tessa's resolve dropped to a bloody orange, and she stepped back. She didn't want to get near the core tree and didn't want to see what happened to Clay's body after she left him to die. Whatever courage she had leading Hodge here was quickly dissipating. Her gaze darted toward the trees, and I realized she was looking for old growth, expecting him to hide behind the thick canopy. Hodge clenched his jaw and raised the weapon. He stepped closer. Don't you fucking do it, girl. I won't ask nicely. This is your final warning. Shit. Tessa exclaimed. A javelin shot out from the trees, missing Hodge by a couple of inches. Old growth would have him if he didn't step forward that second, but he fired his appendage too late. The javelin slammed the back windows of Maxine's Ford Explorer, shattering the glass. Hodge turned, aimed at the branches, and pulled the trigger. Old growth leaped to the nearest tree as the shot obliterated the branch he was perched on. Hodge only glimpsed a huge shadow jump between the trees and, in a panic, ducked behind the Explorer. Tessa dropped to her knees mid-crouch, going in the opposite direction and disappearing from Hodge's line of sight. Hodge fired another wild blind shot at the tree where old growth was lying low, missing the creature by several feet. Oldie wasn't as fast as last night now that he was missing 2 appendages, which would take 30 days to grow back. The missing appendages were now replaced by sharp arching claws. He wasn't taking any chances for Hodge to get a lucky shot at him, so Oldie climbed down the trunk and blended with the nearby bushes, stalking toward his prey's location, waiting for him to make a grave mistake. Tessa! Hodge shouted. Get back here. Some of the shattered glass had sliced and embedded themselves into Hodge's arm, and he pulled 2 tiny pieces from below his elbow. He quickly muttered a quick healing spell. I said you get back here. But Tessa had no intention of returning to him. She scurried behind Leo's totaled van, clutching her chest and calming her heart. She looked around, trying to find the exit, but the tree line was too far away. If she started running for the forest now, Hodge would see her, and he would have a clear view to shoot her spine. Oldie estimated Hodge's actual location, moved closer, stopped, and waited. He didn't want to give his prey any funny ideas of running once Hodge heard him coming. Behind the Explorer, Hodge loaded 2 more shells into the shotgun. He only had 4 ammo left. He ran to the nearby Honda and took cover, inching closer to where he believed Tessa had run off. From above, I calculated that he was only 35 feet away from the white van and the girl. He wanted to call out her name again, but he knew old growth would also hear him. Hodge rushed behind another car but tripped over a piece of metal buried in the dirt. Gah! He let out a strangled yelp as he tumbled and rolled behind the hood, slamming his back against the car door and clanging loudly across. The scrapyard. Tessa heard it, got spooked by Hodge's proximity, and darted out from her hiding place in a panic. Unfortunately, she wasn't as quiet. Hodge heard Tessa's scurrying footsteps, stood up from behind the hood, and aimed the weapon at Tessa. The girl skidded to a stop and shrieked, raising her hands up in surrender. No, no. Wait. Old growth dashed out of the bushes and jumped on top of the vehicle Hodge took cover behind, bucking the metal roof and shattering the glass everywhere. Some of the shards cut through Hodge's cheeks, drawing red. The shell missed Tessa completely, and she ducked face first onto the muddy ground. What the fuck? Hodge staggered back and fell on his butt and gaped at old growth's faceless majesty. This would be the first time Hodge saw any of my archetypes and what a dungeon core could create. He didn't expect to encounter literal monsters, expecting only deadly traps and possibly humans I had convinced to work on my side, like Maxine or perhaps Alvin. The monsters from myth weren't real. They were just stories. He was used to fighting other humans and overpowering them with his spells. In a low-magic world like Earth, a sorcerer was untouchable. How arrogant of him, I thought. Then, the gravity of the situation hit him like a train. He was all alone in the woods. The rest of his cultists are nowhere to be seen or heard. He had lost contact with them for a long time. In that split second, as he gazed at old growth's looming form, Coach Hodge realized everyone was dead except for him. A monster pulled out from a nightmare, killed all of his associates, maybe even his wife, and he was out of his depth to fight it. I could read him like a book, asking himself, how many monsters had Mark Castle created in this forest? His confidence waned, believing he had control over the situation since he stepped foot into my domain. He was farther from the truth, and ever since they arrived, they were already dead. What he needed was an army of sorcerers. What he needed was Jonas's men. What he needed was the entire cult of Astaroth raining down hellfire on my ass. Too little, too late. The seat wouldn't lend him a hand this early, not when they didn't know how strong I had become. Resource and knowledge were power to those who hoarded them, and if they lost such paramount resources, such advantage, they would become nothing. They couldn't risk feeding me all of them. Hodge and his sect were sent here to test my strengths. If Hodge died tonight, one of their celebrated powerful members, a man they saw plenty of potential, and I wiped out his sect in one night, well, it would send a clear fucking message. No matter how strong they think they are, I am ready to face them and feed on them. I would feed on their most powerful and venerated, starting with Hodge. Old Grove looked over his shoulder at Tessa, still crouched in the same spot with her arms raised, afraid to make any sudden movement that would cause the creature to attack her instead. Oldie tilted his head and pointed his chin to Trailby. "What are you still doing here?" Oldie probably thought. "Run, idiot." Tessa was confused for a second, but thankfully, she got the fucking hint and ran out of the scrapyard. I wouldn't let Hodge use Tessa as a meat shield when they reached the core tree. I wouldn't allow him to order her around and pick up the gem herself. I wanted Justin Hodge to do all that, only him. I wanted Hodge to approach the tree, reach in, and grab my core. I wanted to look him dead in the eyes as I snuffed out all semblance of hope that he won and wasn't leaving this place alive. As a permanent resident of hell, the demon knew what incantation Hodge would use to bind me into his service. A potent spell that archdevils and high-ranking demons used against one another during their countless hellish wars and petty rivalry. But the spell would take an hour to cast, maybe more, depending on the caster's skills. With Hodge, a mortal human on a planet with less potent ways, it would take a long time, possibly the entire night, to do it correctly. One misspoken word or phrase, and he had to start over again. It was a spell of volatile invocation. After all, it took them damn near forever, ritually sacrificing me to become a deathcore. I watched them kill me slowly for hours in the woods. But once Hodge got a hold of me, he'd have to flee my domain and go back to the cult's arms in Portland. Perhaps that's where he intended to bind me into a slave for the cult. Like I said, Hodge was confident he'd win. He hated losing. Hated to feel weak. He grew up thinking he was the chosen one, and once that perverse mentality was ingrained within him, it clouded his judgment. He glared at Old Growth and shouted, "Ignis!" A thin bolt of fire shot out of his hand, striking the car Oldie was perched on and exploding upon impact. Oldie was quicker still, avoiding the flames by jumping to the next vehicle and scurrying out of sight. That was what Hodge needed, a distraction. He scrambled up to his feet and ran down the trail that Tessa pointed out earlier. He was making a run for my core. He was making a run for me. Just as planned. "In positions, everyone," I said to my archetypes. Little Alice found the rabbit hole. Tessa didn't dare stop running down the trail until she saw headlights up ahead. She stopped in her tracks and realized what it was. She dove into the bushes. Tessa wasn't taking any chances if the monsters learned how to drive a van. But Leo already saw her. He slammed hard on the brakes and climbed out of the van. "It's me. It's me," Leo said. "I'm not one of them." Tessa popped her head out and burst into tears, practically throwing herself into Leo's arms. She recognized the man who rescued her earlier. "We gotta get out of here." Hey, slow down. Where is he?" "He's back down there in the scrapyard. One of those things is with him." "Is Eliza with him, too?" Leo asked. He wanted to be sure, although he already expected the answer. Tessa shook her head. "A killer with a fox mask and an axe got her. We were running, and one thing I know, she was." Tessa's tears streamed down her face. "She was on the ground, and I just ran for the woods, you know? I was so scared." Hey, it's okay. You don't need to explain." Leo visibly shuddered. "A fox mask? Are you sure?" "I'm sure. I'll never forget it. I know who you are talking about. Let's get you inside." Leo opened the passenger's side door and helped Tessa in. He walked to the driver's side and hopped in as well. "Oh my gosh. Danny. Tessa looked behind her and found the boy still sleeping soundly under the blankets she put on him. Don't worry, he's still with us, Leo reassured her. He's stable. Alive. Then what are we waiting for? Let's get the fuck out of here. You don't have to tell me twice. But before Leo grabbed the stick shift and reversed the van out of the trail, the radio stuttered and skipped the music to the next one. Running Up That Hill, A Deal with God, by Kate Bush, now playing on Spotify, it said through the speakers. Leo paused and muttered a curse under his breath. What? What's going on? Tessa asked. She tried pushing the button to shut off the radio, but the music continued playing. I made a deal, Leo said. With Mark? Whoever's running this place. If I killed that guy, they'll let us go. Don't, Tessa begged. You've seen what Coach Hodge could do. He can blast fire out of his fingertips and make stuff move with his mind. He's like Dumbledore or something. He's no Dumbledore. Dumbledore's a good guy. He's more of a Vold, you know what? Doesn't even matter. You stay here in the van with Danny. I'm gonna go and catch up to him. No, you don't understand. There are other monsters in the woods that are much more dangerous than him. Like I said, they're not gonna hurt me. What if Mark changes his mind? I don't think he's human anymore. Leo bit the inside of his cheek. The only difference is if we are dead now or dead later. I'd rather take my chances with the latter. I doubt he'd let us escape if I renege on our deal. Right on cue, Oracle manipulated the wirings inside the van and shut the vehicle off. Silence engulfed the cabin. See? Leo pointed at the silent radio. He's not gonna let us leave that easily. Tessa grabbed his arm. And you'll be back? Leo studied the dark woods. I'm not making any promises. If I'm not back in 20 minutes, take your chances with the van and get the hell out. He left the keys in the ignition. Sit behind the wheel. Tessa nodded. Stay safe. If we make it out of here, I don't think anyone's gonna believe us, Tessa said. Leo chuckled. You know, this is one crazy night. You think they'll make a movie out of this? Not a lot of people believe in ghosts and monsters. I do now. Leo opened the door and climbed out. He checked how many bullets he had in his gun and nodded over to Tessa. Keep your eye on the clock by the dash. 20 minutes, okay? The clock just hit 3:05 a.m. Okay. 20 minutes, Tessa repeated. Wait. Dawn's at 6 a.m. That's the cutoff. To what? If we make it until dawn, we survive the game. That's what Danny said to me. Leo nodded. Thanks. I'll keep that in mind. Tessa moved over and sat behind the wheel, watching Leo disappear into the woods. She shut off the van's headlights just in case someone spotted the lights from afar and attacked the vehicle. She still didn't believe what Leo said that the monsters wouldn't harm them. I reckon she was still confused on why Old Growth let her go earlier. Hodge was the bigger and much closer target back in the scrapyard. That made a lot of sense than the creature letting her go. Tessa shrank into the seat, making herself as small as possible so that no one would spot her through the windows. Come on, come on. Hurry up, she muttered to herself. She looked over her shoulder and saw Danny was still curled up beneath the blankets, soundly asleep. Leo delved deeper into the woods, the van's headlights snuffed out behind him. He pulled out the flashlight he found inside the glove compartment earlier, following the trail that eventually led him to the scrapyard and the still-burning car. Hodge and Old Growth were nowhere to be seen. Leo quickly spotted the broken bushes and the narrow trail it hid. He drew the flashlight closer to the broken twigs and leaves, studying the small splatters of Hodge's blood on its surface. Confident this was the right path, Leo marched faster down the trail to catch up to his target. Almost there, Leo. Home stretch, I said. All the tricks I had tonight were now gathered into the final basket. I hoped all of this worked out in the end. Leo heard a lot of shouting up ahead. He slowed and took cover behind a tree, turning off his flashlight. Just at the end of the trail, an otherworldly purplish and red glow emanated, surprising him. He had to compose himself and regain a little bit of his courage to keep going. You can do this. You know you can, Leo hyped himself up. Leo stepped forward and reached the end of the trail. A bright orange flare erupted from the palm of Hodge's hands, keeping back the massive creature made out of roots, bark, and vines. To the right, Goliath lay on his stomach, blasted by one of Hodge's telekinesis. The giant slowly pulled himself up, crawling toward his fallen axe. The demon, now wearing Melanie's body, rushed at Hodge, wielding a steak knife while the man was distracted with old growth. She stabbed him in the shoulder blade and leaped on top of his shoulders. "Get off me!" Hodge screeched. "What's the matter, honey? This ain't the first time your face was between my legs." She wrapped her legs around his head and tried to suffocate him, laughing maniacally. "Use more tongue," she shouted. Hodge lost control of the spell, engulfing some of the bushes and the tall undergrowth nearby. The fire spread quickly, and old growth jumped on top of the core tree's branches to avoid the slithering blaze, catching more of the bushes on fire. Plant creatures like Oldie were very vulnerable to fire, and he had to watch out for where he stepped next. Hodge grabbed a fistful of Melanie's shirt and launched her off him. This didn't faze the demon, and they used the momentum into a backflip and skidded gracefully onto the dirt next to Goliath's axe, superhero landing style. Melanie smirked, grabbed the axe, and threw the weapon closer to Goliath's reach. "Here you go, big boy. Don't lose your dildo next time," she said and cackled. "Get out of my wife, devil!" Hodge screamed. "In the name of Astaroth." Melanie pulled another steak knife from behind her waistband. "Your mighty lord can suck on your wife's tits, pisspot." "Yaha!" She charged at Hodge again like a bull, with nothing left to lose. Hodge didn't even hesitate to blast Melanie off her feet with the shotgun. Melanie's chest exploded into crimson and guts. She flew and crashed like a rag doll 10 feet away from the sorcerer, her face skidding against the rocky ground. Bits of her cheeks folded out like paper, revealing the thin muscles underneath the skin. Melanie shrieked and jerked on the ground, struggling to get up. "Ow. Ow. That fucking hurt, you limp dick cocksucker." Her gaze landed on Leo standing by the tree line. "Are you waiting for a tap on the shoulder, motherfucker? Fuck him up." Leo ignored Melanie. He stepped out of the shadows and into the clearing and fired the gun at Hodge. But Hodge raised his arms, and the shield lifted and surrounded him in a split second. The bullets barely passed the barrier, and the last shot shattered the spell's effects. A trickle of blood came out of Hodge's nose. He staggered, reeling from the reflexive summoning. "He's getting weaker," I thought to my surprise and glee. I could see it now. The difference between a mortal and a core's ability to draw power from the ways was that a core had a deeper well of endurance. To a mortal's eyes, I could conjure magic all day without breaking a sweat. Much like I had a limit to how much power I could use in a scenario, I wondered if a sorcerer had a limit to how many spells they could cast each day. The system is like a game, I reminded myself. How long does Hodge have to keep going? I was about to find out. Piece of shit. Leo threw the spent gun away and charged at Hodge, wrapping his arms around the big man's waist, grabbed hold of his waistband, and hoisted him off the ground. He slammed Hodge's back onto the earth and climbed over him. The tackle sent them closer to the core tree, just an inch past the trigger for a psychic blast. The ways shivered and burst out of the core, and Hodge let out a piercing shriek. A small trickle of blood poured out at the corner of his eyes and out of his ears, his eyes turning bloodshot. "Wait. Stop." Hodge stammered. Before Hodge could say anything, Leo punched him hard across the jaw, spewing blood out of his lips. I thought I saw a tooth fly out as well. He punched him again as Hodge struggled to get out from underneath Leo's weight, but with his muscles incapacitated by the blast, his strength betrayed him. He couldn't get enough of a foothold to push Leo off. Leo heard the heavy snap of twigs and crunching of leaves behind him, and he quickly ducked and rolled off Hodge as Goliath swung the axe high and slammed the blade down Hodge's neck. But Hodge saw him coming, too. With a second to spare, Hodge rolled away as the axe struck the spot where his head was a moment ago, nicking only the outer edge of his other intact ear. Goliath lifted and raised the axe again, marching toward his prey. Redite. A blast of telekinetic air emanated from Hodge's outstretched hand, crashing onto Leo and Goliath like a massive tide and throwing them back away from the sorcerer. Both men released some yelps as they crashed onto the ground, the first time I've heard Goliath's muffled roar from behind the mask. Hodge grimaced as more blood poured out of his nose. He tried to catch his breath. Still grasping the axe with telekinesis, Hodge sent the axe hurtling toward Goliath, and the blade slammed right at the center of the giant's sternum. Goliath toppled over onto his back, breathing hard between gritted teeth, but, thankfully, still alive. But the blast knocked Goliath's fox mask off his face, landing next to his prone body. This was the second time I had seen Goliath's true face, 2 large scars crossing at the bridge of his nose and one on his right cheek. He had green eyes, short black hair, and a thick, closely cropped beard. He had a hard, gloomy face, one who had seen too much and yet too strong and stubborn to endure some more. Leo froze, recognizing him. Andy? Wait, what? Andy? Goliath's real name is Andy? Goliath paid Leo no mind, gritted his teeth, and picked up the fallen mask, putting it over his head. Leo scrambled toward him and helped him to his feet, but Goliath shoved him away, annoyed that he came to help instead of fighting the sorcerer. He pointed at Hodge, who was now climbing up the tree and gazing at the glowing gem inside. A wide grin spread across his smug and badly beaten face. "You're mine," he said to me. He reached in, and the gaping hole snapped off his limb like a nutcracker. One moment, his arm was still attached to his body, and a second later, it gripped my core, but Hodge could no longer move his fingers to remove it until he gazed down at the spurting red stump below his elbow. It took him another second to register what just happened, and the man let out a howl. "Wehia!" Grasping telekinesis, my core flew out of his grasp and out of the hole, hurtling toward his right eye. The gem's sharp edges grazed through his eyeball and at the side of his face. I could feel his warm blood bathing my core. Power, 2 tenths. Yes. I flew toward Melanie's waiting outstretched palm. But my core suddenly stopped moving. As Hodge staggered back and almost fell off the thick protruding roots, he still managed to cast telekinesis, and mentally grabbed my core through the air. But his magic was getting weaker and weaker, and he struggled to get a hold of me. In a last-ditch effort, he flicked his hand and threw my core to the side, and out of the demon's reach, crashing across the grass. Hodge ran and picked me up, dashing for the woods, no longer suffused by the ways. Demon Melanie finally got up and shouted, "He's getting away." But not for long. I enjoyed watching the small glimmer of joy on his face when he was about to reach the edge of the clearing and saw the ice elemental step out of the shadows. He stopped in his tracks, wide-eyed, as the new creature emerged, cutting off his escape. He looked around for another way out, but he was surrounded on all sides. He put me inside his pocket and opened the palm of his remaining hand toward the approaching demon, but no telekinetic blast came out. Coach Hodge was now powerless. He clutched his hand around my core for dear life. Siren gleefully laughed behind the ice elemental's fake mouth as her ghostly eyes gazed down at the helpless sorcerer. She reached down with both hands to touch the ground, quickly turning it into ice. That ice spread out toward Hodge like a lightning bolt. He didn't even have time to run away as the snapping ice seized and froze his feet, up to his legs, waist, and torso, and rolled down his other intact limb. It sank into his skin, solidifying his muscles and blood vessels like a rock. No, no, no. The frost engulfed Hodge entirely into an ice statue, cutting off his screams. He was still alive inside, screaming and slowly suffocating. There was no escape for him. Only death. And that realization plummeted his resolve to a sweet, sweet crimson glow. Melanie hooped. And there it is. Ding, ding, ding. Nice save, Siren. From behind, Old Growth leaped from the core tree and landed right behind the now frozen Hodge. He swung his arms down onto the man's shoulders like 2 sledgehammers, and Hodge exploded into frozen chunks and tiny shards, scattering all over the clearing. You have gained 5 essences, Justin Hodge. You have gained 750 crystals. 5 essences? Seriously? I usually got 1 or 2. But 5? That was the highest one yet. Melanie let out a surprised whistle. What a juicy little fuck. The others gathered around Hodge's broken and shattered mess. I guess killing a powerful sorcerer of Astaroth is worth more by the system, I said. Imagine how much Jonas was worth, eh? Too bad this world didn't have a large population with a bigger essence count. You'll have to get it from a president or a senator or something. I don't care much about that anyway. As long as the people responsible for my murder are dead, I'm satisfied, essence or not. Melanie shrugged. True, but it would still be sweet to have them. I smiled. Yes. Sweet. Oh, thanks for picking me up, by the way. You can put me back in the tree. Melanie narrowed her gaze. I didn't pick you up yet, my liege. Did anyone see where the gem went? Then, who has my? I turned around. So did the others. Leo picked up the gem from the grass and glared at us. Hey! Give that back. Melanie exclaimed. Leo took a step back, and the demon's eyes flashed red. Oh, you have no fucking idea how much I'll cut you into ribbons, boy. Goliath pried the axe off his chest from behind her, ready to throw it at Leo if given the chance. You want this? Leo raised the gem. Then, you'll let us go. Andy, too. Melanie smirked and gave her own version of a Valley Girl accent. Oh, the big guy? No, I'm afraid he's not for sale. He's like a big deal around here. Very good at cutting firewood and also chasing down virgins. I don't care a lick about your jokes. You let him go. He's coming with me. What's he to you? Melanie asked. Boyfriend? Classmate? Brother from another mother? Andy, do you remember me? Come on, man. You gotta. Remember Cobble 2020? Oman? Jesus, we served for 5 years together. But Goliath didn't utter a word nor regarded him with sympathy, his grip around the axe's handle tightened. You're supposed to be dead, man. We buried you. Hey. Pretty boy. He is not. For. Say Ali, Melanie repeated. Now, give me back the gem before big dick energy over here wrenches your spine out of your body from your ass up to your dumb brain. Your choice. Unless you are into that thing. I respect everyone's kinks. There's no shame in that. Leo looked down at the gem and then back to Goliath. Is this thing keeping you here? Are you a prisoner? Smash that, and you will pay gravely, Melanie said with venom. So what? Maybe destroying this thing will destroy you, too. Melanie folded her arms. Oh, go ahead. You're not the first delver who got the bright idea that smashing a core would destroy it. Do you think that rock is made out of cheap glass? Bitch, please. That'll take more than a flimsy throw. Then, why are you so worried? Imagine stubbing your toes. Not a very nice feeling, right? And besides, once the gem's off your hands, we'll just jump you and kill you. Easy peasy. I glared at the demon. And you had to give him funny ideas. Melanie's smile dropped. Oops. Sorry. Me and my stupid mouth. Leo glanced at the dark woods and the gathered monsters 30 feet before him. He was going to make a run for it. As much as I was intrigued by the reunion between Goliath and Leo, I got to stop this before it turned into another shit show. I only had a limited amount of power left to use, and I didn't want them to go to waste. Even though dawn was still less than 3 hours away, a lot could happen at that time. Fuck it. I cast Heat Surge. Power 1/10. Immediately, Leo cried out and dropped the gem, sending it rolling across the grass. Siren turned the ground into slippery ice, and the gem slid toward Goliath's foot. Goliath picked the gem up and handed it over to Melanie. Oh, thank you, Big Mac, Melanie said, putting the gem inside her pocket. She smirked at everyone's eagerness to pounce at the now defenseless Leo. No matter how fast he ran, he couldn't outrun half of the creatures in the clearing. We had a deal with him, I reminded the others. We had to honor that. He did help us take down Hodge. The others looked a bit disappointed, but I noticed their bodies relaxed. Melanie let out a heavy sigh. But we did have a deal, she told Leo. Leo's eye twitched. What? You're not gonna kill me? We swear. Bullshit. Melanie rolled her eyes. Hey, do you see me right now? I'm a demonic cunt wearing this shit excuse of a human. I have to honor our deal. Demons also lie. Melanie pursed her lips. Yeah, that's also true. But this time I'm actually telling you the truth. It feels weird, but there you go. We promised not to kill you and that girl. But Big McRib stays with us. Something must have broken behind Leo's eyes, and he held a choking sob. What have you done to him? The demon dropped all her pretenses and her sneering jokes, and gave Leo a genuine sympathetic frown. Like all of us, he made a deal, and your friend has to honor it. Initializing. Initializing. Complete. Are you sure you want to end the current scenario? Warning, there are 2 hours and 17 minutes remaining. Multiple delvers are still within the area and worthy of reaping. I stared at the small yellow texts hovering inches before me. On the ground below, Melanie lay on her back, smiling up toward the night sky with a gaping slash around her neck, courtesy of Goliath's swift handiwork. She barely fought him off with the demon still inside her, and Goliath quickly brought the blade against her flesh and pulled. The demon slithered out and hovered next to me, unhurt, reeling with glee from the kill. I guess demons also like to experience dying. Technically, they are near-immortal creatures. It would take more than physical damage to cast out a demon, and I got lucky that none of Hodge's crew got to do any damaging rituals or any other magic to banish the leering devil. As for Melanie, well, may she rot in hell with her husband. You have gained 2 essences, Melanie Hodge. You have gained 300 crystals. Leo was far away from the core grove, reluctantly leaving his former friend behind. Goliath barely gave him a passing glance when Leo walked toward the trail and disappeared into the shadows, hiking back to Tessa and Danny, who was still waiting patiently for him in the van. My monsters wanted to hunt the remaining delvers down since they still had less than 3 hours left. Something inside them ached for the chase, pain, and suffering that would follow. I reckoned they could sense the potent essence inside them as veteran delvers of my dungeon. But I held them back. I am lord of my domain, after all. My word is the law around here. Yes. End the scenario, I said out loud to the interface. There was a brief pause of eerie silence that cut through the air. Once I said the words, to my shock, the system took over by grasping my entire form. It was like I got kicked out behind the wheel and forced to sit in the back seat. The cloudy sky lurched and hurtled forward as time advanced rapidly. In the gleaming horizon, the sun climbed over the towering peaks, yanked by an invisible lasso, its light piercing through the forest canopy in seconds and illuminating North Cedar Lake. Damn. I didn't realize how powerful the system was until I witnessed its capability with my own eyes as it warped time around me, around Earth. The delvers witnessed it, too. Leo stopped walking by the scrapyard and gazed at the advancing blue skies. In the van, Danny stirred soundly asleep. Tessa had her hands over her mouth, eyes like deer in headlights, as she assessed her newly illuminated surroundings. Only the people inside my domain witnessed such a magnificent display of arcane power. To the people outside, they perceived time normally. If cores are an extension of the system, does that mean I can move time, too? Finally, the system relinquished its control over me. Barely 20 seconds passed, but it was the longest I felt like a stranger in my own body. Like I wanted to take a long bath. It felt like someone grabbed me by the scruff of my neck, lifted me up, and then dropped me back to the ground without warning. I didn't want to experience that again, but I had a nagging feeling I should get used to it. Congratulations! Dawn has arrived over your domain, and you have completed your first official scenario. Reward, 5,000 crystals for completing your first scenario. Reward, 1 environmental aura. Reward, 2 archetype slots. Reward, 1 ability slot for all existing archetypes. You have unlocked, G-Rank, Unshackled Death Core. Threat level, local, nearby denizens within a 20-mile radius of your dungeon are aware of your presence, consciously or subconsciously, because of your choices and the events of the previous scenarios. Your dread effects increase in potency. Well done. If you wish to stay anonymous, please avoid drawing attention to yourself by eliminating all the delvers. Or be ambitious and dominate your world. I could feel these changes instantly as the prompts faded from my vision. The fog dissipated, sinking into the earth. The cold wind died down into a gentle breeze. I released the oppressive grip I didn't know I held over my domain, and it was as if all the trees sighed in relief. As if I had been choking the life out of them since the night began. Leo and Tessa's aura faded, and they no longer glowed with resolve. I was curious that the system considered this night my first official scenario. The first 2 were more like accidents as the delvers stumbled into my domain, forcing me to scramble and improvise rather than meticulously plan out the game. What I did in Green Hill was more out of necessity and survival. I wondered if it had something to do with an administrator's involvement. Perhaps it opened more of the system's mechanics to me. I looked at my rewards and salivated at the potential of what I could do with them, the things I could buy and improve. I'm sure that my archetypes would be happy for an upgrade on their current abilities, or gain new ones now that they had 4 skill slots rather than the 3 they came with when I made them. Are these 5,000 crystals only for the first scenario? I thought. Do I receive it again after each successful future scenario? Unfortunately, the system didn't care to elaborate. I looked at the ranking curiously. I'm unshackled? What a weird word to use. I was also stumped about whether the system considered G rank good. I guess not, since I am technically still a juvenile core and had no reference for their ranking system. I hardly cared. What mattered was that all the cultists were dead, well, most of them. But I did what the administrators asked by wiping out the ones who killed and created me. As for me being a threat, well, death cores were the most dangerous ones, as I was told, and I couldn't help it if my dread seeped into the real world and started affecting the people who lived around me. Staying anonymous was harder to do when I am fucking hungry all the time. Another prompt appeared. Total essences collected, 33/33. Success. You received 3 dungeon expansion points. Dungeon expansion, March 3rd, 50. You currently only have 1 dungeon, North Cedar Lake, in your control. Successfully collect 467 essences to create a second dungeon in a location of your choice. Congratulations, Mark Castle. Your domain is expanding. Continue to feed and grow, and be the best death core you'll ever be. Jesus H. fucking Christ. 467 essences? I paled at the numbers and the real people behind those numbers. I imagined a hungry death core out there in the universe who was willing to kill 467 people just for a piece of real estate. Could I kill that many people? I shook those thoughts away for another day. Attention, Mark Castle. 2 delvers survived North Cedar Lake. You may now access the rewards tab. Oh, right. I forgot about that. I was so focused on killing Hodge and the cultists that I had completely forgotten that anyone who survived the dungeon got a reward from the system. From me. I floated in the air for several long seconds, unsure what to give them. I accessed the rewards tab and scrolled through the crazy long list, which had over 100 items each, and there were at least 3,000 pages and more. I couldn't physically go and read them thoroughly in a day. It didn't help that the system clumped all the rewards with potential loot drops found in a normal dungeon. This is going to be a massive headache. I should have planned what rewards I should give them, I said. I checked on Leo and Tessa with many eyes and saw them reunite beside the van. They're leaving soon. Ah, shit, I spat a curse as I scrolled faster through the list, skimming over the titles. Gloves of healing. These silken gloves enhance the wearer's ability to rejuvenate and heal a wounded companion in seconds and life-threatening injuries in minutes. Obsidian sword. Ancient celestial runes adorned the surface of this obsidian blade, which was almost made to look like glass. Once activated by the wielder, the blade releases fire hot enough to cut through rock, body, and steel. Raven coat. This well-crafted long coat acts as a sturdy leather armor. While wearing this coat in dim darkness, the wearer is not easily perceived by creatures within 20 feet of their location. During combat, the wearer can teleport to an unoccupied space within 20 feet while in dim light, as long as the wearer has a line of sight. Key of the Mundane. A secretive order of thieves created this magical key. While holding this item in your hand, you can open any locked door or padlock, which will magically fit the keyhole. It does not work on an arcane-locked entryway or chest. Those were just the few smaller things I noticed among the obvious powerful ones: a hammer that could shatter a mountain with lightning and thunder, a cerulean ring that could summon a tidal wave big enough to swallow a small city, or glass eyes that could pierce the veil of time and space to glimpse the nearest future. The problem with the latter was that the wearer had to sacrifice their eyes to use it. Then there were the other weird ones, like replacing limbs for tentacles that could create portals to different parts of the world as long as the wearer was familiar with the place. A magical red string that could find the person you most hate and kill them by suffocation and leave without a trace. A massive mechanical hand that could snuff out a star in a blink of an eye. An obelisk that could create a deadly plague, guaranteeing the population would be reduced to 10%. And on and on and on. Weird, powerful shit after each page. No man should ever have these things, I thought. No man should ever be near it. These rewards could break Earth if they fell into the wrong hands, even the lesser ones. Would the Key of the Mundane gain access to a bank vault? Or what about a nuclear silo? how about that raven coat? It was perfect for a hitman or a soldier. How many people would they kill wearing that? Magic was barely non-existent on Earth, wielded only by a few like Hodge. And even their abilities were fragile and flawed. I didn't think giving Delvers these powerful magical items would be a good idea, one they'd carry out into the world. Who knew what would happen in the future with these things running around without supervision? And it wasn't a guarantee that they'd keep it forever. What if they lost it, or God forbid, died, and those magical items fell into someone who didn't deserve it, like a serial killer or a dictator? And let's say I introduced these magical artifacts to the human population. They'd delve into my dungeon for more, and I had to create unimaginable horrors to counter them by creating creatures like dragons, sea serpents, giants, and world eaters. Creatures that could change the fabric of reality here on Earth. It'll be apocalyptic. But I am a core, and this is what I must do, rewarding those the system finds worthy. Deep down, I knew I had no choice in the matter. If a man asked for the obelisk plague because he wanted to destroy a rivaling nation, then that was what I must give him. Can I resist it when that time comes? As a deathcore, the most powerful out of my kind, I had access to the most powerful rewards, items, and monsters from the beginning, for a price. As a reward, they were bequeathed freely by me to a willing delver, although I had no control of the item once it was taken out of my domain. But I could purchase them for hundreds or even thousands of crystals from the dungeon tab. The powerful ones were expensive, but I got to control what happened to them. I peered with many eyes as Leo and Tessa reversed the van out of the trail, heading toward the cabin. I had to act fast before they left. I remembered what the demon told me, a delver without a reward always comes back to delve again. An intoxicating pull toward me that even I couldn't shrug off. But that also reminded me why deathcores were sought after by formidable men and women for our rewards. Those delvers already had something in mind, something they wished and desired, be it conquest, riches, or knowledge. They ask, and I provide. Why am I thinking hard about what to give Leo and Tessa when I could ask them directly? I wished I could read their minds, but, Glean, only gave me their surface thoughts, and I am already running out of power. They drove past the cabin's parking lot and headed to the narrow road. Their speed was picking up. Leo and Tessa barely looked behind them, afraid the cabin might swallow them whole. Not too fast, I said. I dropped 2 wooden chests the size of drawers on the dirt road, and Leo slammed the brakes, almost hitting them head-on. What the hell was that? Tessa yelped and looked back into the cabin. Danny was still soundly asleep behind them. Shit. Leo hissed. I almost fucking ran into the damn thing. Well, what is it? Leo shrugged and looked up at the sky. Beats me. It just dropped out of nowhere. Must be Mark's doing. He unlatched his seatbelt and climbed out of the van. Tessa followed. Is that what I think it is? Yeah. Stay back. 15 feet away from the van were the wooden chests I dropped. Leo looked tired and over all this shit. I sighed. Almost there, Leo. Home stretch. I just need to do this one tiny thing of giving you guys some free shit. I triggered voice control, using my real voice this time. Voice control, event. On the rare occasion that a dungeon is allowed to communicate with a delver, the dungeon lord can manipulate the language, accent, tone, pitch, frequency, and resonance of their voice. It does not cost a power and the duration lasts until the dungeon lord ends the conversation. A gentling event and rewarding event triggers a conversation with the appropriate delver. To speak to a delver at any point during a scenario, please purchase this skill after leveling up. Are you here with us, Mark? Tessa asked softly, almost sounding like a prayer. This is me, I said. What do you want? Leo asked. Are you changing your mind about letting Andy go? I doubt I have the power to do that, Mr. Grady. And even if I did, I don't think your friend likes to leave this place willingly. Not even with you, I said. You said you'd let us go. That we'll get out of here without those things hurting us, Tessa interjected. And you will. I won't hurt you. Neither will my friends. Some fucked up company you keep nowadays, Mark. Leo shook his head. Demons, a walking tree, and an ice troll? If you're letting us go, then why'd you stop us with, a drawer? Tessa asked, gesturing over to the 2 chests. Leo tried to open one, but the lid wouldn't budge. I just need one more thing from both of you before you two leave. It's important, I said, catching them flinching and bracing themselves. You survived my dungeon, after all. Leo's brows arched curiously. You call it a dungeon? I rolled my eyes. EW. Yeah. Not my choice. What's so important that you almost ran us off the road? Tessa asked, annoyed. Well, as returning delvers to my dungeon, both of you felt what this place truly was. A game, albeit a deadly one. The monsters, the chase, the horror, people dying, and the fucked up night. Whoever lasts until dawn wins to live another day and more. Like some fucked up horror movie, Leo mumbled. But I don't understand why you are doing this, Tessa muttered. Are you really dead? Yes, yet I turned into something I still knew very little about. But this is how I live now. By killing people? Leo asked with disgust. By feeding on their fear, yes. And their souls. It is no different from the type of living you did in the Middle East, Mr. Grady. Nor your extracurricular activities with the mob. I know what you have done on their behalf and the trail of blood you carved in the name of the family you served. You are no different from Andy. From Goliath. Leo shut his mouth and said nothing. My boyfriend, was that you, Mark? Did you kill Cody? Tessa asked. I paused for a beat. Yes. Even though the demon did the killing, I still benefited by feeding on his essence, growing my dominion. Tessa was quiet for a while. If you are so powerful, can you bring him back? She asked innocently. You mean? Bring the dead back to life? Can I? I checked the interface, but I didn't get an answer from Oracle. Even the machine didn't know if I could. I opened the rewards tab again, and while thinking about resurrecting dead people, the list suddenly shrank to just 20 pages, listing rituals, including magical items about bringing anything dead back to life. Huh. I guess I have a search function. That's useful, I thought. I briefly skimmed through the list, but most required ingredients that couldn't be found around North Cedar Lake. If I gave it to Tessa, she'd have to hunt for those ingredients herself. A majority of them were some weird and creepy rituals that involved killing a virgin in exchange for a life. You'd be surprised how many spells and material components listed that as the main ingredient. Magic had a price to mortals. Always. But I found one interesting object that required no ingredient at all, just a name or a corpse. Resurrection Stone. This red ruby has the power to return the dead back to life, reanimating the body. The body must be dead for no longer than 100 years. If no physical body is provided, a new one will materialize. You must speak their name clearly. Once used, the stone turns into dust and is destroyed. This stone would cost me 200,000 crystals to purchase on my own. To a delver who survived my dungeon, it's basically free. Would this also work for me? Could this stone resurrect and unbound my soul from the core so I could return to my former self? But a prompt from the system quickly snuffed that hope away. Your soul is tethered to the core. Your gift lies with the core. I gritted my teeth as the system backslapped me with reality. Cheeky bitch. So that's what it's gonna be, huh? I'm the system's lackey for eternity. Unless a delver destroyed me, of course. I should have let Leo finish the deed and ended my misery. Perhaps that would have been a mercy. But something caught my eye. The item only mentioned the body, but what about the soul? The spirit? It was never on the text. One thing I learned about the system was that if it wasn't on the description box, then it wasn't included in the item, ability, or skill. For example, I didn't place any speech mechanics on some of my archetypes, only the demon and oracle could talk to me. And I got it immediately. Holy shit. I understood what this item was and its cost to the mortal. The body would be resurrected, yes, but the soul wouldn't be included. I imagined this item was meant for the hopeless romantic who dealt into my dungeon to resurrect their long-lost love. Only they wouldn't come back the same. In the old stories, there was only one cliché ending to this scenario. The romantic died from a broken heart when they realized their beloved was a husk, usually by committing suicide. Cody Riddle would come back as a white. Oh no. Holy fucking shit. No way. I knew there was something weird about my rewards list. The majority of my rewards sounded like they were a monkey's paw. Because they were. Fuck. How did I miss this? Not all of these items were bad, mind you, but they could backfire just as easily to anyone who wielded them. The magical hammer that could shatter a mountain could very well produce an earthquake that would kill untold thousands, including the wielder. The obsidian sword could cut through anything, even the wearer, if they weren't careful, and on an arcane-deficient earth, no magic could heal and stitch their limbs back together. Not unless they had the gloves of healing, and even that didn't mention if it could reattach dismembered body parts. Magic had a price to mortals, I reminded myself. How could I forget Elvis's words? I had to remind myself again and again that I am a deathcore. My purpose was to inflict pain, suffering, and destruction. Perhaps that also extended to the rewards I gave to my worthy delvers. Maybe this was the reason why people sought after a juvenile deathcore in other worlds. Our dungeons were easier to delve into, and the rewards list was already wide open for taking. Unlike other cores, everything was available. What did Elvis say again? My potential is limitless when it comes to rewards, and a rare core like mine holds almost an unlimited supply of arcana that could last decades, even centuries. How many overpowered rewards could I bequeath a world before everything descended into chaos? The system was quiet. It didn't try to correct me if I said anything wrong about my assumptions on why deathcores were so rare. We were the infinite bag of holding of all the gold-tier fucked up shit that every conqueror, psychopath, liches, and power-hungry meatheads could want. And it just occurred to me, the power that Astaroth sought after was the rewards list itself. It was not for my easy access to the system and how I had the power of creation under my fingertips, but the list. I could be wrong, but I had to make sure. I momentarily unfiltered the rewards list and searched what I believed the cult was searching for. And there it was. Only one search result materialized on the interface, the Black Gate, a portal to other planes. Planes like hell, where Astaroth and his army lived. Mark, are you still there? Tessa pulled me out of my thoughts. Though it had only been a few minutes for me searching the interface and the rewards list, only a few seconds passed for Tessa and Leo. I took a deep breath, pushing all the noise to the back of my mind, and regarded Tessa again. Is that what you wish? To bring him back? Her lips quivered. She was about to answer me, but I cut her off. Before you say anything, no, he will not be the same again. What do you mean by that? His soul is gone, Tessa. He is dead. I pulled the band-aid. She needed to understand what she was asking me to do. If you ask me to bring him back, he will not be the same. It is important that you know the price. He will be a husk of his former self. If you can live with that, then I will honor your wish. He won't be normal? I looked over the list again to make sure. They all had something in common, the price was always against the wielder regarding necromancy. This is necromancy. Powers like these do not have happy endings. Believe me. If a delver wishes for a specific reward, provide it without question. The system interjected. Fuck that. Cody Riddle would come back as a white. What kind of reward was that? It is not the core's job to understand a delver's wishes and intentions. But it is mine, I said. The system said nothing. Break the world, something else said in the back of my head. I ignored it. It took Tessa another minute to contemplate what she should say. Meanwhile, Leo eyed the surroundings, expecting an ambush. His guard was still up even when the sun was shining above him. Then I want to forget, Tessa finally said. A single tear rolled down her cheek. I don't want the memory of him to be, that. Gutted. Slaughtered. Screaming and howling. I want the last memory I have with him was when we were happy. Before all of this. The interface quickly narrowed the search page for the appropriate rewards and found one. I smiled at Tessa, relieved she was not going through with the resurrection. It would break her heart immensely if she saw Cody again, only to be greeted by a walking mute corpse. At least this second option was kinder. If that's what you wish. I turned to Leo. And what about you, Mr. Grady? Look, I just need to get the fuck out of here, alright? Get me a brand new life somewhere far away from you and all of this crap, Leo said. Fair enough. Quick and simple. The items I needed materialized on the interface, and with one thought, they jumped into the wooden chests. You may now open them. Leo was the first to open his chest and retrieve the contents, a single platinum black card from American Express Private Bank and a plane ticket. I've drafted an account on your behalf under a false name with $10 million in the bank, accessed by that card and your fingerprint. No one will question this money's existence. As far as everyone in the world knows, this bank account has existed for over 12 years, and you are their loyal client. They will remember talking to you and doing business with you. That piece of paper is a one-way first-class plane ticket to Mazatlan, Mexico. I noticed you have visited the city 6 times in the past 8 years, not for a job, but for leisure. I've selected that city because I think you'll enjoy it. Of course, you are free to go anywhere else. Well, that was fast. Several minutes for me, only 12 seconds for you, I said. And 10 million? What? You want more? What about her? She only gets that piece of shit? Leo gestured to Tessa and the bowl of 4 large, golf ball-sized blueberry fruits. Sorry. No offense. Those are mindless pods. It is safe to consume, I said. The only downside is that you will forget the past 4 days. You must consume all 4. Each fruit represents 1 day of memories. Leo scoffed. I get a few million, and she gets a fruit basket? Don't worry, Mr. Grady. I have reserved the same amount of funds to assist Tessa in the future. Each mindless pod will let her forget for a year. 4 pods allow her to forget for up to 4 years. That's 4 years of peace away from the dungeon. Once 4 years are up, she will remember everything again. Why'd she get only 4? The girl wants to forget what happened to her permanently, remember? Tessa nodded in agreement. Consume too much, and Tessa risks being brain dead. This is the only safe way to do it that preserves the good memories of hers and Cody's, I said. Death Cores had access to all items in the universe. If the interface didn't show an item that could permanently block Tessa's memories without her being incapacitated, I would have offered it instead. I doubted she'd want the magical item that made her forget everyone she knew permanently and revert her mind to that of a child. Both Leo and Tessa frowned. Besides, the maximum a human can eat is 12. Believe me, I checked. I selected 4 pods because it had been 4 days since the Green Hill massacre. Would you like me to provide you with more, Tessa? I asked. Tessa shook her head. The day before Green Hill, Cody and I went to our favorite spot by the river. I don't think I want to forget that. A stab to the heart. I wanted to say I was sorry, but what I'd done was unforgivable, not just to her but to Leo as well. They both had the right to hate me forever. Tessa, even with these fruits, you cannot escape people telling you what happened in Green Hill and what you suffered. You will feel empty and hurt hearing the news of Cody's death again, but as time passes, your grief will subside. By the time 4 years are up, you will remember me. It will not be as painful as before, but everything will be clear. Pieces that are missing suddenly make sense again. You will remember the funds I reserved for you. Use it how you wish. I paused. You may even use it to prepare and come after me again. Both of you. Leo and Tessa froze. They didn't know what to say. I continued, let's not beat around the bush, okay? You now know what I am. With your survival last night, you will feel connected to this place. To the lake. It is not something you can shake off easily. There is an invisible pull for you to return and delve again. I will feel your presence approach, and I will be ready to receive you again. And if you survive, well, you get more rewards. Perhaps you will have something else in mind besides cash. Leo's brows arched, intrigued. Like how to help you get out of that jam? Or destroy me? Leo frowned, and said nothing. Perhaps anyone who survives receives $10 million. The temptation will be there, and it will continue to grow. For your sake, resist it. If you don't, then I'll see you again, I said. Tessa clutched the bowl tightly and picked one of the fruits up. She took a small bite, the juices running down between her fingers. It's not so bad. It tasted like strawberries mixed with cotton candy. Another small bite, then a bigger one. She chewed and chewed until she gulped all of it down her throat. She picked up the second fruit. When she finished the last one, Tessa's body swayed, dizzy. Easy, girl. Are you okay? Leo caught her shoulders before it hit the hood of the van. My head feels lighter, that's all. I think I'm gonna be sick. Did you give her something poisonous? Leo asked me incredulously. Nausea is one of the many symptoms. It's normal. In a minute or two, she may lose consciousness. Once she wakes up, she won't remember the past 4 days or you. I suggest you take her to a hospital, Mr. Grady. Leo glanced over his shoulder and saw that the wooden chests had disappeared. The road ahead was clear. He helped Tessa back into the van and put a blanket over her before climbing behind the wheel and driving off. I kept my eye on them as they crossed the wooden bridge. They passed the winding dirt road until they hit the pavement and exited the main road. I followed them as far as my many eyes could reach them until I could no longer feel their presence within my domain. Goliath, Siren, and Old Growth emerged from the tree line, waiting for my orders. I glanced at my rewards and my domain again. With the sun still fresh in the sky and the morning still young, I thought it was time for everyone to relax and unwind. It had been a long night for everyone, and finally, I could take a deep breath. It felt like my stomach had settled, too, to my relief. After all, I consumed 20 essences in one night. Half an hour later, Oracle pinged the others and me to visit him in the study so I could look at the computer screen. Huddled around the study, we watched as the security cameras outside Evergreen Medical Center at Point Hope caught Leo dropping Tessa and Danny off by the door before he returned to the van and speeded away. Leo was so quick that I doubted anyone had noticed he was there. I ordered Oracle to scrub off any angles that showed his face to be safe. Leo wanted to disappear, per his wish. I turned to face the others. Tessa will remain unconscious for a week, maybe 2. I think the system will wake Danny around the same time. Once that happens, Danny will not remember much, but he will point the finger at North Cedar Lake as I instructed, and we're gonna expect a ton of law enforcement in the area, maybe even the feds. Oracle will warn us when that happens. Are they potential delvers? The Siren, now disguised as a punk rock woman with curly pink hair, asked. I shook my head. I fed enough, and I think I could restrain myself from accidentally kicking off a scenario for a night or 2. We'll stage the bodies and the crime scenes. Let's tell our own story of what happened here. Remember, a cult did all of this. They must conclude that Hodge was the prime suspect and the others were his accomplices. Understood? Everyone nodded, even the demonic shadow hovering at the corner of the room. Good. Let's do this slowly. Don't rush. It'll be quiet for a week, at least. Are you sure about that? Siren pointed at the window where Goliath stood, watching something outside. I walked over and followed his gaze. Marching out of the trees were 10 men and women dressed in white and blue robes and leather jerkins. Some carried swords, while others had bows slung behind their backs. A couple wielded a shield and a hammer. What the fuck is this? I muttered. Was there a Renaissance fair I wasn't aware of? What surprised me was that I didn't even catch them entering my domain with my many eyes alerting me. Goliath shrugged and pointed at the man in the middle leading the unusual posse. I sighed. I believed I knew who I was dealing with. All but one stopped short of approaching the front porch. The man Goliath had singled out earlier continued walking, climbed the wooden steps, and knocked on the door. I told the others not to move and opened the door myself. The man smiled and quickly met my gaze. Only one man could see my true form. Elvis, I said. Long time no see. I don't recognize the body you are wearing. The man's smile widened. It is a pleasure to see you triumphant, my lord, the administrator said. This flesh is not from this planet. Don't worry. None of that Alvin Jones business. You won't have 10 more random bodies to clean up and worry about missing humans in the area when the families come knocking. Are you sure about that? You are still made of flesh and blood. Elvis grinned. True. I do find it adorable when deathcores get snippy. I looked over his shoulder, to his merry band of Robin Hood wannabes. What brings you here? I've done what you asked. I've gotten rid of Hodge and his sect. I thought you'd leave me alone. And why would we do that? Your kind eats cores as a delicacy. I remembered what you said. Ah, not for me. It's bad for my indigestion. But good news. We are not here to reap you when you are just brimming with so much potential. Why would we cut down a sapling when it could grow and multiply into a magnificent forest, eh? Are you here to collect me then? I hear death cores are very rare in the universe. Well sought after, I said with bored sarcasm. Elvis's eyes twinkled. Oh, but we administrators are forbidden to hunt nor interfere with the core's duties. Ours is to watch and strongly advise. Unless, of course, the core allows us to delve, Elvis trailed off as if inviting me to answer. I shook my head. Not in the mood today. Elvis looked disappointed, but I couldn't say the same for his companions. They collectively sighed in relief. Then why are you here? To bring you good news, of course. The system adores you, Dungeon Mark. Really? The system sure knew how to show it. You went out here to tell me that? This couldn't just be a prompt or a notification? Really? What a raving success you are. The bloodbath. It was such a glorious display of death and carnage. Oh. And the ample amount of drama? It just pulls on the heartstrings, you know? The betrayal and heartache, oh, everyone loves you back home. I regarded his bodyguards, who were obviously accompanying him just in case I turned crazy and fed on him. I wondered how strong these men and women were. Though Elvis was enthusiastic about my performance as a deathcore, I could sense the others' unease, the slight shift of their weight, and the tightness of their muscles as they gripped their weapons harder. I smelled fear. Sweet, intoxicating fear. My stomach growled. I regarded Elvis again. You were watching me? Of course. I was the one assessing your performance, remember? I was always nearby. And many more joined in. Thousands of us. What do you mean thousands? A deathcore is no stranger to a large following, even a big audience, but at your debut, glowing praise all around. My superiors are pleased. The contracts for broadcasting rights are just brimming with riches. I looked around my surroundings, suddenly feeling naked underneath Elvis's gaze. What did you mean thousands watched me, Elvis? Well, dear me, you are the talk of the town, Dungeon Mark. I am here to discuss your future, and it is brighter than ever.